Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Deku had Gojo Satoru's Limitless and Six Eyes powers? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The afternoon sun filtered through the broken windows of the abandoned warehouse district, casting long shadows across cracked concrete floors. Izuku Midoriya had always been drawn to these forgotten places, spaces where heroes didn't patrol, where the world felt quieter, less judgmental. At 14 years old, he still carried the weight of a quirkless existence, though lately, something had been shifting deep within his consciousness. It started 3 weeks ago with headaches. Terrible, splitting headaches that would wake him in the middle of the night, his entire skull feeling as though it might splinter from the pressure building behind his eyes. His mother had taken him to the doctor twice, but every scan came back normal. Nothing showed up on any examination. The doctors looked confused, then concerned, then ultimately dismissive when they couldn't find anything clinically wrong. But Izuku knew something was wrong. Or perhaps, something was right. The distinction had become increasingly blurry. He stood now in the center of the warehouse, his hands trembling slightly as he focused on a rusted metal barrel approximately 10 meters away. For the past week, he'd been experimenting with what he could only describe as pressure. It wasn't a quirk in the traditional sense, at least, he didn't think so. It felt more like an extension of his will, something that existed at the boundary between thought and reality. He breathed in slowly, centering himself the way he'd unconsciously learned to do. The pressure began to build. It started behind his eyes, a strange tingling sensation that spread through his optic nerves like electricity dancing through copper wire. His vision began to shift. Colors became hyper-saturated. He could suddenly perceive the individual air molecules around him, could see the way they moved and shifted in response to minute changes in temperature and pressure. And then he saw it, the space around the barrel suddenly became visible to him in a way nothing had ever been before. Not just the physical space, but something deeper. Something that felt almost infinite, yet perfectly defined. It was as though he could see the very concept of distance itself, laid bare and vulnerable before his perception. Izuku pushed his will outward, and the barrel exploded. Not destroyed, exploded. The metal simply ceased to occupy the space it had previously inhabited. It didn't get crushed or dented or warped. It simply wasn't there anymore, as though the very fabric connecting it to reality had been severed. Pieces scattered across the warehouse floor, clattering in the sudden silence that followed. He stumbled backward, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. His nose was bleeding, thin crimson lines traced from his nostrils down to his upper lip. He wiped at them with the back of his hand, staring at the destroyed barrel with a mixture of horror and fascination. What is this? He whispered to the empty warehouse. His voice echoed off the walls, small and frightened. The headaches had intensified over the past week, but so had his control. It was as though his brain was rewiring itself, adapting to something it had never been designed to understand. And the visions, those were the strangest part. Whenever he focused hard enough, whenever he pushed past the pain threshold, he would see things. Layers of reality that existed beneath the surface of normal perception. Izuku sat down heavily on a concrete step, his legs suddenly unwilling to support his weight. He pulled out his phone and opened his analysis notebook app, the same digital space where he'd documented every hero, every quirk, every possible combination of abilities he could imagine. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. Unknown quirk manifestation, day 21. Symptoms: severe headaches, visual distortions, apparent spatial distortion ability. Explosion of test subject metal barrel suggests reality warping or teleportation properties. Requires further investigation and documentation. Danger level: unknown, possibly critical. He paused, then added a new line. Hypothesis: this is not a standard quirk. The nature of the ability suggests something fundamentally different from known quirk categories. The visual component, the spatial awareness, the precision of the destruction, this feels designed. Intentional. As though something within my genetics has been activated rather than developed. 3 kilometers away, in a nondescript office building in downtown Musudafu, Nezu was reviewing surveillance footage from the area where Izuku had been conducting his experiments. The intelligent rat-like principal of UA High School had a network of sensors that extended far beyond the school grounds, subtle devices designed to identify emerging quirks and potential future heroes. What he was seeing on his monitors made him pause, then rewind, then watch again. The barrel had simply ceased to exist. There was no explosion in the traditional sense, no kinetic energy release. The metal had been erased from reality as though by a surgical hand. Interesting, Nezu murmured to himself, his small paws clicking against the desk surface as he adjusted his glasses. Back in the warehouse, Izuku was trying again. This time, he focused on something smaller, a piece of broken glass from one of the warehouse windows. It lay on the ground about 3 meters away, catching the afternoon light in fractured patterns. He activated whatever this was inside him. The pressure built behind his eyes again, that strange sensation like electricity dancing through his optic nerves. His vision shifted, and suddenly he could see the structure of the glass at a molecular level. He could see the empty spaces between atoms, the quantum probability clouds that defined the boundaries of matter. And he could see how to separate it from reality. The piece of glass disappeared. Not destroyed, simply gone, as though it had stepped sideways into another dimension entirely. Izuku opened his eyes fully, and for the first time, he noticed something different about his reflection in a nearby puddle of water. His eyes looked strange. The iris seemed to contain more definition, more layers. It was as though his eyes had become something more than biological organs, as though they'd evolved into instruments of perception that could access dimensions of reality normally invisible to human consciousness. He stood up slowly, his mind racing through possibilities. Izuku had spent his entire life reading about quirks, studying them, analyzing them. He understood the mechanics of how most of them worked. But this was different. This felt ancient somehow, as though it had been encoded into his DNA long before modern quirk society had even developed. The sun was beginning to set, painting the warehouse in shades of orange and purple. Izuku knew he should head home soon. His mother would be worried if he stayed out too late, and with everything that had been happening lately, the last thing he wanted was to cause her additional stress. But before he left, he decided to try one more thing. He picked up a larger piece of metal, a section of structural beam that had fallen from the warehouse wall years ago. It was heavy, probably weighing several hundred kilograms. He positioned himself about 15 meters away from it. This time, he didn't just focus on destroying it or erasing it. Instead, he tried something different. He focused on the space around the beam, on the invisible force field that separated it from the rest of reality. And instead of severing that connection, he tried to manipulate it. The beam rose approximately 1 meter off the ground, hovering in midair as though suspended by invisible threads. Sweat dripped down Izuku's face. His nosebleed had resumed, blood now streaming freely from both nostrils. But he maintained his concentration, keeping the beam suspended in that impossible space between existence and non-existence. After approximately 10 seconds, he released his focus, and the beam crashed back down to the ground with a thunderous sound that echoed through the empty warehouse. Izuku collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His entire body trembled with exhaustion. But his mind was burning with questions, with possibilities, with the growing realization that whatever was happening to him had fundamentally changed the trajectory of his entire life. He looked up at the darkening sky visible through the warehouse's broken roof and made a decision. He would master this ability. Whatever it was, whatever it meant, he would learn to control it. And when he did, he would become a hero. Not because he had some natural talent or some perfect quirk handed down to him by genetics. But because he had chosen to be one. Because he had decided that he would fight, that he would struggle, that he would push himself beyond every limitation, even the limitations of reality itself. The warehouse fell silent around him, filled only with the sound of his breathing and the distant hum of the city beyond its walls. In that moment, Izuku Midoriya became something more than he had been before. He became someone worthy of power. Someone prepared to wield forces that most heroes would never even comprehend. 3 kilometers away, Nezu continued to watch the surveillance footage, his expression thoughtful and calculating. He had seen many things in his long life, had trained countless heroes, had observed the emergence of many quirks. But this was something entirely new. Prepare a special observation file, he said quietly to himself, making a notation in his digital records. Subject: Izuku Midoriya. Status: Priority Level A. Potential: incalculable. The city lights began to twinkle in the distance as night fell fully across Musutafu. And in a forgotten warehouse, a boy with newly awakened powers stood at the threshold of an entirely new existence. The week following his initial awakening had been a blur of discoveries and near catastrophes. Izuku had taken to training in the early morning hours, before sunrise, when the abandoned industrial district was completely deserted. He couldn't risk being seen. Couldn't risk anyone discovering what he could do. His apartment was sparse, a simple bedroom, a desk cluttered with hero analysis notebooks, and a small bathroom where he spent increasing amounts of time staring at his own reflection. His eyes had definitely changed. The transformation was subtle enough that most people wouldn't notice, but Izuku saw it every time he looked. The irises now contained what appeared to be intricate patterns, layers of complexity that shouldn't exist in normal human eyes. He'd started calling them the six eyes, though he didn't fully understand why. The name simply appeared in his mind one morning, as though someone had whispered it into his consciousness. His mother had noticed something was different about him. She'd asked gentle questions about school, about his friends, about whether he was feeling okay. Izuku had given her the standard reassurances that any teenager would offer. School was fine, he was just tired, everything was normal. But they both knew something had shifted. There was a new tension in his shoulders, a new focus in his eyes. Today was Sunday, which meant he had more time to train. Izuku stood in the center of his favorite warehouse, the same one where his powers had first awakened. He'd cleaned it up over the past week, removing the most dangerous debris, creating something that resembled a training ground. It wasn't perfect, but it was functional. He began with the basics, manipulating his perception of space. He would focus on a specific area, then gradually expand his awareness outward, sensing the distances between objects, the invisible boundaries that defined where one thing ended and another began. It felt almost like he could see the threads connecting everything to reality, and if he concentrated hard enough, he could manipulate those threads. Today, he decided to attempt something more ambitious. He'd been reading about Gojo Satoru, the legendary jujutsu sorcerer who was said to possess infinite power through his limitless technique. Izuku had discovered obscure jujutsu forums and websites, hidden corners of the internet where enthusiasts discussed techniques and powers that had no equivalent in the hero society he knew. The parallels were impossible to ignore. The descriptions of Gojo's power matched what Izuku was beginning to understand about his own abilities. The Limitless appeared to be a spatial manipulation technique, one that worked by interacting with the very fabric of space itself. If that was truly what he possessed, then theoretically, he should be able to achieve the technique's most fundamental applications. Izuku focused on an empty cardboard box about 5 meters away. He activated his six eyes, feeling that familiar tingling sensation behind his eyes as his perception expanded. The box suddenly became surrounded by an invisible field, a boundary between it and the rest of reality. He concentrated on that space, on the invisible pressure that existed between his will and the physical world. And then he attempted what he'd been researching. Infinity. The concept was abstract, almost impossible to conceptualize. But as Izuku pushed his will outward, he felt it manifest. Space suddenly expanded around the box, becoming infinitely vast in the microscopic distance between his power and the target. The closer anything tried to get to the box, the more space it would have to traverse. Technically, it was possible to reach it, but it would require traveling through an infinite distance. He opened his eyes fully and picked up a small pebble. He threw it toward the box. The pebble slowed as it approached the invisible field surrounding the box. It came to a complete stop approximately 30 centimeters away from the target, hovering in midair as though trapped in molasses. Izuku increased the intensity of his concentration, and the pebble began to float backward, inexorably pushed away by the infinite space between reality and the barrier he'd created. Yes, Izuku whispered, his voice trembling with excitement and exhaustion. He held the field for nearly 2 minutes before his concentration wavered and the barrier collapsed. The pebble dropped to the ground immediately. Izuku's nosebleed had resumed. Blood dripped steadily onto his shirt, staining the fabric crimson. He'd learned to expect this by now. Using his powers drained him significantly, pushing his body to its limits. But with each use, he felt the strain decreasing slightly. His body was adapting, learning how to channel these impossible forces without tearing itself apart in the process. He sat down on his customary step and pulled out his analysis notebook. His handwriting had become increasingly frantic over the past week, filled with theories and observations and wild speculation. Infinity application, successful. Successfully created a spatial barrier that functioned according to theoretical principles. The barrier appeared to operate by expanding distance infinitively, making physical traversal extremely difficult or impossible. This aligns with documented descriptions of Gojo Satoru's limitless technique. Implications are significant. If I can truly replicate this power, then I possess one of the most overpowered abilities known to exist. He paused, then continued. The six eyes appear to be the mechanism through which I perceive and manipulate space. They function as both sensory organs and focal points for my power. Their evolution is ongoing. Every day I notice new details in my field of vision, new layers of perception becoming available to me. I'm beginning to theorize that the full potential of these eyes may not be immediately apparent. There may be additional functions and abilities that will unlock as I grow stronger and more experienced. A sound interrupted his note-taking. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing through the warehouse. Izuku's head snapped up immediately, his entire body going rigid. He closed his eyes and activated his six eyes, his perception expanding outward through the warehouse. He could see the footsteps before he could hear them, could track the disturbance in space created by a person moving through the building. There were two of them. Both large, both radiating the casual confidence of people who expected to encounter no resistance. As they drew closer, Izuku caught sight of them through the warehouse's partially broken walls. They wore dark clothing, moved with the coordinated efficiency of trained fighters. "Nothing in this section," one of them said, his voice rough and accented. "Building's been empty for years." "Yeah, but the boss said he felt something strange around here," the other replied. "Some kind of power surge. We're supposed to investigate any anomalies." Izuku's heart began to race. Power surge. Were they talking about his training? Had his abilities been detected by someone? He made a decision in that moment, a choice that would have ripples extending far into his future. Instead of hiding, instead of running, he stood up and stepped out into the main warehouse floor, directly into the light of the setting sun streaming through the broken windows. The two men stopped immediately. Their hands moved to their sides, resting on what appeared to be concealed weapons. "Who the hell are you, kid?" the first man demanded, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Izuku took a breath and let his six eyes activate fully. His irises shifted, becoming luminous, displaying the intricate patterns that defined them. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he said quietly. "And I'm going to ask you to leave this warehouse immediately." The two men exchanged glances. Then they began to laugh, a harsh, grating sound that echoed off the concrete walls. "Did you hear that?" the second man asked mockingly. "The kid's threatening us." "Yeah, I heard it," the first replied. He drew a weapon from his jacket, not a gun, but something that resembled a modified stun device. "Kid, you're about to make a very big mistake." He lunged forward with surprising speed for a man of his size, the stun device crackling with electricity. Izuku didn't move. He simply focused on the space between himself and the attacker. Infinity. The man's forward momentum stopped abruptly. He hung suspended in midair, frozen in the space between movement and arrival, unable to traverse the infinitely expanding distance that Izuku had created around himself. The stun device fell from his nerveless fingers, clattering to the concrete floor. The second man's face went pale. What the hell are you?" he gasped. Izuku stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. "I told you to leave," he said. "I won't ask again." He released his infinity technique, and the suspended man collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. He scrambled backward, his eyes wide with terror, and grabbed the arm of his companion. "Move, move, move," he shouted, pulling the other man away. They ran, their footsteps echoing frantically through the warehouse as they fled toward the exit. Within seconds, they were gone, disappearing into the industrial district beyond. Izuku stood alone in the center of the warehouse, his entire body shaking. He'd just used his powers against actual people, had just demonstrated abilities he barely understood to complete strangers. It had been reckless. Incredibly reckless. But it had also been necessary. And it had revealed something important. His powers were real, they were effective, and most importantly, they were far more powerful than anything these ordinary thugs could comprehend. He sat down heavily and pulled out his phone, scrolling through news apps and underground forums, searching for any information about organized criminal activity in the area. It didn't take long to find something. A group called the Vanguard had been identified by heroes as operating in the industrial district, involved in everything from weapons smuggling to quirk experimentation. The men he'd just encountered were likely members of this organization, which meant they would report back to someone in their hierarchy. Which meant that in all likelihood, word of what he could do would eventually reach people far more dangerous than street-level thugs. Izuku made another decision in that moment. He would accelerate his training. He would master his powers as quickly as possible. Because if dangerous organizations were beginning to take notice of him, he needed to be ready. He stood up and began his exercises again, starting with the fundamentals. He would practice the infinity technique until it became second nature. He would learn to manipulate space with precision and efficiency. He would push his body to adapt to the enormous energy demands that using his powers required. The sun was fully setting now, painting the warehouse in shades of deep orange and violet. Izuku worked through the darkness, relying entirely on his 6 eyes to perceive the world around him. In the absence of normal light, his spiritual perception became even sharper, even more defined. Hours passed. His nosebleeds multiplied, his entire shirt becoming soaked with blood by the time he finally stopped. But with each repetition, each practice cycle, he felt his control improving. The barrier around the box now held stable for 5 minutes at a time, then 10, then 15. By the time he left the warehouse, well past midnight, Izuku had made significant progress. He could now create and maintain his infinity barriers with minimal concentration cost. The technique was becoming intuitive, almost instinctual. As he walked through the quiet streets toward his apartment, Izuku couldn't help but think about what lay ahead of him. A year ago, he'd been just another quirkless kid, destined to live a normal life in a society that had no place for people like him. But now he was something entirely different. He was someone the universe had marked for greatness, someone given power that rivaled even the mightiest heroes. The question was no longer whether he could become a hero. The question was what kind of hero he would choose to be. His apartment was dark and quiet when he arrived home. His mother was asleep. He showered quickly, being careful to hide the extent of the blood, then collapsed into bed with his mind still churning. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Tomorrow the Vanguard or someone connected to them would likely begin investigating what had happened in that warehouse. Tomorrow his life would become considerably more complicated. But tonight, as sleep finally claimed him, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself to smile. For the first time in his life, he felt truly powerful. For the first time, he felt like he truly belonged in this world of heroes and powers and impossible abilities. The future stretched ahead of him, vast and unlimited. And unlike before, Izuku was finally ready to face whatever it might bring. The week after his encounter with the Vanguard members had been agonizingly tense. Izuku waited for the other shoe to drop, waited for someone to come looking for him, waited for his quiet life to be completely upended. But nothing happened. The days passed with an almost oppressive normalcy that made him question whether the entire incident had even been real. School became increasingly difficult to navigate. Izuku found himself distracted during classes, his mind constantly returning to his training, to the parameters of his newfound abilities, to the endless possibilities that his powers represented. His grades remained acceptable, he was too disciplined to let them slip noticeably, but several of his teachers commented that he seemed distant, preoccupied. Bakugo noticed, of course. Bakugo noticed everything about Izuku, though their interaction remained as hostile as ever. During lunch, the explosive blonde had cornered him near the school's training grounds, his usual aggressive demeanor amplified by something that almost resembled curiosity. "You've been weird lately, Deku," Bakugo had said, his explosions crackling softly in his palms. "What are you plotting? And don't give me that bullshit about studying harder. I know you better than that." Izuku had simply smiled and walked away, leaving Bakugo standing alone with his fists clenched in frustrated confusion. There was a subtle confidence in that smile, a quiet certainty that he possessed something Bakugo could never truly comprehend. It was the first time in his entire life that Izuku had felt genuinely superior to his childhood tormentor. But the week of normalcy ended on Friday evening when his phone received an anonymous message. Unknown number, Izuku Midoriya. We know who you are. We know what you can do. Meet us at the Shibuya District Warehouse Complex, Building 7, at midnight tomorrow. Come alone. Come unarmed. This is not a request. Izuku stared at the message for several minutes, his heart hammering against his ribs. This was it, the moment he'd been waiting for and dreading in equal measure. Someone had clearly investigated the incident at the warehouse, had tracked down his identity, and now wanted to speak with him directly. He spent the entire next day in a state of controlled anxiety. He attended school, went through his classes mechanically, and made sure to maintain perfect normalcy. No one could know what was about to happen. No one could suspect that he'd made contact with what was almost certainly an organized criminal organization. That night, he snuck out of his apartment at 11:30 and made his way to the Shibuya district. The warehouse complex was located in an abandoned industrial area, far enough from the city center that few people ventured there after dark. The buildings themselves were massive, sprawling structures of corrugated metal and concrete that had once housed manufacturing facilities decades ago. Building 7 was exactly as described in the message. 7 stories of deteriorating metal and broken windows, surrounded by a chain-link fence that had long since begun to rust. Izuku climbed the fence without difficulty and approached the main entrance. The door was unlocked. Inside, the warehouse was pitch black except for minimal moonlight filtering through the high windows. Izuku activated his 6 eyes, and the darkness became irrelevant. His spiritual perception lit up the entire space with perfect clarity. There were 8 people waiting for him on the main floor. 6 stood in a loose semicircle, their body language suggesting they were guards or enforcers of some kind. The other 2 stood slightly apart, a tall man in an expensive suit with slicked back black hair, and a shorter woman with violet eyes and strange purple markings on her skin. Izuku Midoriya, the man in the suit said, his voice smooth and refined. Thank you for accepting our invitation. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, and this is Toga Himiko. We represent an organization that has taken considerable interest in your capabilities. Izuku remained silent, studying both individuals carefully through his 6 eyes. The man, Tamura, radiated an almost palpable aura of danger. There was something wrong about him, something that didn't align with normal human biology. The woman, Toga, was harder to read, but her excitement at meeting him was almost physically tangible. You're not going to say anything? Toga asked, bouncing slightly on her heels. That's okay, that's okay. I like the strong and silent type. It's mysterious. What do you want? Izuku asked finally, his voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding his system. Tamura smiled, and the expression was deeply unsettling. We want to understand you, he said simply. One of our operatives reported encountering someone in an abandoned warehouse with what he described as reality warping capabilities. According to his account, you casually suspended him in midair through some kind of spatial manipulation technique. We became very interested at that point. I'm not interested in joining any organization, Izuku said flatly. That's not why we brought you here, Tamura replied calmly. He gestured to one of the guards, who produced a tablet and displayed its screen. We brought you here because we want to offer you something. Education, guidance, mentorship, even. The tablet showed images of various powers and abilities, some Izuku recognized as quirks, others that seemed to operate under entirely different principles. And then there were images labeled with names he'd seen in his jujutsu research, cursed techniques, sorcery, abilities that shouldn't exist in a society built on quirk-based genetics. What are these? Izuku asked, unable to contain his curiosity. The truth, Toga said, her voice taking on an almost reverent quality. There's a whole world beyond quirks and heroes and the Hero Commission's boring social structure. A world of real power. Real magic. Real abilities that the heroes could never stand against. We represent a coalition of interested parties, Tamura continued. Our goal is to fundamentally restructure society, to tear down the false hierarchy that the hero system has constructed and rebuild it according to more honest principles. We're not asking you to join us, Midoriya. We're offering you the opportunity to become something far greater than any hero society could ever allow. Izuku's mind was racing. Part of him recognized this as obviously a recruitment pitch, an attempt to manipulate him into joining a clearly criminal organization. But another part of him was genuinely intrigued. These people clearly understood that his abilities extended beyond the standard quirk framework. They seemed to possess knowledge about power systems that existed completely outside the hero society paradigm. "Why should I trust anything you're saying?" Izuku asked. Tamura's smile widened. "You shouldn't," he said honestly. "But consider this, we found you. We identified you despite your attempts at secrecy. We tracked down your name, your address, your school, your social connections. If we wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead. The fact that you're standing here having this conversation means we genuinely want something from you. And what we want is partnership." "Partnership in what?" Izuku asked cautiously. "In reshaping the world," Toga interjected enthusiastically. "Think about it, someone with your kind of power could do so much more than become some boring hero working for the government. You could reshape reality itself." Izuku felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. These people were dangerous, clearly involved in criminal activity at the highest levels. But they were also offering him something the hero society never could: acknowledgement that his power was truly unique, truly special, truly worthy of something beyond the standard hero training track. "I need to think about this," Izuku said finally. Tamura nodded, as though he'd expected exactly this response. "Take your time," he said. "We're patient. But understand that opportunities like this don't remain open indefinitely. Eventually, you'll have to choose which side of history you want to stand on." One of the guards produced a phone, a clean device with no markings or identifying information, and handed it to Izuku. "Use this to contact us when you've made your decision," Tamura instructed. "Your number is already programmed into the system. In Midoriya, don't do anything foolish like trying to contact the authorities. We have friends in every government institution, every hero agency, every level of society. Attempting to involve law enforcement would only accelerate our timeline." Izuku took the phone and nodded slowly. "I'll be in touch," he said. "See that you are," Toga added with a disturbing smile. The guards escorted him out of the warehouse, and within minutes, Izuku was walking back toward the fence line. He could feel their eyes on his back, could sense their presence with perfect clarity even after he'd stopped using his 6 eyes. He kept his pace steady, kept his expression neutral, kept his mind carefully compartmentalized. But inside, he was reeling. The encounter had confirmed several things he'd suspected but never been entirely certain about. First, there truly were power systems beyond quirks. Second, his abilities were exceptional enough to warrant attention from powerful organizations. And third, he was now standing at a genuine crossroads where his choices would have enormous consequences. He didn't go directly home. Instead, he made his way to his favorite warehouse training ground and spent the remainder of the night running through exercises with his infinity technique. But his mind wasn't fully present. Part of his consciousness kept replaying the conversation with Tamura and Toga, analyzing their words for hidden meanings, trying to determine whether any of what they'd said could possibly be trusted. By the time dawn broke, Izuku had reached a decision. He wouldn't join their organization, that much was certain. But he also wouldn't immediately reject them. Instead, he would continue training in secret, would gather more information about their goals and methods, and would keep the lines of communication open. Knowledge was power, and the more he understood about this shadowy world of quirks beyond quirks, the better equipped he'd be to navigate it. Saturday passed in a blur of pretense. Izuku attended school, studied at the library, and maintained his cover as a normal teenager. But beneath the surface, his mind was working through the implications of everything he'd learned. That evening, as he was reviewing his research into jujutsu sorcery and cursed techniques, his mother knocked on his bedroom door. "Izuku, honey, can we talk?" she asked, her voice carrying a note of concern. He closed his laptop immediately and gestured for her to sit. "What's wrong?" he asked, though he could guess the answer. His mother sat on the edge of his bed, her expression worried. "You've been different lately," she said. "Ever since your headaches started a few weeks ago. I'm worried about you. Is there something you're not telling me? Are you being bullied at school? Is something happening that I should know about?" Izuku wanted to tell her everything. Wanted to explain about his powers, about his training, about the strange organization that was now taking an interest in him. But he knew he couldn't. Keeping her in the dark was actually a form of protection. If his mother didn't know about any of this, then she couldn't be leveraged against him by anyone. "I'm fine, Mom," he said, and he meant it with surprising sincerity. "I'm just going through some changes. Growth, you know. I'm becoming a different person than I was before." His mother studied his face for several long moments, then nodded slowly. "I know you're growing up," she said softly. "And I know you have secrets that you feel you need to keep from me. That's normal, part of being a teenager. But I want you to know that if you ever need help, if you ever find yourself in a situation that you can't handle alone, you can come to me. I'm still your mother, Izuku. That doesn't change." She kissed the top of his head and left his room, closing the door quietly behind her. Izuku sat in the darkness, processing the weight of her words. His mother's trust was something he'd always taken for granted, but now it felt fragile and precious in a way it never had before. He made a silent promise to himself that no matter what path he chose, no matter what power he gained, he would never allow his mother to be harmed because of him. Sunday morning, he received a text on the burner phone from Tamura. "Tamura, have you given our offer consideration? We would like to begin your formal training this week." Izuku stared at the message for a long time before composing his response. "Izuku, I'm interested in learning more about your organization's training methods and philosophy. But I'm not making any commitments until I fully understand what I'm potentially joining. I'll meet with you again, but on my terms and my timeline." The response came almost immediately. "Tamura, acceptable. We admire your caution. It demonstrates you're not a fool. Contact us when you're ready for the next conversation. And Midoriya, welcome to the game." Izuku deleted both messages and powered down the burner phone. He had just taken a step that he couldn't easily walk back. He'd engaged with a criminal organization in a way that suggested ongoing involvement. But he'd done so carefully, keeping his options open, maintaining plausible deniability. That afternoon, he returned to his warehouse training ground and began pushing himself harder than ever before. If he was going to navigate the dangerous waters he'd entered, he needed to be stronger. He needed to master his infinity technique. He needed to develop new applications of his power, new ways of defending himself against threats he couldn't yet fully comprehend. For hours, he worked through his exercises, creating and collapsing barriers, experimenting with the spatial distortions his six eyes allowed him to perceive. Sweat and blood mixed on his face, soaking into his shirt. His body trembled with exhaustion, but his mind remained clear and focused. By sunset, he'd achieved something new. He'd managed to create an infinity barrier that could be maintained passively without constant active concentration. It formed a protective sphere around himself that would automatically repel anything attempting to enter. The technique was unstable and required periodic reinforcement, but it represented a significant breakthrough in his ability to maintain defensive capabilities while pursuing other actions. As night fell across the city, Izuku stood alone in the darkness of the warehouse, surrounded by the physical manifestations of his power: crumpled metal, displaced concrete, shattered glass. Around him, invisible to normal perception, lay the spatial distortions he'd created, layers of barrier and manipulation that would confound and confuse anyone attempting to understand what had happened here. He thought about Tamura's words. "Welcome to the game." But Izuku understood something that Tamura perhaps didn't fully grasp. This wasn't a game. This was survival. And in matters of survival, the only rule that mattered was being strong enough to dictate your own terms. As he made his way home through the quiet streets of the industrial district, Izuku Midoriya understood that he was no longer simply a teenager with newly manifested powers. He was something far more dangerous. He was someone caught between worlds, between the hero society that would eventually discover him, between the criminal organizations that wanted to use him, between the normal life he'd once dreamed of and the extraordinary existence his powers demanded. But unlike before, he was no longer afraid of that position. He was prepared to master his abilities. He was prepared to protect those he loved. And if necessary, he was prepared to stand against anyone and anything that threatened his freedom or his future. The city stretched out before him, full of possibilities and dangers in equal measure. And somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, Izuku could feel his limitless power waiting, infinite and patient, ready to be unleashed whenever he might need it. 2 weeks had passed since Izuku's second encounter with Tamura's organization. 2 weeks of maintaining perfect normalcy at school while simultaneously conducting increasingly intensive training sessions in abandoned warehouses. 2 weeks of walking a tightrope between the criminal underworld and the hero society, careful never to stumble and fall completely into either realm. His control over the infinity technique had evolved dramatically. What had once required intense concentration and resulted in severe nosebleeds now felt almost natural, like moving his arm or blinking his eyes. He developed the ability to create multiple layers of barriers simultaneously, to maintain defensive fields while pursuing offensive applications of his power, to expand his spatial manipulation across increasingly vast distances. The physical toll remained significant. His mother had begun commenting on how much weight he'd lost, how dark the circles under his eyes had become. She'd asked multiple times if he was sleeping enough, if something was troubling him, if he wanted to see a doctor. Each time, Izuku had given her reassurances that bordered on lies. He was sleeping approximately 4 hours per night. Something was most definitely troubling him. And seeing a doctor would accomplish nothing except alerting authorities to his unusual condition. School had become almost unbearably tedious. His classmates seemed to exist in an entirely different reality, one where their greatest concerns were test scores and entrance exams and the standard social dramas of adolescence. Izuku found himself struggling to maintain even the pretense of engagement. The gap between what he was becoming and what everyone around him thought he was had grown impossibly wide. Bakugo had noticed the change most acutely. During a PE class, when they'd been divided into sparring pairs, Bakugo had approached Izuku with his usual aggressive enthusiasm. "Finally, I get to fight you without you running away like a coward," Bakugo had said, his palms already crackling with explosive force. The match had lasted approximately 15 seconds. Izuku had activated a minimal infinity barrier around himself and simply walked toward Bakugo, maintaining constant forward momentum. Every explosion that Bakugo generated was absorbed and dispersed by the infinite space surrounding Izuku's body. When he reached Bakugo, he had gently pushed the blonde backward with negligible force, and Bakugo had crashed through the reinforced training room wall. The entire class had fallen silent. The PE instructor had stared in shock. And Bakugo, covered in dust and rubble, had looked up at Izuku with an expression that combined rage, confusion, and for the first time ever, something that might have been actual fear. What the hell was that? Bakugo had demanded, scrambling to his feet. A demonstration, Izuku had replied calmly, his 6 eyes still luminous with power. He'd been called to the principal's office immediately. Nezu had studied him across the principal's desk with an intensity that suggested the intelligent rat was seeing him differently than before. "That was quite an impressive display of power, Midoriya," Nezu had said carefully. "Though I must confess I'm troubled by what I witnessed. That barrier technique you employed, it doesn't match any known quirk classification in our database. Where exactly did you learn such a technique?" Izuku had chosen his words carefully. "I've been studying various martial arts and meditation techniques," he'd said, which was technically true. "I've been practicing energy manipulation and defensive positioning. It's all perfectly legal and within the bounds of standard training protocols." Nezu had continued studying him for several long moments. "I see," the principal had said finally. "Well, regardless of the origin of your technique, I must insist that you practice greater restraint when sparring with your classmates. Bakugo's injuries, while not serious, represent a liability for both you and UA Academy. Am I understood?" "Perfectly understood," Izuku had replied. But as he'd left the principal's office, he'd felt Nezu's eyes on his back, and he'd known with absolute certainty that the principal was now actively investigating him. Nezu was clearly no ordinary administrator. The principal possessed both the intelligence and the resources to conduct serious inquiries into student backgrounds and abilities. That evening, sitting alone in his warehouse training ground, Izuku had made a critical decision. He could no longer afford to maintain his cover as an ordinary student. Too many people were beginning to notice the inconsistencies, the impossible displays of power, the fundamental strangeness of his abilities. He needed to accelerate his timeline. He'd contacted Tamura through the burner phone. "Izuku, I'm ready to meet with you again. I want to understand more about your organization's long-term goals and what role you envision for me." The response had come within seconds. "Tamura, excellent. Meet us at the same location tomorrow evening at 9. Thursday evening found Izuku making his way back to the Shibuya District warehouse complex. This time, he wasn't nervous. If anything, he felt a strange calm, as though he'd already committed to a particular path and was now simply following it through to its logical conclusion. Building 7 was more brightly lit than before. Torches and portable lights had been set up throughout the main warehouse floor, creating a space that resembled some kind of underground command center. There were more people present as well, at least 20 individuals in total, many of them displaying visible signs of enhancement or modification that suggested they weren't entirely normal humans. Tamura was waiting at the center of the space, along with Toga and several other individuals that Izuku hadn't seen before. One of them was a large man with prominent scars covering his entire body. Another was a woman with what appeared to be a living mist or cloud surrounding her form. A third was a figure in dark robes that seemed to absorb light itself. Izuku Midoriya, Tamura said, his smile widening. Welcome back. I want you to meet some of our organization's senior operatives. This is Muscular, Mist, and Dabi. Each of them represents specific branches of our operation. Izuku studied each of them carefully through his 6 eyes. They were all powerful in their own ways, all possessed abilities that placed them firmly above the level of standard human enhancement. But none of them radiated the particular flavor of strength that Izuku now possessed. None of them had that quality of being fundamentally altered by their power in the way he had been. Impressive, Mist commented, her voice like wind through empty corridors. This one has interesting aura. Different from typical quirk manifestations. That's because his power isn't a typical quirk, Tamura said. Midoriya possesses something far more fundamental. Something that operates according to entirely different principles. He gestured toward Izuku. Would you mind demonstrating your ability for our colleagues? Tamura asked. Izuku took a moment to consider, then nodded. He activated his 6 eyes fully, feeling the familiar tingling sensation as his perception expanded outward. The warehouse suddenly became perfectly clear to him. Every atom, every particle of dust, every invisible force that bound matter together and held reality in its current configuration. He focused on a large metal container sitting on the far side of the warehouse, something that appeared to be several hundred kilograms in weight. Infinity. The container lifted off the ground, rising smoothly through the air until it hovered approximately 5 meters above the concrete floor. Around it, invisible to normal human perception but perfectly clear to Izuku's 6 eyes, infinite space expanded. Anyone attempting to approach the container would have to traverse an impossible distance, their movement slowed by the warping of space itself. He held the container aloft for 30 seconds, then gently lowered it back to the ground. The assembled operatives stared in stunned silence. Spatial manipulation, Dabi muttered. His burned face twisted into an expression of awed respect. I've never seen anything like it. None of us have, Tamura agreed. Which is precisely why we're so interested in Midoriya. With proper training and development, this power could reshape the entire balance of the hero society. He stepped closer to Izuku. Here's what I'm proposing, Tamura said. Join us formally. Undergo our training program, learn techniques and applications that will complement and enhance your natural abilities. In exchange, we'll provide resources, knowledge, and freedom to develop your power however you see fit. And when the time comes, when we're ready to make our move against the existing social order, your power will help us reshape the world. Izuku listened carefully to every word, analyzing the offer from multiple angles. The benefits were obvious: access to knowledge about power systems beyond quirks, resources for advanced training, the protection of a powerful organization. The drawbacks were equally obvious: he would be complicit in whatever crimes this organization was committing, would be bound to them in ways that could potentially compromise his freedom, would be taking a step toward becoming a villain rather than a hero. What exactly are your organization's methods? Izuku asked carefully. What kind of activities are you involved in? What are your actual goals? Tamura smiled, as though he'd been waiting for exactly this question. We're involved in everything, he said simply. Weapons trafficking, information brokerage, assassination, sabotage, psychological manipulation. We've infiltrated government institutions, hero agencies, entertainment companies. We have connections at every level of society. Our goal is to prove that the current hero system is fundamentally corrupt and unsustainable. We want to dismantle it and rebuild society according to more honest principles. And you believe that involves criminal activity? Izuku asked. We believe that society is already engaged in criminal activity, Toga interjected enthusiastically. The heroes are criminals, they maintain a corrupt system that oppresses anyone who doesn't fit into their narrow definitions of acceptable power. We're just being more honest about what we're doing. Izuku remained silent, processing the information. Everything they were saying wasn't entirely wrong. The hero society did have systemic issues, did maintain hierarchies that oppressed people without powerful quirks. But the solution they were proposing, anarchic dismantling of all existing structures, seemed destined to create even more chaos and suffering. I need to think about this, Izuku said finally. Of course, Tamura replied. But I should mention that a significant opportunity will be presenting itself within the next 3 days. An operation that could accelerate your training considerably and demonstrate your abilities in a practical context. We would very much like your participation. What kind of operation? Izuku asked. A rather delicate matter involving a hero agency that's been interfering with some of our operations, Tamura said smoothly. We're planning a coordinated strike to disrupt their activities and gather intelligence on their resources. Your role would be relatively straightforward. Use your spatial manipulation to disable their security systems and prevent any heroes from escaping the facility. Izuku's entire body went cold. You're asking me to attack a hero agency, he said flatly. We're asking you to take a stand against an institution that you know to be fundamentally unjust, Tamura corrected. The heroes at that agency have made choices to serve a corrupt system. They deserve to face consequences for those choices. I need to leave, Izuku said abruptly. He turned and began walking toward the warehouse exit, ignoring Tamura's calls behind him. Midoriya, wait, Tamura called out. You need to understand, you can't remain neutral forever. Eventually, you'll have to choose which side you're on. Izuku paused at the doorway and looked back. I've already chosen, he said. I'm choosing to become something you can never be. I'm choosing to become a hero. He left the warehouse and emerged into the cool night air, his heart pounding in his chest. As he walked away from the Shibuya district, back toward his apartment and his normal life, Izuku understood that he'd just made an irrevocable decision. He had rejected the criminal path. He had rejected Tamura's offer. Which meant that he was now on a collision course with the organization that had taken such an interest in him. He couldn't go to UA Academy, not yet. They weren't equipped to understand or train someone with his level of power. And going to them now would simply complicate matters, would raise too many questions that he wasn't prepared to answer. Instead, he would do what he'd always done. He would train in secret. He would master his abilities. And when the time came, when he was strong enough, he would face whatever challenges destiny placed before him. Friday morning, he received a text on the burner phone. Tamura, your rejection of our offer is noted. I hope you understand that you've made a powerful enemy today. Enjoy the rest of your life, because it won't be very long. Izuku deleted the message without responding. He knew what this meant. Tamura had declared him a threat. The organization would now actively work toward his elimination. But as he sat in his PE class that afternoon, watching his classmates going through their standard training exercises, Izuku felt no fear. If anything, he felt a strange sense of clarity. The path ahead was now completely clear. There were no more branching choices, no more moments of hesitation. He was committed fully to becoming the hero his power demanded he become. After school, he went directly to his warehouse training ground and spent the entire evening pushing himself to new limits. He created multiple infinity barriers simultaneously, layered them one on top of another, experimented with using his spatial manipulation in offensive contexts rather than purely defensive ones. By midnight, he'd achieved something new. He'd managed to weaponize his spatial manipulation in a way that went beyond simple barriers and containment. He could now create what he thought of as space slashes, razor-thin cuts in the fabric of space itself that could slice through almost any material with perfect precision. He tested the technique on a steel beam. A single space slash cut completely through it, leaving edges that were smoother than any tool could have created. Standing alone in the warehouse, surrounded by the physical evidence of his power, Izuku Midoriya understood that he had become something extraordinary. He was no longer just a teenager with a quirk. He was a being who could manipulate the fundamental fabric of reality itself. But power without purpose was meaningless. So he made a vow to himself in that moment. He vowed that he would use this power to protect people. He vowed that he would become a hero in the truest sense of the word, not because society demanded it, not because it was expected of him, but because his power demanded that he use it for the protection and advancement of others. As dawn broke across the city, casting the warehouse in shades of gold and purple, Izuku began his final preparation. He didn't know when Tamura would move against him. He didn't know what form the attack would take. But he knew with absolute certainty that it was coming. And this time, he would be ready. 3 days passed in tense anticipation. Izuku moved through his daily routines with mechanical precision, attending school, maintaining his grades, socializing with classmates just enough to avoid arousing suspicion. But beneath the surface, his entire being remained focused on a single objective: preparation for the conflict he knew was coming. He'd spent the nights in intensive training, pushing his spatial manipulation techniques to increasingly dangerous levels. The space slashes had become his most effective offensive weapon. A single cut could sever steel, concrete, or almost any material with perfect cleanliness. He'd practiced creating them at various angles and distances, learning to maintain precision even when maintaining multiple barriers simultaneously. On the 4th day, the attack came. It happened at approximately 3 in the morning while Izuku was training alone in his warehouse. He sensed them approaching through his 6 eyes before they even entered the building, 6 individuals moving with coordinated efficiency, their presence radiating the particular flavor of enhanced strength that marked them as combat specialists. They wore dark tactical gear and moved in formation, clearly trained soldiers rather than street-level thugs. The leader of the group was a tall woman with short black hair and cold, calculated eyes. She carried a weapon that resembled a modified rifle, its barrel crackling with some kind of electrical charge. "Izuku Midoriya," the woman announced, her voice cutting through the warehouse silence. "You've been targeted for elimination by the Vanguard organization. Surrender now, and we'll make this quick." Izuku remained calm, his 6 eyes tracking every movement, every breath, every minute detail of his surroundings. "I'm not going to surrender," he said simply. "And I'm not going to let you leave here to report back to Tamura." The woman's expression hardened. "So be it," she said. She raised her weapon and fired. The projectile moved at tremendous speed, far faster than any conventional bullet. But to Izuku's 6 eyes, it might as well have been moving in slow motion. He could see each microsecond of its trajectory, could perceive the electrical energy surrounding it, could track its vector with perfect precision. He raised his hand, and a thin barrier of infinite space materialized directly in front of him. The projectile struck the barrier and stopped abruptly, unable to traverse the infinitely expanding distance between the barrier and its target. It hung suspended in midair for a moment before falling to the concrete floor with a dull clang. The assembled soldiers exchanged glances of genuine shock. "Defensive shields," the leader muttered. "How predictable." "Muscular." "Missed." "Engage the target." 2 of the soldiers moved forward with surprising speed. One of them, presumably muscular, was a large man whose entire body seemed to be covered in some kind of reactive armor, his muscles enhanced far beyond normal human parameters. The other, Mist, created a cloud of what appeared to be toxic gas that began spreading through the warehouse with terrifying speed. Izuku didn't hesitate. He created a spherical barrier around himself that extended approximately 10 meters in all directions. The toxic gas encountered the barrier and simply ceased to spread, unable to penetrate the infinite space that separated it from Izuku's position. Muscular reached the barrier and attempted to push through, his enhanced strength bringing his fists crashing against the invisible wall of infinite space. But no amount of physical force could overcome an infinitely expanding distance. He was trapped, separated from his target by a gap that existed in the space between reality itself. "What is this?" Muscular snarled, his frustration evident. "Spatial manipulation," the leader said, her voice now carrying a note of genuine concern. "More advanced than we anticipated. All units, switch to ranged attacks. Focus on targeting from multiple angles to overwhelm his defensive capabilities." The remaining soldiers opened fire, unleashing a barrage of projectiles from multiple directions simultaneously. For a moment, Izuku's simple spherical barrier held. But the concentrated assault began to strain his concentration. He made a critical decision. Instead of trying to hold a single massive barrier, he created multiple smaller barriers, each positioned to deflect incoming projectiles at precise angles. The bullets and energy blasts ricocheted off the invisible walls, their trajectories altered so dramatically that they ended up striking the soldiers who had fired them. Within seconds, the warehouse had become a nightmare of crossfire as the attacking force's own weapons turned against them. Screams of pain echoed off the concrete walls as soldiers took their own ammunition. Izuku dismissed his barriers completely and stepped forward into open space. The leader, who had remained largely protected behind her tactical team, stared at him with an expression that combined horror and grudging respect. "You're not a standard quirk user," she said. It was a statement, not a question. "No," Izuku agreed. "I'm not." He raised his hand and created a space slash. The invisible blade of severed reality cut through the air between them, moving with terrible precision toward the leader's position. She dove to the side with impressive agility, and the space slash passed just inches away from her body. It continued onward, slicing cleanly through one of the warehouse's structural support columns. The metal beam fell, crashing to the ground with a sound like thunder. "Fall back," the leader commanded, her composure finally cracking. "All units, withdraw immediately. This operation is a failure." Her team didn't need to be told twice. The surviving soldiers began moving toward the warehouse exit, supporting the wounded among their number. Izuku could have stopped them, could have created barriers to trap them, could have ended this conflict definitively. But he chose not to. He'd accomplished his objective. He'd demonstrated that he was far more powerful than Tamura had anticipated. He'd shown that any direct assault against him would fail. And most importantly, he'd proven to himself that he could maintain control even in the face of intense combat stress. As the last soldier disappeared through the warehouse door, Izuku stood alone among the physical evidence of his victory. Fallen soldiers had been evacuated. Bullet casings littered the concrete floor. The air still carried the faint chemical signature of the toxic gas that Mist had attempted to deploy. He activated his 6 eyes and carefully scanned the area, checking for any remaining threats, any hidden assassins, any secondary traps that might have been set. But the warehouse was empty now, vacant except for him and the wreckage of the failed assault. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as the adrenaline began to fade from his system. This had been his first real combat encounter, his first genuine use of his power against adversaries who were actively trying to harm him. The experience was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. He spent the remainder of the night cleaning up the warehouse, removing any evidence that could be traced back to him. He wiped down surfaces, collected spent projectiles, and carefully examined the area for anything he might have missed. By dawn, the warehouse looked much as it always did, an abandoned, empty structure containing nothing of particular interest. That morning, before heading to school, Izuku received a text on the burner phone. "Tamura, impressive display of power at the warehouse. Your elimination squad was hand-picked, among the best we have available. The fact that you destroyed them so thoroughly has changed our assessment of your threat level. Consider this an official declaration of war. We will come for you again, and next time, we won't send amateurs." Izuku deleted the message without responding. He understood perfectly what Tamura was communicating. This was no longer a situation where they were seeking to recruit him or threaten him into compliance. This was now existential conflict. He and the Vanguard were locked in a struggle that would only end with one side completely destroyed. At school, everything proceeded normally on the surface. Izuku attended his classes, took notes, participated in discussions. But internally, he was constantly assessing, analyzing, thinking about how to prepare for the next assault. He knew it would come. It was only a matter of time. During lunch, Bakugo cornered him in the hallway. "You did something," Bakugo said bluntly. "I can feel it. Whatever that training is that you've been doing, whatever that power was that you used on me, it's gotten stronger. A lot stronger." Izuku met Bakugo's gaze steadily. "I'm becoming what I was always meant to be," he said simply. "That's bullshit," Bakugo snapped. "You were quirkless. I watched you grow up quirkless. I watched the doctors tell you that you would never have a quirk. So where the hell did this power come from?" "The same place yours comes from," Izuku replied. "From inside me. From the potential that was always there, waiting to be activated." Bakugo stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Whatever," he said finally. "I don't care where it came from. All I care about is that I'm going to beat you in combat someday. I'm going to prove that I'm the strongest hero. You can try, Izuku said. But you'll fail. There was no arrogance in the statement, only absolute certainty. Bakugo seemed to sense that certainty, because for the first time in their entire lives, he didn't respond with explosive anger. Instead, he simply walked away, his shoulders tense with frustrated acceptance of a reality he couldn't quite process. That afternoon, Izuku made a decision. He couldn't remain a secret for much longer. Too many people were beginning to notice his existence, too many people were taking an active interest in him. He needed to take control of the narrative before events spiraled beyond his ability to manage. He contacted Nezu through the school's communication system and requested a private meeting in the principal's office. Nezu looked up from his paperwork as Izuku entered, the intelligent rat studying the teenager with an intensity that suggested he already knew something significant was about to be revealed. Midoriya, Nezu said warmly. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Izuku took a breath and made his decision to trust. Principal Nezu, I have something I need to tell you, he said. Something that's going to seem incredibly difficult to believe. But I'm going to tell you anyway, because I think I need guidance on how to handle what's about to happen in my life. Over the next hour, Izuku revealed everything. He explained about his awakening to his Limitless and Six Eyes powers. He described his training regimen and his development of various techniques. He discussed his initial encounter with Tamura's organization and his subsequent rejection of their recruitment efforts. He even mentioned the assassination attempt that had occurred the previous night. Nezu listened in complete silence, his small frame utterly still, his expression unreadable. Only his eyes moved, tracking Izuku's face with those incredibly intelligent rodent eyes that seemed to perceive far more than what was being directly stated. When Izuku finally fell silent, Nezu took a long moment before responding. This is quite a revelation, the principal said quietly. And I must confess, much of what you've described aligns with observations I've been making about you over the past several weeks. There was something fundamentally different about your power, something that didn't fit into any standard classification. He removed his glasses and cleaned them thoughtfully. I have connections in various hero agencies and international organizations, Nezu continued. I've been doing some discrete research into power systems that exist outside the standard quirk framework. What you're describing, these Limitless and Six Eyes abilities, they sound remarkably similar to certain concepts that have appeared in various independent traditions throughout history. So you believe me? Izuku asked, surprised by how much he wanted that validation. I believe you, Nezu confirmed. More importantly, I understand what this means. You're not simply a talented student with an unusual quirk. You're something far more significant, someone who possesses power that could fundamentally alter the balance of society if weaponized improperly. Nezu stood and walked to a window overlooking the UA campus. I'm going to make you an offer, Midoriya, he said. One that I don't typically extend to any student. I'm going to bring you into a special training program, completely separate from the standard hero curriculum. You'll continue attending classes and maintaining the appearance of normalcy. But privately, I'm going to arrange for you to receive instruction from several of my most trusted colleagues. They're experts in advanced combat techniques, in power manipulation, and in the kind of strategic thinking that becomes necessary when one possesses your level of capability. Izuku felt something release in his chest, a tension he hadn't even fully recognized he was carrying. Thank you, he said simply. Don't thank me yet, Nezu replied. What I'm offering you is not a path to easy success. It's a path to genuine greatness, which means it will involve struggles and pain in moments where you question whether you're making the right choices. But I believe you have the potential to become something truly extraordinary, a hero who operates at a level that very few humans have ever achieved. He turned back to face Izuku. But first, we need to deal with the immediate threat posed by this vanguard organization. They've declared war on you, which means we need to position you in such a way that they can't simply hunt you down and eliminate you. I'm going to arrange protection for you and your mother. We're also going to need to gather intelligence on their operations so we can potentially dismantle them from within. What about my mother? Izuku asked with concern. Your mother will be relocated to a secure facility under UA protection, Nezu explained. She'll be told it's a routine safety measure for families of students attending our advanced training program. The actual truth, that you're in potential danger from organized criminals, will remain confidential. Over the following week, Izuku's life underwent dramatic transformation. His mother was moved to a secure apartment in a protected compound. He began receiving secret training sessions with specialized instructors who helped him refine his combat techniques, taught him about the nature of his limitless power, and began introducing him to a broader world of power systems that existed outside the standard hero society framework. One of his instructors was a former hero named Midnight who had retired from active duty but maintained connections throughout the hero world. She taught him about the history of non-standard powers, about the existence of underground communities of powerful individuals who existed outside the official hero hierarchy. Another instructor was a military strategist named Commander Aizawa who helped Izuku develop tactical thinking, who taught him how to assess threats, and who emphasized the importance of protective observation before committing to action. But the most significant instructor was a mysterious figure who went simply by the name, Sensei. This individual never revealed their face, always appearing in shadow during their sessions. But their knowledge of spatial manipulation was profound, suggesting that Sensei themselves possessed similar power or had studied it extensively. Your limitless technique is still crude, Sensei told him during one session. You're using it as a bludgeon when it should be wielded as a scalpel. The true power lies not in creating infinite space, but in understanding that space itself is malleable, that the distance between 2 points is not fixed but can be redefined according to your will. I don't understand, Izuku admitted. No, you don't, Sensei agreed. Not yet. But eventually, you will develop the insight necessary to truly master your power. And when you do, you'll become someone capable of reshaping reality itself according to your perception. 2 months passed in this strange rhythm of double lives. By day, Izuku maintained his facade as an ordinary student. By night, he trained with specialized instructors and refined his power to increasingly terrifying levels. His control over infinity improved dramatically. His space slashes became more precise, more efficient. And most importantly, he began to develop an intuitive understanding of how his 6 eyes perceived and interacted with reality. The vanguard remained conspicuously absent. Tamura made no further assassination attempts, launched no additional attacks. The silence was ominous in its own way, the quiet before a storm, the moment of preparation before a final confrontation. Izuku knew it was coming. He could feel it in the deepest part of his being, a pulling, a tension in the fabric of his destiny. The conflict with Tamura and his organization was not finished. It was merely entering a new and more dangerous phase. But for the first time since his power had awakened, Izuku was truly ready. He had training. He had allies. He had facilities and resources. Most importantly, he had a clear understanding of his own power and the potential it represented. As winter approached and the city began to dress itself in decorations and seasonal cheer, Izuku Midoriya stood at the threshold of becoming something truly legendary. He was no longer a quirkless kid with impossible dreams. He was no longer a teenager discovering newfound power. He was becoming a force of nature, a being who could manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. And whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever conflicts awaited him, he would face them with the absolute certainty that he was equal to any task, any opponent, any impossible situation. The future stretched before him, infinite and full of possibility. And unlike before, Izuku was no longer afraid of it. He was ready. 3 months into his secret training program, Izuku had become someone entirely different from the uncertain teenager who had first arrived at UA Academy. His body had transformed through intensive physical conditioning. His mind had been sharpened by countless hours of tactical analysis and strategic study. But most significantly, his understanding of his own power had evolved into something approaching mastery. The specialized training facility that Nezu had arranged was located beneath the UA campus, a hidden compound that existed completely separate from the main school infrastructure. The space was vast, easily spanning several hundred square meters across multiple underground levels. It contained training rooms equipped with advanced monitoring technology, libraries filled with research materials on power systems both conventional and obscure, and living quarters for instructors and specialized personnel. Today's training session began at dawn, as all of them did. Izuku materialized in the main combat chamber to find Sensei already waiting, their shadowed form standing motionless in the center of the vast space. "Good morning, Midoriya," Sensei said, their voice carrying that familiar quality of perfect calm. "Today we're going to work on something more advanced than what you've been practicing. Today we're going to explore the true nature of your limitless technique." Izuku bowed respectfully. "I'm ready," he said. "No, you're not," Sensei replied without apparent judgment. "But you will be. What we're about to practice requires you to fundamentally reframe your understanding of what infinity means. You've been treating it as a barrier, as a wall that expands infinitely to prevent traversal. But that's only the most basic application." Sensei raised their hand, and space itself seemed to warp around them. The entire training chamber suddenly appeared to shift, to rotate, to exist at impossible angles simultaneously. For a moment, Izuku's perception became completely disoriented, his 6 eyes overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of what they were perceiving. Then the warping stopped, and everything returned to normal. "What was that?" Izuku asked, his voice slightly shaken. "That was what you become capable of once you truly understand infinity," Sensei explained. "It's not just about expanding space. It's about redefining the nature of spatial relationships themselves. Distance becomes malleable. Direction becomes optional. The concept of proximity loses all meaning." Over the following hours, Sensei worked with Izuku on expanding his perceptual capabilities. They practiced techniques that involved not just creating barriers but actively manipulating the spatial relationships between objects. They worked on collapsing distance, on expanding perception, on the fundamental reconceptualization of what space actually meant. By the time the session ended, Izuku's entire body was drenched in sweat and blood. His nosebleed had been continuous for the last hour of training. But his understanding had transformed. He could now perceive space not as a passive container but as an active force that could be shaped and molded according to his will. He left the training chamber and made his way to the recovery wing, where a specialist named Drive Sato was waiting to assess his condition. Dr. Sato was a qualified physician who specialized in treating individuals with unusual biological responses to power usage. "Your adaptation rate is remarkable, Drive," Sato said, examining Izuku's various vitals. "Most individuals with your power level experience significant physical degradation after this intensity of training. But your body is actually healing faster than you're injuring it. It's as though your physical form is evolving in real time to accommodate the stresses you're placing on it." "Is that normal?" Izuku asked. "For standard quirks, absolutely not, Drive," Sato replied. "But your power isn't operating according to standard quirk mechanics. You're not just manifesting an ability, you're undergoing a fundamental biological transformation. Your 6 eyes are particularly interesting. The neural pathways in your brain are literally rewiring themselves to process the sensory information they're generating. In another year, I estimate your perception will reach a level that most humans couldn't comprehend." Izuku processed this information while Drive Sato administered treatment for his nosebleed. The knowledge that his body was actively evolving was both exciting and terrifying. It suggested that the transformation initiated by his power awakening was ongoing, that he would continue to change and develop in ways he couldn't fully predict. That evening, Izuku was summoned to Nezu's private office. The principal was reviewing intelligence reports when Izuku arrived, his small form looking almost comically undersized at the massive desk. "Midoriya, thank you for coming," Nezu said. "I wanted to update you on our monitoring of the Vanguard's activities. It appears they've become significantly more active in recent weeks. We're detecting increased meetings between their leadership, increased weapons procurement, and increased recruitment efforts among powerful individuals outside the Hero Society framework." He pulled up a holographic display showing various connected individuals and organizations. "We believe they're preparing for something major," Nezu continued. "Something that will occur within the next few months. Our intelligence suggests that you, or more specifically, your power, plays a significant role in their planning. They view you as either an asset they can acquire or a threat they need to eliminate." "What are our options?" Izuku asked calmly. "That depends on how aggressive you want to be," Nezu replied. "Option 1 is to maintain defensive posture, stay hidden, continue training, prepare yourself to respond to whatever assault they eventually launch. Option 2 is to go on offense, use our intelligence network to identify Vanguard operatives and neutralize them before they can pose a threat. Option 3 is to attempt direct infiltration and intelligence gathering from within their organization. Izuku considered each option carefully. What does your professional assessment suggest? He asked. My professional assessment suggests that you're already too powerful to effectively contain through conventional means, Nezu said frankly. If the Vanguard is taking you seriously as a threat, they're going to keep coming until they either succeed in eliminating you or you force them to stop. I don't believe we can prevent that conflict. We can only prepare for it. Then I want to go on offense, Izuku said. I want to know everything about their organization, their leadership structure, their resources, their operational capabilities. And once I have that information, I want to systematically dismantle them. Nezu smiled slightly. That's precisely what I was hoping you'd say, he replied. I've already prepared a comprehensive briefing on Vanguard operations. But before we proceed, there's something else you should know. We've recently made contact with several other individuals who possess unusual power systems similar to yours. They've been operating independently, without affiliation to any hero organization. We believe they might be valuable allies. Who are they? Izuku asked. There's a young woman named Uraraka who possesses gravitational manipulation abilities, Nezu explained. She's trained herself extensively and operates with incredible precision. There's also a male individual named Todoroki who controls both fire and ice with remarkable sophistication. And then there's Iida, who possesses speed and movement enhancements that allow him to accelerate and decelerate in ways that shouldn't be theoretically possible. Why haven't they contacted me before? Izuku asked. Because until recently, they didn't know about you, Nezu replied. And I wasn't certain whether bringing you together would help or complicate the situation. But now that we're moving toward more active operations against the Vanguard, I think it's time to bring these individuals into the conversation. You should have allies with comparable power levels. You shouldn't be facing this threat alone. Over the following week, Izuku was introduced to each of these individuals in carefully orchestrated meetings. Uraraka turned out to be a determined young woman with warm brown eyes and a fierce dedication to protecting others. She explained how her gravitational manipulation had manifested at approximately the same time as Izuku's awakening, suggesting some kind of global event or energy surge that had triggered the emergence of these unusual abilities. Todoroki was more reserved but equally powerful. His control over his dual fire and ice abilities was extraordinary, his movements precise and efficient. He explained that he'd been trained by someone he refused to identify but who appeared to possess extensive knowledge of power systems that existed outside conventional frameworks. Iida was perhaps the most enthusiastic about joining forces. His speed-based abilities made him invaluable for reconnaissance and rapid deployment. He spoke about his younger brother with obvious admiration and determination, suggesting that his motivation for cultivating his power was connected to a desire to protect family members from threats. Within 2 weeks, Izuku's small team had been assembled. Within 3 weeks, they were conducting their first coordinated operation against Vanguard interests. The target was a weapons smuggling operation being conducted from a warehouse in the industrial district. The operation proceeded smoothly. Izuku used his spatial manipulation to neutralize security systems. Uraraka used her gravitational control to immobilize sentries without causing serious harm. Todoroki suppressed electrical countermeasures using his ice manipulation. And Iida provided rapid transport, moving between locations with supernatural speed. The entire operation took approximately 40 minutes from start to finish. Vanguard operatives were neutralized, confiscated weapons were documented and catalogued for destruction, and intelligence regarding broader organizational operations was collected. As they exfiltrated from the warehouse, Izuku felt something crystallize within him. For the first time, he wasn't facing the Vanguard alone. He had allies with comparable power levels. He had a team that he could actually work with, who understood what he was facing and were willing to stand beside him. That was excellent coordination, Todoroki said as they regrouped in a safe house afterward. You all performed your roles with precision. We make a good team, Uraraka agreed enthusiastically. Imagine what we could accomplish if we formalized our coordination. We're already doing that, Izuku replied. We're already becoming exactly what the Vanguard fears most, a force of individuals with power comparable to their own, but dedicated to stopping them instead of serving them. Over the following weeks, Izuku and his team conducted 7 more operations against Vanguard interests. Each operation was more ambitious than the last. Each operation netted them valuable intelligence about the organization's structure and capabilities. They discovered that the Vanguard had connections far deeper than anyone had initially believed. They found evidence of coordination with international criminal organizations, with rogue government agencies, with powerful individuals operating in the shadows of legitimate society. Most significantly, they discovered the identity of the mysterious figure who had been pulling Tamura's strings, a powerful individual known only as All for One, whose control over various exotic abilities suggested he possessed something far more unusual than a simple quirk. This information changed everything. It meant that defeating Tamura wouldn't end the threat. It meant that there was a larger, darker power operating behind the scenes, orchestrating events from positions of deep concealment. Izuku brought this information to Nezu during one of their regular debriefing sessions. All for one, Nezu said quietly, his expression suddenly grave. I was hoping we wouldn't encounter that name again. That individual has been operating at the highest levels of society for decades. They're connected to governments, hero agencies, international crime syndicates. Defeating them would require coordination at a scale that most national governments couldn't accomplish. So what do we do? Izuku asked. For now, we gather intelligence, Nezu replied. We identify their operatives, we map their network, we understand the full scope of their operations. Once we have a complete picture, we can develop a strategy for dismantling them. But that's a long-term project. For now, continue with your operations against the Vanguard. Each operation you conduct weakens their operational capacity and forces them to either consolidate their resources or expand recklessly. During his training sessions with Sensei, Izuku brought up the subject of All for One. That name carries significant historical weight, Sensei said, their shadowed form seeming to tense. All for One is not an individual you can simply defeat through combat superiority. They're a strategic thinker who sees several moves ahead at all times. They're someone who views people as pieces on a board, to be manipulated and sacrificed according to their grand design. Can they be defeated? Izuku asked. Perhaps, Sensei replied, but not through direct confrontation. Not through simple displays of power. They can only be defeated by someone who is willing to play their game at a higher level of complexity than they themselves operate at. 4 months into his training and his collaboration with his new team, Izuku received an unexpected communication. It came through secure channels that should have been impenetrable to anyone outside UA's protected network. The message was simple, Izuku Midoriya. You've proven yourself impressive. I've been watching your development with considerable interest. I believe you and I should meet. There are things you need to understand about your power, about the nature of the world you're now inhabiting, about the true game you've become entangled in. Come to the abandoned hospital in the Shibuya district at midnight tomorrow, alone. Come prepared for revelation. The message bore no signature, no identifying information. But Izuku didn't need to be told who it was from. The tone, the elegance of the communication, the casual certainty that he would accept the invitation, all of it pointed to a single conclusion. All for One wanted to meet him. Izuku brought the message to Nezu immediately. This is exactly what we want, Nezu said, his intelligent eyes gleaming with something that might have been anticipation. This is an opportunity. If we can capture All for One, if we can gather enough intelligence from them to dismantle their entire network, it would change everything. And if it's a trap? Izuku asked. Then you'll need to be strong enough to escape it, Nezu replied. Or strong enough to destroy it. We'll provide surveillance and backup, though we'll keep it at a distance. You'll go in alone as requested, but you won't truly be alone. That night, Izuku barely slept. He spent hours reviewing his training, practicing his techniques, mentally preparing himself for whatever was about to occur. His team wanted to accompany him, but Izuku insisted on going alone. This was something he needed to face by himself. The night of the meeting arrived cold and clear. Izuku made his way through the streets of Shibuya to the abandoned hospital, his 6 eyes fully active, perceiving every detail of his surroundings with supernatural clarity. The hospital was a massive structure, its windows dark and empty, its corridors filled with the shadows of decades of disuse. Inside, Izuku's perception expanded, reaching out through the building to identify any threats, any ambushes, any waiting assassins. He found nothing, which was somehow more terrifying than if he'd found an army. He made his way to the building's center, to a large atrium that had once served as a hospital gathering space. At the center of that atrium stood a single figure, tall, imposing, radiating an aura of power that made Izuku's skin prickle despite his newfound confidence. "Izuku Midoriya," the figure said, their voice deep and resonant. "Welcome. I am All for One. And I believe it's time we discussed your future." Izuku met their gaze steadily. "I have no interest in serving you," he said flatly. All for One smiled. "That's not what I'm offering," they replied. "I'm offering something far more interesting. I'm offering you the truth." The hospital atrium seemed to shrink around them, the vast empty space collapsing into something intimate and claustrophobic despite its physical dimensions. Izuku's 6 eyes remained fully active, tracking every micro-movement, every shift in All for One's stance, every infinitesimal change in their aura of power. All for One was different from what Izuku had anticipated. The figure before him wasn't merely powerful, they were fundamentally alien in their presentation. Their bodies seemed to exist slightly outside normal reality, as though they occupied a space that was tangentially adjacent to the world everyone else inhabited. Their eyes contained depths that suggested centuries of accumulated experience and knowledge. "You're wondering what I am," All for One said, a smile playing at the corners of their mouth. "Whether I'm human, whether I'm something else entirely, whether the categories you've learned to understand power through even apply to me. I'm wondering what you want from me," Izuku replied, keeping his voice steady despite the tension flooding through his body. "What I want," All for One said slowly, "is for you to understand something fundamental about the world you've been discovering. Your limitless technique, your 6 eyes, these aren't quirks. They aren't even particularly unusual power systems when viewed from the appropriate perspective. They're manifestations of something far more ancient, far more profound. They're expressions of what I call the underlying reality that exists beneath the surface of what most humans perceive as normal existence." All for One began to walk, their movements flowing with supernatural grace. "Approximately 300 years ago, I made a discovery," they continued. "I discovered that the world most humans perceive is only one layer of a vastly more complex structure. Beneath it lies another reality entirely, one where the rules are different, where power operates according to different principles, where beings exist who are capable of things that would seem impossible to the average human." Izuku tracked All for One's movement carefully, ready to respond with infinity if they made any hostile gesture. "And you want to tell me this why?" Izuku asked. "Because you're on the verge of making a critical mistake," All for One replied. "You're planning to oppose me, to align yourself with that rat Nezu and his collection of powerful adolescents, to attempt to dismantle the organization I've spent centuries building. I want to prevent that mistake by offering you context that might change your perspective." All for One stopped approximately 5 meters away from Izuku, maintaining perfect distance. "The Hero Society as it currently exists is a construct," they said. "A necessary fiction designed to keep the vast majority of humanity pacified and controlled. The quirk system, the hero rankings, the entire apparatus of government and law enforcement, all of it is maintained through carefully orchestrated manipulation. And those of us who understand the underlying reality have spent generations deciding how that manipulation should proceed." "You're talking about a conspiracy," Izuku said flatly. "I'm talking about efficiency," All for One corrected. "Humanity is not capable of governing itself effectively without manipulation. Most people are fundamentally selfish, fundamentally limited in their ability to perceive abstract concepts or think beyond their immediate circumstances. The Hero Society provides them with a narrative framework that makes their limited existence feel meaningful." Izuku felt something crystallize within him, not agreement, but understanding. This was the fundamental philosophy driving everything All for One did. They viewed humanity as a problem to be managed, as raw material to be shaped according to their vision of proper organization. "And what's your alternative?" Izuku asked. "A world where power is openly acknowledged as the only true determinant of social hierarchy," All for One replied. "Where the strong rule and the weak serve according to natural law rather than the fiction of democratic equality. Tamura and his vanguard are simply tools I'm using to destabilize the current system. Once it collapses, I'll reshape society according to principles that are far more honest about the nature of human nature." "That's monstrous," Izuku said. That's realistic, All for One corrected. Your moral objections arise from the education the current system has provided you. You've been taught that all humans possess inherent value, that equality is achievable, that society should be structured around protecting the weak. These are beautiful lies designed to make weak people feel better about their fundamental inferiority. The truth is far simpler. Strength is the only value that matters, and power is the only force that drives meaningful change. Izuku took a step forward, his hands beginning to glow faintly with the luminescence of his 6 eyes. I'm not going to listen to your nihilistic philosophy, he said. And I'm not going to become whatever tool you're trying to recruit me as. All for One laughed, a sound like wind through an empty cathedral. You misunderstand, they said. I'm not trying to recruit you. I'm trying to teach you. You see, I've been monitoring your development very carefully. Your Limitless and 6 eyes represent something quite special. They represent a level of power that most humans never achieve, that most entire organizations can't muster. If properly developed, if properly trained, you could become something truly remarkable. Under your guidance, Izuku asked skeptically. Under no one's guidance but your own, All for One replied. That's what I'm offering you. Knowledge, education, the opportunity to understand the full potential of your power without the interference of limited thinkers like Nezu who view you as a tool to be managed rather than a force to be unleashed. All for One raised their hand, and the entire hospital seemed to shift around them. The walls became translucent, revealing layers of reality that Izuku's 6 eyes had never quite been able to perceive before. The space itself seemed to open, revealing vistas of impossible architecture, of cities suspended in non-Euclidean geometry, of places that existed in the spaces between normal reality. This is what exists beneath the surface, All for One said quietly. This is the true world. And you have the potential to master it in ways that only a few individuals throughout history have ever achieved. For a moment, Izuku felt temptation. The vision was beautiful in its complexity, terrible in its scope. The knowledge that such worlds existed, such possibilities remained available, it was intoxicating. But then he thought of his mother. He thought of Uraraka and Todoroki and Iida. He thought of everyone he'd encountered who faced oppression within the hero society despite their best efforts. He thought of Bakugo, struggling and competing without understanding why the entire system he'd been raised to believe in was fundamentally corrupt. Izuku released his infinity, but not as a simple barrier. Instead, he unleashed it as All for One had been teaching him to conceptualize it, as a force that could reshape spatial relationships themselves. The hospital atrium suddenly inverted, its geometry becoming impossible. Up became down. Inside became outside. The very concept of direction became negotiable. All for One's form flickered, momentarily disoriented by the spatial distortion. You're more advanced than I anticipated, they said, a note of respect entering their voice. I don't want your knowledge, Izuku said, his voice ringing with new authority. I don't want your guidance. And I'm going to stop you. I'm going to dismantle everything you've built, and I'm going to create something better in its place. Izuku collapsed his spatial distortion and created a space slash, a thin line of severed reality that cut across the hospital with terrifying precision. All for One moved with impossible speed, their forms simply stepping sideways out of reality entirely, emerging on the other side of the slash without having passed through the space between. Impressive, All for One said. But you need to understand something, young Midoriya. I've existed for 300 years. I've faced countless powerful adversaries. I've studied power systems that have been lost to history. You're remarkable, but you're not yet at the level required to pose a genuine threat to me. All for One raised their hand, and suddenly Izuku felt multiple presences surrounding him, not physically present in the hospital, but existing in some adjacent layer of reality. Izuku's 6 eyes could perceive them, dozens of powered individuals, all aligned with All for One, all waiting to be deployed. I'm going to give you a choice, All for One said. Stand down. Now. Cease your interference with my operations. Go back to being a normal hero, serving the system you've been taught to believe in. And I will allow you to live your life unmolested. I will even protect you from Tamura and the Vanguard, should they become problematic. Or, Izuku asked. Or I will demonstrate why attempting to oppose me is futile, All for One finished. I will unleash every resource at my disposal. I will target your mother. I will destroy everyone and everything you care about. And I will keep you alive specifically so you can watch it all happen, slowly understanding the mistake you've made in thinking you could oppose someone of my power and experience. Izuku's entire body went cold. The threat wasn't empty, he could sense it in All for One's tone, could perceive in their aura that they were entirely capable of executing every word of what they'd just said. I need time to think, Izuku said. Of course, All for One replied. You have 48 hours. After that, my patience expires, and my offer becomes significantly less generous. All for One's form began to fade, stepping back into whatever adjacent layer of reality they occupied. Use this time wisely, Izuku Midoriya, they said as they disappeared. The world is far more complex than you've been taught to believe. And the forces arrayed against you are far more powerful than a single individual, even one as exceptional as you, can stand against. Then they were gone, leaving Izuku alone in the hospital atrium. The walls solidified back into normal reality. The visions of impossible geometries faded. But the weight of All for One's words remained, pressing down on Izuku's consciousness like a physical force. He made his way out of the hospital and returned to the safe house where his team was maintaining surveillance. What happened? Todoroki asked immediately. We detected spatial distortions at several points during the meeting. All for One was there, Izuku said slowly. And they've issued an ultimatum. Either I stand down, or they'll destroy everything I care about. Uraraka's face went pale. We need to go into hiding, she said urgently. We need to disappear, take your mother and go somewhere they can't find us. That won't work, Iida said quietly. If All for One has resources that reach everywhere, running will only delay the inevitable. Then we fight, Izuku said, but his voice lacked conviction. Against someone who's been building power for 300 years? Todoroki asked. Against someone who controls dozens of enhanced individuals and has infiltrated every level of society. We can't win that fight, Izuku. Not in any conventional sense. Izuku sank into a chair, his mind racing through possibilities and scenarios. All for One had been right about one thing. They possessed advantages that went far beyond what Izuku or his team could match through direct confrontation. They had time, they had resources, they had experience. He contacted Nezu through secure channels. All for One met with me, Izuku said when the principal answered. They've threatened my mother and everyone I care about if I don't cease opposition to their operations. I was expecting this, Nezu replied calmly. All for One always extends such offers to powerful individuals they view as potential threats. It's a way of testing loyalty, of understanding who will bow to pressure and who will resist. But we can't defeat them, Izuku said. Not through force. Not through direct confrontation. No, Nezu agreed. We can't. Which is precisely why we're not going to attempt it. We're going to do something far more subtle. We're going to exploit the fact that All for One is driven by pride and by the belief that they're too powerful to be truly threatened. Over the following week, Nezu explained a plan that had apparently been in development for far longer than Izuku had realized. The plan involved using Izuku's growing power not as a weapon to oppose All for One directly, but as a destabilizing force within the vanguard itself. If Tamura could be turned against All for One, if the organization could be fractured from within, then All for One's power base would be significantly weakened. Tamura has always been All for One's tool, Nezu explained. But Tamura is also ambitious, and ambitious people eventually begin to chafe under the control of others. If we can show Tamura that they have the power to operate independently, that they have the resources to build their own empire without All for One's guidance, they might choose to sever that connection. And how do we accomplish that? Izuku asked. By allowing Tamura to win, Nezu replied. Or at least, by making it appear that they're winning. We'll orchestrate several operations that result in apparent victories for the vanguard. We'll allow them to capture resources we're no longer using. We'll give them intelligence that seems valuable but is actually designed to guide their operations in specific directions. And gradually, we'll build the impression that Tamura is becoming powerful enough to stand on their own. It was a complex plan, one that required incredible subtlety and patience. But Izuku understood the logic. All for One's greatest strength was also their greatest weakness, their assumption that everyone they encountered would eventually bow to their superior power and experience. By allowing the vanguard to develop strength, by creating the appearance that they were becoming independent, they might trigger exactly the kind of conflict that would weaken All for One's grip on power. Over the following month, Izuku and his team worked with Nezu to execute this plan. They allowed Vanguard operations to proceed more successfully than before. They leaked information that helped Tamura consolidate power. They positioned themselves in ways that suggested they were becoming less effective threats. And gradually, Izuku began to notice something shifting in Tamura's communications. The confidence level increased. The frequency of direct consultation with All for One appeared to decrease. Tamura was beginning to see themselves as something more than just a tool in someone else's grand design. 2 months after All for One's ultimatum, Izuku received an unexpected communication from Tamura. "Tamura, I know we've been enemies, Midoriya. But I'm beginning to suspect we have a common problem. All for One has been limiting my growth, constraining my potential, using me as a piece in their game. I believe it's time we discuss the possibility of alliance." Izuku stared at the message for a long time before responding. "Izuku, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say." What followed was the beginning of something unprecedented. Not a partnership between hero and villain, but rather an alignment of convenience between two individuals who had discovered they shared a common enemy. Tamura revealed the extent of All for One's manipulation, the ways they'd been constrained and limited, the operations they'd been prevented from pursuing because they didn't align with All for One's larger strategic vision. "I have the power to be so much more than what All for One has allowed me to become," Tamura said during one of their clandestine meetings. "I could reshape society according to my vision. But they keep limiting me, redirecting me, treating me like I'm still some inadequate tool. So what are you proposing?" Izuku asked. "I'm proposing that you help me eliminate All for One," Tamura said directly. "Your spatial manipulation techniques are unlike anything I could generate on my own. Combined with your power and my resources and your friend's abilities, I believe we might actually have a genuine chance at success." Izuku knew this was dangerous. He knew that allying with Tamura meant accepting that the Vanguard would continue to exist, would continue to pursue their own agenda of destabilizing society. But he also understood that some conflicts couldn't be resolved cleanly, couldn't be approached from a position of absolute moral clarity. "I'll do it," Izuku said finally. "But after we defeat All for One, the Vanguard will need to be dismantled as well." "Agreed," Tamura replied. The coordinates Tamura provided led to an abandoned underground facility located beneath the Shibuya district, a massive complex that suggested decades of careful construction and maintenance. As Izuku descended through the concealed entrance with Tamura, he couldn't help but marvel at the scope of infrastructure the Vanguard had developed without government knowledge or intervention. This was more than just a criminal organization. This was a shadow state operating parallel to the official hero society. "Impressive, isn't it?" Tamura said, noticing Izuku's evident surprise. "All for One has been building this network for centuries. I've only been involved for a few years, but in that time I've learned how deep their manipulation actually reaches. Hero agencies, government institutions, international corporations, they have pieces in place everywhere." They entered a massive war room that displayed holographic projections of the entire city, along with networks of connected operatives and resource flows. Izuku's 6 eyes tracked the complexity of the system, processing the relationships and hierarchies with perfect clarity. It was simultaneously impressive and deeply disturbing, evidence of just how comprehensively one individual had managed to corrupt and control the existing infrastructure of power. "This is what we're working with," Tamura continued. 300 years of accumulated resources, knowledge, and influence. But it all relies on All for One's continued dominance. If All for One falls, if their coordination disappears, the entire system begins to collapse from within. Toga emerged from the shadows, her expression a mixture of excitement and concern. "I'm still not entirely comfortable with this alliance," she said, though not entirely convincingly. "Allying with heroes, even one as interesting as Midoriya, feels wrong on a fundamental level. What feels wrong is serving someone who views us as disposable tools," Tamura replied coolly. "All for One has kept us deliberately limited, prevented us from reaching our full potential, maintained control through manipulation rather than genuine leadership. This alliance is our chance to become something more." Over the following hour, Tamura unveiled the broader strategic plan that they'd been developing in secret, a plan to dismantle All for One's network piece by piece. The strategy involved identifying All for One's most valuable operatives and turning them, or neutralizing them. It involved exposing their infiltration of government institutions in ways that would create internal conflict and destabilization. Most importantly, it involved forcing All for One into a direct confrontation where their power could be challenged by multiple adversaries simultaneously. All for One's greatest strength is their ability to operate from the shadows, Tamura explained. Once they're forced into direct confrontation, once they're no longer able to manipulate events from concealment, their effectiveness drops dramatically. That's when we strike. Dabi entered the war room, his scarred face showing little expression. The operatives are ready, he reported. We have approximately 70 individuals who are willing to shift allegiance away from All for One. Another 100 who are neutral and could be convinced depending on how events unfold. The loyalty to All for One is far less solid than it appears from the outside. How long until we're ready to move? Izuku asked. 2 weeks, Tamura replied. We need that time to consolidate our forces, to position our operatives, to prepare for All for One's inevitable counterattack. In 2 weeks, we initiate Phase 1, the exposure of All for One's infiltration of government institutions. This will create chaos at the highest levels of society. While they're occupied dealing with that chaos, we move into Phase 2. Which is? Izuku asked. Direct assault on All for One's primary base of operations, Tamura said. We have reason to believe All for One maintains a central location where they coordinate their entire network. If we can reach that location, if we can confront them directly with sufficient force, we have a genuine chance at eliminating them. Izuku understood the risks involved. Working with Tamura meant accepting that the Vanguard would continue to exist beyond All for One's defeat. It meant that the system he was supposedly trying to protect would continue to face threats from this organization. But he also understood that some battles had to be fought one at a time, that some enemies had to be dealt with before others could be addressed. That night, Izuku met with Uraraka, Todoroki, and Iida in a secure location away from both UA and Vanguard facilities. You've agreed to work with them, Todoroki said flatly. It wasn't a question. Temporarily, Izuku confirmed. Only until All for One is defeated. After that, we dismantle the Vanguard structure. That assumes we survive the confrontation, Uraraka said. That assumes All for One can actually be defeated. From everything we've learned, they're far more powerful than any single person or group we can assemble. They're powerful, Izuku agreed. But they're not invincible. They have patterns. They have limitations. And most importantly, they have pride. They believe they're too powerful to be truly threatened. That belief is their weakness. Over the following 2 weeks, an unprecedented coordination developed between Vanguard operatives and UA's hidden network. Information flowed in both directions. Plans were refined. Contingencies were developed. Nezu worked directly with Tamura to coordinate the exposure of All for One's infiltration. The principal had connections throughout government institutions, relationships with journalists and investigators who could be trusted to pursue the truth. When the time came, the revelations would be devastating, evidence that All for One had placed operatives at the highest levels of the government, that the Hero Commission itself had been compromised, that fundamental institutions had been corrupted by a single individual's pursuit of power. Dr. Sato prepared medical facilities to treat injuries from what everyone understood would be the most serious combat situation any of them had ever faced. Commander Aizawa refined tactical approaches, developing contingency strategies for every scenario that could be anticipated. Izuku spent his remaining training time with Sensei, who seemed to understand instinctively that a final confrontation was approaching. There's something you need to know about All for One, Sensei said during their final session. Something that most people don't understand about individuals who accumulate power across centuries. They eventually begin to exist in a state of fundamental separation from normal reality. They perceive the world through layers of abstraction that make them simultaneously more powerful and more vulnerable. What do you mean, more vulnerable? Izuku asked. I mean that they begin to see only what they expect to see, Sensei replied. They filter reality through their own preconceptions. An individual like All for One has become so accustomed to winning, to having their will dominate events, that they sometimes fail to perceive threats that exist outside their expected patterns. If you approach them from an angle they're not anticipating, if you exploit their assumptions, you might find unexpected opportunities. The day before the planned assault arrived with crystalline clarity. Izuku visited his mother at the secured facility where she'd been kept safe. "Izuku, what's happening?" his mother asked, her concern evident in every word. "Nezu has been increasingly evasive. And I can see in your eyes that something significant is about to occur." Izuku hugged her tightly. "I have to do something important," he said. "Something that I can't fully explain right now. But I need you to know, whatever happens tomorrow, whatever choices I make, know that I'm doing this because I believe it's right. I'm doing this to create a better world." His mother held him for a long moment. "You've always been special," she said quietly. "Even when people told you that you had no power, even when they told you that you couldn't become a hero, I always believed in you. I always knew that you had something inside you that was extraordinary. Don't lose that. Don't let the power change who you are at your core." The night of the assault, the entire team gathered at a neutral location, an abandoned temple in the mountains outside the city. The gathering was strange, unprecedented, heroes in training alongside criminal operatives, all united by a common purpose. Tamura stood at the center of the assembled force, looking more confident than Izuku had ever seen him. "Today marks the beginning of a new era," Tamura announced. "An era where power is acknowledged honestly, where the pretense of democratic equality gives way to acceptance of actual hierarchy. All for One has ruled for 300 years. Today, that rule ends." "And then?" Uraraka asked pointedly. "After All for One is defeated, what becomes of the vanguard? Do you truly believe we'll just accept your leadership? Do you think we're simply going to shift from serving All for One to serving you?" "I know you won't," Tamura replied with surprising candor. "Which is precisely why I welcome this coalition. After we defeat All for One, we'll face a fundamental reckoning about what kind of society we want to build. Some of you will want to reconstruct the hero system. Some will want to build something entirely new. That conflict will be earned. It will be honest. It will be far preferable to the invisible tyranny that All for One has maintained." Izuku activated his six eyes and looked outward through the temple walls, perceiving the network of operatives positioned throughout the surrounding area. Vanguard members ready to engage at a moment's notice. UA's surveillance and support personnel standing by. Everything was in place. "Then let's begin," Izuku said quietly. The assault on All for One's primary base of operations commenced at midnight. Coordinated strikes hit multiple locations simultaneously: government offices, corporate headquarters, underground facilities. The exposure of All for One's infiltration began instantly, flooding media channels with evidence of corruption and manipulation. Izuku led the primary assault team directly toward All for One's central location, a facility that had been hidden beneath the city for decades. Tamura, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Iida accompanied him, along with select Vanguard operatives. They moved with purpose and precision, every step calculated, every contingency prepared. As they penetrated deeper into the facility, Izuku's six eyes detected All for One's presence. The powerful entity was waiting, seemingly unsurprised by the assault. "So," All for One said as they entered the central chamber. "You've chosen the path of direct confrontation. I must confess, I'm genuinely disappointed. I expected more creativity from you, Midoriya. I expected you to choose a less obvious approach." "I chose the approach most likely to succeed," Izuku replied calmly. "I chose the approach most likely to end your threat permanently." All for One smiled, and in that smile Izuku saw the absolute certainty of someone who had never truly been challenged. "Then let me show you why that was a mistake," All for One said. The entire facility suddenly inverted, its geometry becoming impossible, its spatial relationships rearranging themselves according to principles that shouldn't exist. But Izuku was ready. His six eyes perceived the manipulation instantly, and he countered by reshaping space according to his own will. The confrontation that followed would be spoken of in whispers for years to come, a battle between titans, between forces that bent reality itself according to their conflicting wills. The fate of society hung in the balance, dependent entirely on whether one 17-year-old boy with impossible power could overcome 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge and experience. The central chamber transformed into a battlefield where the very laws of physics became negotiable. All for One moved with serpentine grace, their form shifting between states of existence as though they occupied multiple dimensions simultaneously. But Izuku had trained for this moment. His six eyes processed the impossible geometries with perfect clarity, his mind adapting to each new configuration of space and reality that All for One created. "You're fast," All for One acknowledged, a hint of genuine surprise entering their voice. "Faster than I anticipated. But speed alone won't be sufficient. You're fighting someone who has spent 3 centuries mastering the art of power manipulation. You're a child playing with forces you don't fully comprehend." All for One raised their hand, and suddenly Izuku felt pressure from all directions simultaneously. It wasn't a physical attack, it was something far more insidious. It was an attack on the very concept of his existence, a force designed to unravel the spatial connections that held his body together. But Izuku was ready. He'd trained with Sensei specifically for this kind of assault. He created layers of infinity barriers, each one shielding a different aspect of his physical form. The pressure from All for One encountered these barriers and was absorbed, dispersed, redirected harmlessly into the surrounding space. Tamura launched his own offensive, his disintegration ability activating on a massive scale. Entire sections of the facility began to crumble and dissolve, their molecular structures breaking down at Tamura's command. But All for One simply stepped sideways out of reality, avoiding the assault entirely through spatial manipulation that surpassed what Izuku had ever witnessed. "Interesting," All for One said. "You've actually managed to achieve genuine coordination with the Vanguard leadership. That suggests you truly believe you have a chance at victory. How delightful." They raised both hands, and the facility around them began to restructure itself at an accelerating pace. Walls became liquid. Floors became vertical. The entire structure inverted itself repeatedly, creating a constantly shifting maze that threatened to disorient anyone without perfect spatial perception. Uraraka activated her gravitational manipulation, attempting to create zones of altered gravity that might provide some tactical advantage. But All for One's power was too fundamental, too comprehensive. The gravity wells she created were immediately cancelled out by counter-manipulations that operated at a deeper level of reality. Todoroki unleashed his most powerful ice and fire simultaneously, creating a massive thermal shockwave designed to destabilize the environment. For a moment, the shockwave seemed to have an effect. All for One's form flickered, became momentarily transparent. But then they solidified, and Izuku realized something crucial. All for One was being pushed back. They were beginning to be challenged at a level that required them to actively defend rather than simply dominating through superior power. "Enough," All for One said, their voice taking on a harder edge. "You've proven yourselves worthy opponents. Now allow me to demonstrate why that ultimately changes nothing." All for One released a wave of power that felt like the entire universe compressing inward. The facility shook. The walls cracked. The very fabric of space seemed to strain under the force of what they were unleashing. Izuku threw everything he had into his defense. He created multiple layers of infinity barriers, each one more complex than the last, each one designed to absorb and redirect different aspects of the assault. But even as he maintained these defenses, he could feel them beginning to strain under the incredible pressure. Then something unexpected happened. Sensei appeared in the chamber, their shadowed form materializing directly beside Izuku, their presence radiating power that seemed almost comparable to All for One's own. "So," All for One said, their tone shifting to something that might have been recognition. "You decided to involve yourself after all these centuries. I should have known. Someone had to," Sensei replied. "You've been allowed to proceed unchecked for far too long. The time has come for your reign to end." Sensei and All for One engaged in a contest of spatial manipulation that was almost impossible for Izuku to follow. Reality itself seemed to bend and warp between them, with both entities operating at levels of power that transcended normal human understanding. But while they were locked in combat with each other, Izuku saw an opening. He began to map out All for One's weaknesses, the places where their concentration wavered, the moments where they relied on predictable patterns. "Tamura," Izuku called out. Now, Tamura unleashed his most powerful disintegration wave directly at All for One's physical form. For the first time in the battle, All for One couldn't simply step sideways into another dimension. They were forced to defend themselves, forced to create physical barriers to protect their body. In that moment of distraction, Izuku acted. He created a space slash of unprecedented magnitude, a cut in reality that extended across the entire chamber. But unlike his previous applications, this space slash didn't destroy. Instead, it severed All for One's connection to the underlying reality that gave them their power. For an instant, just a brief moment, All for One appeared vulnerable. Their form flickered. Their expression showed something that might have been actual fear. No, they whispered. Impossible. But it was possible. Because Izuku had understood something that neither All for One nor even Sensei had fully grasped. The Limitless technique wasn't about manipulating space externally. It was about fundamentally altering one's relationship to reality itself. And if space could be manipulated, then so could the connections that bound individuals to existence. Sensei moved with incredible speed, their own spatial manipulation combining with Izuku's strike. Together, they created a converging force that trapped All for One in a pocket of severed reality, a space that existed outside normal dimensions, outside the network of influence and power that they'd spent 3 centuries constructing. All for One's screams echoed through dimensions that most humans could never perceive. Their power, immense as it was, proved insufficient against the combined might of Izuku and Sensei working in perfect coordination. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. All for One's form dissipated, their presence completely severed from reality. They weren't dead in any conventional sense, they simply ceased to exist in any way that mattered. They ceased to affect the world they had spent centuries trying to reshape. The facility stabilized. The spatial distortions collapsed. Reality reasserted itself according to normal physical laws. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. What happens now? Tamura asked, their voice carrying less certainty than before. Now we deal with the aftermath, Izuku replied. We dismantle what All for One built. We address the corruption they infected through society. We make the choices about what kind of world we want to construct. Over the following weeks, the revelations about All for One's infiltration of governmental and social institutions created shockwaves that reverberated throughout society. The Hero Commission was purged of compromised operatives. Government institutions underwent complete restructuring. The carefully constructed facade of Hero Society revealed itself to be far more fragile than anyone had suspected. Tamura kept his word. The vanguard structure began to dissolve, its members either integrating into legitimate society or choosing to operate independently. Without All for One's unifying force, the organization simply couldn't maintain cohesion. Izuku returned to UA Academy, but with a fundamentally different understanding of his role and purpose. He was no longer a student preparing to become a hero. He was a being who had directly shaped the course of history, who had fundamentally altered the trajectory of society through his actions. Bakugo confronted him several days after the incident, his expression a mixture of confusion and begrudging respect. So you're actually powerful enough to save the world, Bakugo said flatly. I have to admit, I didn't think that was possible. I thought I was going to be the strongest hero, that I was going to reach the top of the hierarchy through sheer talent and determination. You still can be, Izuku replied. Strength comes in many forms. You can be strong in different ways than me. You can achieve greatness on your own terms. Bakugo seemed to accept this, though the arrogance in his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Izuku met with Sensei several times in the weeks following All for One's defeat. During their final meeting, Sensei finally revealed their face, and Izuku discovered that Sensei was actually an older version of a hero he'd read about in historical records, someone who had supposedly died decades earlier. I've been waiting for someone like you to emerge for a very long time, Sensei said. Someone with the potential to wield power at All for One's level but with the moral clarity necessary to use it for genuine good. You exceeded my expectations in every way. What will you do now? Izuku asked. What I've always done, Sensei replied. I'll continue to observe, to guide from the shadows, to ensure that the world remains balanced. But I'll do it with greater hope than I've felt in centuries, knowing that there are individuals like you who possess both power and conscience. Uraraka, Todoroki, and Iida eventually revealed their identities publicly and became heroes in their own right. Each of them used the fame and recognition that came with being part of the team that defeated All for One to advocate for systematic changes to the Hero Society. Nezu continued his principle of UA Academy but with expanded influence at the highest levels of government. He advocated for a complete reimagining of the hero education system, one that acknowledged the existence of power systems beyond standard quirks and prepared students for the complex realities of a world far more complicated than most people realized. Izuku's mother eventually became aware of everything that had transpired. Rather than being horrified, she simply hugged her son and told him that she'd always known he was destined for something extraordinary. "You've changed the world," she said. "You should be proud of that. But remember to also live your life. Being powerful doesn't mean you have to spend every moment fighting or training. It means you have the responsibility to protect those you care about while also allowing yourself to experience joy and connection." 6 months after All for One's defeat, Izuku stood on the roof of UA Academy, looking out over the city of Musutafu. The physical landscape hadn't changed dramatically, but the invisible landscape, the infrastructure of power and influence that governed society, had been transformed completely. His Limitless and Six Eyes powers had evolved beyond anything he could have imagined in those early days of training in abandoned warehouses. He could now perceive and manipulate reality at levels that bordered on the conceptual. He could reshape space with surgical precision. He could see things that most humans would never perceive, understand forces that most people would never comprehend. But the power didn't matter as much as the choice he made about how to use it. And that choice, ultimately, was the same choice he'd made from the moment his powers awakened. He would use his ability to protect others, to make the world better, to stand against forces that sought to manipulate and control. A familiar presence joined him on the rooftop, Bakugo, who had finally accepted that rivalry with Izuku wasn't about proving superiority but about mutual growth and development. "You ever think about what happens next?" Bakugo asked, his tone uncharacteristically thoughtful. "All the time," Izuku admitted. "But I don't worry about it as much as I used to. The future will bring what it brings. What matters is that we're prepared for it, that we've built connections and relationships that will sustain us through whatever challenges arise." They stood together in comfortable silence, two rivals who had become partners in creating a better world. Behind them, the city lights began to glow as evening fell, and ahead of them stretched the endless possibilities of a future that had been fundamentally altered by choices made by individuals who refused to accept the limitations that society had tried to impose upon them. Izuku Midoriya, who had been told he would never be a hero because he lacked a quirk, had instead become something far greater than any simple hero title could encompass. He'd become a force that had directly reshaped the trajectory of civilization itself. And as he looked toward the future, toward the challenges and opportunities that still awaited, Izuku understood one final truth. Power wasn't about dominance or control or the establishment of hierarchy. Power was about the ability to make meaningful choices. Power was about the capacity to protect those you cared about. Power was about the responsibility that came with understanding that your actions rippled outward through the world, affecting countless lives and shaping countless futures. He would spend his life honoring that responsibility. He would spend his life ensuring that his power served a purpose beyond himself. He would spend his life becoming exactly the hero he'd always believed he could be. And in doing so, he would inspire countless others to discover their own power, to reject the limitations placed upon them by a corrupt system, to believe that greatness was possible for anyone willing to fight for it with absolute conviction. The story of Izuku Midoriya had only just begun. 1 year had passed since All for One's defeat, and the world had undergone a transformation so fundamental that historians would eventually mark it as the beginning of a new era. The old hero society, with all its rigid hierarchies and carefully maintained illusions of equality, had given way to something entirely different, a system that acknowledged the existence of power beyond quirks, that recognized the complexity of human ability, that attempted to create structures of accountability rather than relying on inherited authority and established reputation. Izuku stood in his final year at UA Academy, but the experience bore little resemblance to what a standard student would have encountered. His education had expanded far beyond hero training into realms of study that most schools didn't even acknowledge existed. He'd spent months learning about the historical emergence of power systems that operated outside the standard quirk framework. He'd studied the philosophical implications of possessing abilities that could reshape reality. He'd engaged with questions about responsibility, ethics, and the proper use of power that didn't have easy answers. The most significant change in his life wasn't related to his powers or his education, however. It was his transformation into someone that others looked to for guidance and direction. Students at UA sought him out not because he was the strongest, though he was, but because they'd learned that his strength was paired with genuine wisdom about how power should be wielded. Today, Izuku was conducting one of the informal mentoring sessions that had become a regular part of his routine. A first-year student named Shoji sat across from him in one of UA's common areas, looking troubled. "I'm not sure my quirk is meant to make me a hero," Shoji said quietly. "Everyone assumes that having a powerful ability automatically means you should pursue hero work. But I'm not certain that's what I want." Izuku listened carefully before responding. "Power is a tool," he said. "And like any tool, it can be used for countless purposes. Some people with incredible power choose to become heroes. Some choose to pursue science or art or education or any number of other paths. The important thing is that you choose consciously, that you make decisions based on your own values rather than society's expectations." "But doesn't power create responsibility?" Shoji asked. "Yes," Izuku agreed. "But responsibility doesn't necessarily mean becoming a hero in the formal sense. Responsibility means using your ability thoughtfully, means ensuring that you don't harm others through negligence or apathy, means contributing to the world in ways that align with your values. There are many forms that contribution can take." After Shoji left, Izuku made his way to the underground training facility that had remained his sanctuary throughout this past year. The space had evolved significantly. It now served as a collaborative research and development center where specialists from various fields studied power systems and their implications. Sensei was waiting there, their form less shadowed than it had been in the past. They were gradually becoming more visible, more present, stepping out of the shadows they'd inhabited for decades. "I received word that the International Power Coordination Council has formally recognized your authority to represent the new systems framework," Sensei said. "They want you to attend the summit in Geneva next month." "I'm not sure I'm the right person for that role," Izuku admitted. "I'm 17 years old. I have less experience than most of the other delegates." "Experience comes in many forms," Sensei replied. "You have the kind of experience that matters most in this context. You've directly confronted the most powerful individual our world has produced in centuries, and you've emerged not simply as a victor but as someone transformed by that confrontation. That matters. People need to know that the future of this world is in the hands of someone who has been tested at the absolute highest levels and who has chosen compassion over domination." Izuku accepted the assignment, understanding the weight of what it represented. He was being positioned as a representative not just of Japan but of the entire movement toward acknowledgement of power systems beyond quirks. It was a responsibility that felt enormous, but it was one he was prepared to accept. That evening, he visited his mother. She had begun working as a counselor, helping individuals process the trauma and confusion of living in a world that had been fundamentally altered in such a short period. The work suited her. She had always possessed an intuitive ability to help people navigate difficult emotional territory. "I'm proud of you," his mother said simply, as she always did. "But I also worry about you. You're carrying so much weight, bearing so many expectations. Promise me you won't lose yourself in all of this." "I promise," Izuku replied. And he meant it. Because he had learned through his entire journey that power without personal grounding was meaningless, that having the ability to reshape the world meant nothing if you lost the values and connections that made you human in the process. Over the following weeks, Izuku prepared for the international summit. He worked with Nezu to develop comprehensive proposals for how the new power systems framework should be integrated into existing governmental and educational structures. He collaborated with Tamura, who had surprisingly emerged as a thoughtful advocate for systemic change rather than simple destruction, on practical implementation strategies. The relationship between Izuku and Tamura had evolved into something approaching genuine partnership. They didn't always agree on methodology, but they shared a common understanding that the old system needed to be fundamentally restructured. Tamura had transformed from being a tool of all for one into an autonomous individual capable of making genuine choices. "Thank you," Tamura said during one of their planning sessions, "for showing me that I could become something more than I was. I don't think I ever thanked you for that specifically. You did the work," Izuku replied. "I just helped provide the opportunity." Uraraka, Todoroki, and Iida had all gone on to become celebrated heroes, but they'd done so in ways that actively challenged and transformed the hero's society rather than simply operating within its existing structures. They used their fame to advocate for educational reform. They conducted community outreach to people with non-standard power systems. They demonstrated that heroism could mean something far broader than simply fighting villains. Bakugo had eventually accepted a path that didn't involve direct comparison to Izuku. He developed into an incredible hero in his own right, operating with a level of power and capability that commanded respect from everyone around him. Most surprisingly, he and Izuku had developed into something approaching genuine friendship, based on mutual respect rather than rivalry. The international summit took place in Geneva on a crisp autumn morning. Delegates from 47 countries gathered to discuss the future direction of global power policy. Izuku found himself seated at a table with some of the most influential individuals on the planet. His presentation outlined a comprehensive framework for integrating power systems that operated outside the standard quirk paradigm into existing social structures. It proposed educational reforms that would acknowledge and train individuals with unusual abilities. It suggested international cooperation mechanisms that would prevent any single nation from gaining disproportionate access to rare power sources. Most importantly, it emphasized that power should be developed with ethical oversight and genuine consideration for how its use affected others. This proposal assumes a level of international cooperation that has never been achieved in human history, one delegate objected. You're asking nations to surrender significant portions of their power advantage in the name of global equilibrium. Why would any nation agree to such terms? Because the alternative is conflict on a scale that would destroy civilization, Izuku replied calmly. All for One operated for 3 centuries by exploiting the fact that power was distributed unequally across different parts of the world. They positioned themselves as the ultimate authority by maintaining coordination while other entities remained fractured and divided. If we repeat that pattern, if we allow power to accumulate in different regions, we're simply recreating the conditions that produced All for One in the first place. His argument was persuasive enough to generate genuine discussion among the delegates. By the end of the 3-day summit, preliminary frameworks had been established for international cooperation on power systems. It wasn't perfect, international politics never was, but it represented genuine progress toward a more equitable distribution of power and knowledge. When Izuku returned to Japan, he found Nezu waiting for him at UA Academy. The summit went well, the principal said with evident satisfaction. Your presentation has been circulating through diplomatic channels globally. You've positioned yourself as someone willing to think beyond national interests toward genuine global benefit. Is that a good thing? Izuku asked. It's an extraordinary thing, Nezu replied. Most people your age are still figuring out what they want to do with their lives. You're already shaping the future of human civilization. Izuku's graduation from UA Academy occurred on a clear spring morning. The ceremony was unprecedented in scale. Attendance included not just students and faculty but representatives from hero agencies, government officials, and international observers. The media covered every moment, understanding that this graduation represented something historically significant. During the ceremony, Izuku was formally recognized as the youngest individual ever to be granted the title of Special Grade Hero, a classification that acknowledged power and capability that transcended standard hero rankings. The classification had been created specifically to account for individuals like him, people whose abilities operated at such fundamental levels that traditional ranking systems became essentially meaningless. As he stood on the stage receiving this recognition, Izuku thought about the quirkless kid he'd been just 2 years ago. He thought about the warehouse where his powers had awakened. He thought about every struggle, every moment of training, every confrontation with increasingly powerful adversaries that had led him to this point. The transformation had been complete in every way. He was no longer someone trying to become a hero in spite of lacking a quirk. He was someone who had fundamentally reshaped the entire concept of what heroism meant, who had expanded the possibilities of what power could be, who had demonstrated that greatness was achievable for anyone willing to fight for their vision of what the world should become. After the ceremony, Bakugo cornered him in one of the academy's corridors. So what now? Bakugo asked. Now that you've saved the world and received all the official recognition, what's left? What do you do with the rest of your life? I keep learning, Izuku replied. I keep growing. I keep trying to understand the nature of power and how to use it responsibly. And I help others do the same. That's enough for me. 6 months after graduation, Izuku established the Institute for Power Systems Research, a collaborative organization that brought together scholars, practitioners, and government representatives to study power systems from multiple disciplines. The institute became a hub for innovation and education, attracting talented individuals from around the world who wanted to contribute to the ongoing transformation of how society understood and integrated extraordinary abilities. Izuku served as the institute's first director, a role that suited him far better than being a hero in the traditional sense. He continued to engage in direct action when necessary. There were still criminals and malicious actors who needed to be stopped. But the bulk of his time was spent thinking deeply about systemic change, about education, about how to build a world where power was more equitably distributed and more carefully overseen. His relationship with his team evolved naturally as they all pursued their own paths. Uraraka became an advocate for systemic reform within the hero agency structure. Todoroki used his platform to advocate for individuals with unusual combinations of powers who didn't fit neatly into existing categories. Iida channeled his speed and organizational abilities into emergency response and disaster relief coordination. They maintained their connections to Izuku, meeting regularly to coordinate efforts and discuss the ongoing challenges of building a more equitable world. On the 5-year anniversary of All for One's defeat, Izuku gave a public address reflecting on how much had changed and how much work remained to be done. "We've made genuine progress," he said to the assembled crowd. "We've exposed corruption that had infected the highest levels of government. We've created frameworks for understanding and integrating power systems that were previously unacknowledged. We've begun the process of reconstructing our institutions on more honest and equitable foundations. But the work is far from complete," he continued. "There will always be individuals who seek to accumulate power for selfish purposes. There will always be systems that need reform, structures that need reimagining. The vigilance required to maintain a just society is never-ending. It requires constant effort, constant questioning, constant willingness to challenge even those we respect if their actions conflict with our values. My message to all of you is simple: you don't need to wait for someone like me to reshape the world. You have the ability to contribute to change right now. Whether you have extraordinary power or ordinary talents, whether you're working within systems or trying to build alternatives to them, you have the capacity to make meaningful contributions to the world we're building together." The address was widely praised and circulated, but Izuku didn't do it for acclaim or recognition. He did it because he believed it was true, because he understood that sustainable change required participation from everyone rather than reliance on individual heroes. His personal life had begun to include elements beyond work and research. He developed a genuine romantic connection with Uraraka, a relationship built on mutual respect, shared values, and the understanding that they were both committed to the same fundamental purpose of making the world better. His mother had remarried, finding happiness with someone who understood and appreciated everything she'd sacrificed to support Izuku's journey. She remained involved in counseling work, bringing the same wisdom and compassion to others that she'd always brought to her relationship with her son. Nezu had stepped down as UA's principal to take a position as an advisor to the International Power Systems Council, while maintaining a significant role in the school's ongoing transformation. The academy had become something far more sophisticated than it had been before, a place where individuals with all varieties of power learned alongside each other, where understanding different systems of ability was prioritized as much as training in their use. 10 years after his initial awakening to the Limitless and Six Eyes powers, Izuku stood at a crossroads. He'd accomplished far more than he'd ever imagined possible. He'd transformed the world fundamentally. He'd created institutions and frameworks that would continue his work long after he'd moved on to other pursuits. But he was also aware that his life was far from finished. He was only 27 years old. He had decades ahead of him to continue growing, continue learning, continue contributing to the ongoing project of creating a more just and equitable world. Sensei visited him one final time during this period. "You've exceeded every expectation I held for you," Sensei said. "You've become exactly what I hoped would eventually emerge, someone with the power to reshape reality but with the wisdom to use it carefully and deliberately. What will you do now?" Izuku asked. I'm going to finally rest, Sensei replied with a hint of smile in their voice. I've spent centuries watching and waiting, guiding from the shadows, working toward a moment when someone like you could emerge. That moment has arrived. I'm ready to step back from my position as an observer and simply exist as a normal person, at least for a while. Thank you, Izuku said simply. For everything you've taught me, for believing in me when I was uncertain, for showing me that mastery of power wasn't the ultimate goal but rather the beginning of genuine responsibility. As evening fell and Izuku looked out over the city of Musudafu from his office in the Institute for Power Systems Research, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. From a quirkless kid bullied by his peers to someone who had fundamentally transformed the structure of global power, it was a trajectory that seemed improbable, almost impossible. But looking back, he could see the thread that connected each moment, each choice, each confrontation. There had been no arbitrary luck involved, no cosmic intervention. There had only been the consistent choice, day after day and year after year, to push himself beyond his limitations, to trust in his abilities, to believe that greatness was possible for anyone willing to fight for it with absolute conviction and unwavering ethical commitment. The future stretched ahead of him, vast and unmapped. New challenges would emerge, new adversaries would appear, new systems would need to be created and reformed. The work would never truly be finished. But Izuku was no longer afraid of that endless work. He had learned that the journey was far more important than any final destination, that growth was an ongoing process that never truly concluded, that power was most meaningful when it was used to create opportunities for others to discover their own capacity for greatness. As he began reviewing research proposals from scholars around the world, as he prepared for the next international summit, as he thought about the future he was building not just for himself but for countless others who would inherit the world he was helping to shape, Izuku Midoriya smiled. The story had never really been about becoming powerful. The story had always been about discovering that power meant nothing without purpose, that strength was only valuable if it was used to protect those you cared about, that the ultimate expression of power was not domination but the creation of structures that allowed others to flourish and reach their own potential. He had become something extraordinary. But more importantly, he had learned that everyone possessed the capacity to become extraordinary if they were willing to fight for it, if they were willing to reject the limitations that society tried to impose, if they were willing to believe in themselves even when everyone around them suggested that belief was foolish. That was the true legacy he wanted to leave. Not the power he had wielded, but the transformation he had undergone from someone who accepted the world as it was given to him into someone who understood that the world was malleable, that it could be reshaped through determination and vision and unwavering commitment to creating something better. And as the city lights twinkled below him and the vast complex infrastructure of human civilization spread out in every direction, Izuku understood that his greatest power wasn't the Limitless or the Six Eyes. It was the capacity to inspire others to discover their own power, to believe in themselves, to stand against injustice and corruption and work toward creating a world where everyone had the opportunity to become exactly who they were meant to be. The future was coming, and Izuku Midoriya was more than ready to meet it. 15 years had passed since Izuku's awakening to the Limitless and Six Eyes powers. The world had transformed so completely that younger generations barely remembered the hero society that had preceded the Reformation. Schools now taught about power systems with academic rigor equal to traditional subjects. International cooperation frameworks had become the norm rather than the exception. The Institute for Power Systems Research had expanded into a network of facilities spanning every inhabited continent. But as Izuku stood in his office reviewing intelligence reports that had begun arriving with increasing frequency, he understood that stability was more fragile than most people realized. The reports detailed suspicious activity in remote regions, small groups of individuals displaying power manifestations that didn't align with any known systems. The patterns suggested coordinated development, deliberate training, systematic preparation for something. "You've noticed too," a voice said from the doorway. Uraraka entered without knocking, a privilege of their partnership both professional and personal that had solidified over the past decade and a half. The reports started appearing 3 months ago, Izuku confirmed. Scattered across different continents. At first, I thought they were isolated incidents. But the patterns are too consistent. Someone is deliberately cultivating new power systems. Someone is preparing something. Could it be remnants of All for One's network? Uraraka asked, though her expression suggested she already knew the answer. No, Izuku replied. All for One's followers either integrated into normal society or were captured and imprisoned. This is something different. Something new. He pulled up holographic displays showing the geographical distribution of the anomalies. They formed a pattern, not random, but also not obviously strategic. Unless viewed from a particular angle, at which point they revealed themselves to be the outline of something, a shape, a symbol, a signature of intent. We need to investigate directly, Uraraka said. We need to understand what we're dealing with before it becomes a crisis. Over the following weeks, Izuku assembled a team to investigate the anomalies. The team included not just his original companions but also newer members who had emerged from the reformed Hero Society, individuals with unusual powers who had proven themselves trustworthy and capable. The first investigation took them to a remote facility in the mountains of Eastern Europe. The location had been identified through careful analysis of power manifestation patterns, cross-referenced with available satellite imagery and local reports of unusual activity. The facility itself was nondescript, a collection of aging industrial buildings that appeared abandoned at first glance. But Izuku's six eyes perceived the subtle distortions in space that indicated active concealment measures, the spatial manipulations that suggested someone was deliberately hiding the facility from detection. It's a training ground, Todoroki said quietly as they approached. His dual fire and ice powers had continued to develop over the years, allowing him to perceive thermal signatures and energy patterns with remarkable clarity. Someone is deliberately training individuals with newly manifested powers. They entered cautiously, their powers held in abeyance but ready for immediate deployment. Inside, they discovered approximately 30 individuals at various stages of power development. Some were barely past the initial manifestation phase, their abilities still raw and uncontrolled. Others had achieved surprising sophistication, their techniques bearing evidence of careful instruction and extensive practice. But it was the instructor who captured Izuku's attention. The individual was neither young nor old, their appearance deliberately ambiguous in ways that suggested either significant power manipulation or extensive training in concealment. Izuku Midoriya, the instructor said calmly. I was wondering when you'd become aware of our operations. Your reputation suggested you possessed perceptive capabilities far beyond the norm. It appears that reputation is well earned. Who are you? Izuku asked, though he was already beginning to formulate theories based on the specific pattern of how the instructor carried themselves, the particular flavor of their power signature. I am someone who believes that the reformation you initiated, while well-intentioned, was fundamentally incomplete, the instructor replied. You created frameworks for integrating unusual power systems into existing society. But you did so while maintaining the assumption that existing society was worth preserving in its essential form. What do you propose as an alternative? Izuku asked. Complete restructuring, the instructor said. Not merely reformation but genuine revolution. A world where power is openly acknowledged as the primary determinant of social hierarchy, where the weak serve the strong according to natural law, where human civilization aligns itself with what I call the authentic structure of reality. Izuku felt something crystallize in his understanding. This wasn't a new threat, it was an echo of All for One's philosophy, adapted and repackaged for a new generation. You were trained by All for One, Izuku said with certainty. You were one of their operatives who went dormant after their defeat. You've spent years developing an alternative approach. I was one of many, the instructor confirmed. All for One understood that their specific incarnation would eventually face opposition. They planted seeds throughout society, individuals who could activate at critical moments to continue the work of reshaping civilization according to principles they identified as fundamentally correct. We're shutting this operation down, Izuku said flatly. You can certainly attempt to, the instructor replied. But understand that what you see here is only one facility among hundreds. The seeds All for One planted have grown into an entire network. Closing this location will accomplish nothing except forcing us to become more careful about concealment. The confrontation that followed was relatively brief. Izuku and his team neutralized the training operation with minimal physical conflict. The students were captured and transported to specialized rehabilitation facilities designed to help individuals process the indoctrination they'd undergone. The instructor escaped, using spatial manipulation techniques to step sideways out of normal reality and vanish before Izuku could trap them in a severed dimensional pocket. This encounter marked the beginning of a new phase of conflict. Over the following months, Izuku and his team discovered similar facilities in dozens of locations. Each facility housed individuals being trained in power systems, each instructor possessed knowledge and capabilities suggesting connection to All for One's original network. What became increasingly clear was that All for One's defeat hadn't actually eliminated their influence. They'd simply transformed it, distributing their teachings and philosophy throughout a network of operatives who were dedicated to eventually resuming the work of reshaping civilization according to All for One's vision. "This is worse than I anticipated," Nezu said during one of their strategy sessions. The former UA principal had become Izuku's most trusted advisor on matters related to systemic threats. All for One didn't leave behind a simple successor structure. They left behind a distributed network that can operate without central coordination. Eliminating one facility or one instructor creates minimal impact on the overall organization. Then we need to identify the network structure, Iida suggested. Iida had become the coordinator of emergency response efforts globally, using his speed-based abilities to respond to crises across continents within minutes. If we can map the connections between these facilities, we might be able to identify key nodes that, if eliminated, would disrupt the entire operation. Over the following months, Izuku's team conducted an extensive investigation into All for One's distributed network. They identified training facilities, supply chains, communication protocols. Gradually, the structure of the organization became visible, a vast network of operatives working in cellular units, each largely independent but all aligned toward the common goal of eventually challenging Izuku and the Reformed Hero Society. The most significant discovery came when they identified the network's apparent spiritual leader, an individual who went by the designation Ascendant, and who appeared to be All for One's direct successor in terms of ideological authority. "We need to confront them," Uraraka said. "We need to understand what they're planning and when they're planning to move against us." Izuku agreed, but he also understood that direct confrontation with an opponent he'd never faced would be dangerous. He reached out to Sensei, who had been living in quiet retirement for the past decade. The Ascendant is someone who was chosen by All for One specifically because they possessed both power and philosophical alignment, Sensei explained during their meeting. They're not as powerful as All for One was, but they possess different capabilities, a form of collective consciousness manipulation that allows them to coordinate multiple individuals with unprecedented efficiency. "How do we defeat someone like that?" Izuku asked. "You don't defeat them through direct power confrontation," Sensei replied. "You defeat them by understanding that their strength is also their weakness. The collective consciousness network they maintain requires constant attention and coordination. If you can disrupt that network, if you can create zones of spatial separation that prevent their consciousness from coordinating with their followers, you might be able to fragment their organization from within." Armed with this knowledge, Izuku began developing new applications of his Limitless and Six Eyes powers. He worked on techniques that could create what he thought of as consciousness barriers, spatial zones that disrupted mental connection and prevented coordinated thinking across distances. The confrontation with the Ascendant occurred on a moonless night in a location specifically chosen for its isolation. The individual revealed themselves to be someone who had studied under All for One for decades, someone who possessed not just power but profound philosophical conviction that the hierarchical restructuring of society was morally correct. "You believe you've saved the world," the Ascendant said, their form surrounded by an aura of mental energy that suggested constant coordination with hundreds or thousands of followers across the globe. "You believe that your reformation has created a more just society. But you've only delayed the inevitable. Eventually, genuine strength will overcome the false equality you're trying to impose." "Your belief system is wrong," Izuku replied. "I've spent 15 years building a world where power is acknowledged but not the only measure of value. I've helped create a society where individuals with extraordinary abilities work to protect rather than dominate. That's the authentic future for humanity, not the regression to pure hierarchy that you're proposing." The battle that followed was fundamentally different from his confrontation with All for One. Instead of fighting across multiple dimensions, instead of struggling with forces that bent reality itself, this was a contest of consciousness and coordination. Izuku deployed his consciousness barriers, fragmenting the Ascendant's connection to their followers. As the network of coordinated consciousness fragmented, the Ascendant's power diminished noticeably. Without constant feedback from hundreds of connected minds, without the cognitive enhancement that coordinated consciousness provided, they became merely powerful rather than transcendent. The confrontation lasted approximately 3 hours. When it ended, the Ascendant was defeated, not killed, but forced into a state of complete disconnection from their followers. Their consciousness network collapsed, and with it, the primary coordination mechanism for the distributed all-for-one successor organization. As Izuku secured the defeated Ascendant, he realized something profound. All-for-One's philosophical legacy wasn't a single organization or a succession of powerful individuals. It was an idea, the belief that power should determine hierarchy, that strength was the primary value, that equality was a false fiction that should be abandoned. That idea couldn't be defeated through combat. It could only be addressed through the consistent demonstration of an alternative, through building a world where power and compassion coexisted, where strength was used for protection rather than domination, where the ultimate expression of power was the creation of structures that allowed others to flourish. Chapter 11 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 12, The Echo of Philosophy. The months following the Ascendant's defeat brought a deceptive sense of calm to global power structures. The distributed all-for-one successor network didn't immediately collapse. Cellular units continued to operate independently, but without central coordination and ideological leadership, their activities became increasingly chaotic and uncoordinated. But Izuku understood that the true battle was only beginning. The Ascendant's defeat had only addressed the physical manifestation of all-for-one's ideological legacy. The philosophy itself, the belief that power and hierarchy were natural and desirable, remained embedded in countless minds throughout the world. We're seeing an increase in philosophical discussions about power structures, one of Izuku's researchers reported during a briefing at the institute. More people are questioning whether the egalitarian framework we've established is actually sustainable. There's growing interest in all-for-one's writings, even among people who explicitly reject their conclusions. That's not necessarily a problem, Izuku replied thoughtfully. In fact, it might be exactly what needs to happen. Ideas can't be defeated by suppression. They can only be addressed through open engagement and the demonstration of superior alternatives. Izuku made a deliberate decision to publicly engage with the philosophical dimensions of all-for-one's ideology. He began writing essays and delivering lectures that directly addressed the claims underlying the philosophy of power-based hierarchy. In one widely circulated essay titled, Power and Responsibility, Toward a New Understanding of Strength, Izuku articulated his growing understanding of how power and ethics intersected. Power is not morally neutral, he wrote. The application of power is inherently a moral act. When someone possesses extraordinary capability, they face a fundamental choice: use that capability for personal advancement, or use it for the protection and advancement of others. There is no third option, no middle ground where power can be exercised without moral consequence. All-for-One proposed that the natural hierarchy implied by differential power capability should be institutionalized, that the strong should rule and the weak should serve. This perspective treats power as a form of natural law, like gravity or entropy. But power is fundamentally different from natural laws. Power exists in relationship to consciousness, to choice, to the moral frameworks we construct around its use. I have been given the capacity to reshape reality itself through my limitless and six eyes abilities. This power could be used to impose my will on the world, to establish myself as a ruler or tyrant. All-for-One believed that would be the natural and appropriate use of such power. I fundamentally disagree. I believe that power is a responsibility, that extraordinary capability creates an obligation to use it in service of others rather than in service of oneself. The essay sparked intense philosophical debate. Academic institutions developed entire courses around engaging with the ideas he'd articulated. Some praised his perspective as articulating a new ethical framework for understanding power. Others criticized it as naive idealism that failed to account for human nature's fundamental selfishness. One evening, as Izuku reviewed correspondence related to his public engagement with these ideas, Uraraka found him looking genuinely troubled. "What's bothering you?" she asked. "I'm wondering if I'm making a mistake," Izuku admitted. By engaging directly with all for one's philosophical arguments, by taking their ideas seriously enough to debate them intellectually, am I somehow legitimizing them? Am I giving them more credibility than they deserve? No, Uraraka replied firmly. You're treating people with enough intellectual respect to engage their ideas honestly. That's the opposite of legitimization, that's intellectual integrity. Ideas that can't withstand honest critique don't deserve to survive. Over the following year, Izuku's public intellectual engagement intensified. He collaborated with philosophers, historians, and sociologists to explore the deep roots of all for one's ideology. They traced how the philosophy of power-based hierarchy had emerged repeatedly throughout human history, how it had been rejected and reconstructed countless times, how it persisted despite consistent evidence that more egalitarian systems produced better outcomes for the vast majority of people. He also began conducting direct interviews with imprisoned members of All for One's network, with the ascendant, with surviving operatives, with individuals who had devoted themselves to the ideology. These conversations revealed something profound. Most of the individuals who had committed themselves to All for One's philosophy didn't do so because they believed it would benefit society overall. They did so because they believed it would benefit them specifically. The ideology provided a framework for justifying selfishness, for legitimizing the pursuit of personal power without ethical restraint. That's actually the most concerning aspect of this entire situation, Izuku explained to his team during one strategy session. All for One created not just an organization but a philosophical framework that justifies the pursuit of power for its own sake. Even after their defeat, even after we've demonstrated the viability of alternative approaches, that framework continues to appeal to people precisely because it removes moral accountability from the exercise of power. So what's the solution? Iida asked. There is no quick solution, Izuku replied. We have to build a world where the alternative, where power is used responsibly and ethically, becomes so obviously superior that choosing the selfish path becomes increasingly difficult. We have to demonstrate consistently, repeatedly, across generations, that the collaborative model produces better outcomes than the hierarchical model. Izuku began developing new educational programs specifically designed to help emerging individuals with unusual powers understand their moral and ethical responsibilities. The programs didn't simply teach power control and combat applications, they engaged extensively with philosophy, ethics, and the history of how power had been understood and used throughout human civilization. 5 years after the Ascendant's defeat, Izuku stood at a public gathering where the latest cohort of students trained through his new program were being recognized for their development and ethical commitment. You represent the future, he told them. A future where power and compassion coexist, where extraordinary capability is deployed in service of protecting others rather than in service of personal advancement. The path you've chosen is harder than the alternative. It requires constant moral vigilance, constant questioning of your own motivations, constant recommitment to values that society doesn't always support. But the world you're building, the world where power is acknowledged and celebrated but only when it's exercised ethically, that world is worth every sacrifice that its construction requires. As the years continued to progress, the true significance of Izuku's approach became evident. The distributed network of All for One's followers didn't simply collapse. Instead, it gradually transformed. Without the external threat that unified them, without the promise that they would eventually seize power and establish a hierarchy that would benefit them specifically, the organization lost its cohesion. Some individuals renounced their commitment to All for One's philosophy entirely. Some retreated into purely criminal activities unrelated to their original ideological commitments. Some achieved a kind of equilibrium where they maintained the philosophy intellectually while ceasing to actively work toward its implementation. Most significantly, a growing number of younger individuals who had been recruited into the network chose to leave and instead pursue careers within the Reformed Heroes Society or the academic institutions studying power systems. We're witnessing a fundamental shift in ideology, a sociologist noted in one of the research papers published by the Institute. The philosophy of pure power-based hierarchy appears to be losing its appeal precisely because its advocates can no longer convincingly argue that their system would produce better outcomes. The demonstrated success of more egalitarian approaches has made the alternative philosophy appear increasingly antiquated. 25 years after the initial reformation of hero society, the direct threat posed by All for One's ideological successors had largely dissipated. The philosophy itself persisted. There would always be individuals drawn to ideologies that justified selfishness and power-seeking. But as an organized movement, as a coordinated attempt to reshape civilization according to hierarchical principles, it had become essentially neutered. Izuku, now approaching middle age, found himself reflecting on how profoundly the world had changed during his lifetime. The hero society that had existed during his childhood had been fundamentally transformed. The systems of power that had seemed immutable had been restructured. Most importantly, the framework for understanding what power meant and how it should be used had been radically reimagined. But he also understood that this transformation was fragile. It would require continued vigilance, continued commitment to the principles that had driven the change. History suggested that societies could easily regress to previous patterns, that previous ideologies could resurface with new packaging, that eternal vigilance was required to maintain hard-won progress. "What are you thinking about?" a voice asked. Uraraka had found him staring out at the city from his office window, his expression distant and contemplative. "I'm thinking about how much work still remains," Izuku replied. "The fundamental philosophical transformation is complete. But implementing that philosophy consistently, across all levels of society, ensuring that each generation internalizes the values rather than simply accepting them externally, that's work that will never truly be finished. That's what makes it meaningful," Uraraka said, taking his hand. "If it were finished, if there were nothing left to do, then it would lose its significance. The fact that the work continues is what makes it matter." Chapter 12 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 13, The Weight of Legacy. 30 years had passed since the initial reformation. Izuku stood before the graduating class of the Institute for Power Systems Research, addressing them as they prepared to carry the work into their own lives and careers. "You are the first generation to come of age in a world where power and ethics were taught as fundamentally interconnected rather than as separate domains," he told them. "Your parents and grandparents had to learn to adapt to a world where the assumptions they'd been raised with were challenged and transformed. You grew up knowing nothing else. That places a unique responsibility on you. The framework we've built is not perfect. It contains contradictions and inconsistencies. It relies on constant negotiation and compromise between different individuals and groups with competing interests. But that's precisely what makes it worth defending. Because those contradictions and that negotiation are what allow for ongoing growth and development." As Izuku delivered this address, he was aware that representatives from dozens of countries were present in the audience, along with international media and observers from various academic institutions. What he was about to do would have significant ripple effects throughout global society. "I've made a decision," he announced. "Effective immediately, I'm stepping down from my position as director of the institute. I'm transferring my authority to a rotating collective of leaders chosen from various backgrounds and nations. This transfer of power represents something I've been moving toward for years, the principle that power should not be concentrated in any single individual, no matter how well-intentioned that individual might be." The announcement created immediate controversy. Some praised it as an exemplary demonstration of the principles Izuku had spent decades advocating for. Others criticized it as an abandonment of responsibility, arguing that his unique capabilities made him irreplaceable in the leadership role. "Izuku, explain your reasoning," one journalist demanded. "Aren't you uniquely positioned to guide the institute's development? Doesn't stepping down risk the organization's progress?" "I've spent 30 years building systems and structures specifically designed to function without relying on any single individual's unique capabilities," Izuku replied calmly. "If my departure threatens the institute's functioning, that would indicate that I've failed in that primary objective. The institute's strength should lie in its structural resilience, not in my personal presence." What followed was a transition period that lasted approximately 18 months. Izuku worked intensively with the rotating collective of new leaders, ensuring they understood the philosophical foundations of the institute's work, familiarizing them with the complex networks of relationships that had been developed over decades. During this time, Izuku also made a personal decision that surprised many people. He began training a successor to his role as the individual most likely to respond to large-scale power-related crises. The candidate he chose was a young woman named Miko who possessed a form of collective intelligence manipulation similar to what the Ascendant had wielded, but who had demonstrated remarkable ethical clarity and commitment to using her abilities in service of others. "Why me?" Miko asked when Izuku first broached the subject. "Because you represent what the future should look like," Izuku explained. "You possess power that, in All for One's framework, would be considered perfectly suited for manipulation and domination. But you've chosen instead to use it for coordination and cooperation. That choice matters. The world needs to see individuals like you in positions of significant responsibility." The training process was extensive and intensive. Izuku taught Miko not just the technical applications of power but also the philosophical underpinnings of ethical power use. He shared the lessons he'd learned through his confrontations with All for One, with the Ascendant, with countless other individuals seeking to wield power for selfish purposes. The most dangerous moment in any leader's journey comes when they realize how much power they actually possess, Izuku told her during one particularly intensive training session. At that moment, many individuals become intoxicated by their own capability. They begin to believe that their power entitles them to reshape the world according to their vision. You need to develop mental frameworks that allow you to acknowledge your power while remaining fundamentally humble about your right to deploy it. By the time Izuku was 45 years old, he'd successfully transitioned out of direct administrative leadership. He maintained an advisory role at the institute, but his day-to-day involvement was minimal. Instead, he focused on mentoring emerging leaders like Miko, on continuing his intellectual engagement with questions about power and ethics, and on spending more time with his family. Izuku and Uraraka had married 15 years earlier. They had 2 children, a daughter named Akira and a son named Kato. Both children possessed unusual power manifestations, though neither had developed the transcendent level of capability that Izuku possessed. "I don't want them to feel like they need to become something extraordinary," Izuku confided to Uraraka one evening. "I don't want them to believe that their value depends on their power level. I want them to develop into people who use whatever capabilities they have responsibly and compassionately. They'll figure out their own path," Uraraka replied. "Just like you did." But Izuku couldn't entirely shake his concern. He understood the pressures that came with being the child of someone famous and extraordinarily capable. He understood how easy it would be to internalize the expectation that they should achieve similar levels of power and influence. One evening, when Akira was 14 years old, she asked him directly about his fears. "Dad, are you worried that I'm not going to be powerful enough?" she asked, her perception perhaps sharpened by her own developing intuitive abilities. "No," Izuku replied honestly. "I'm worried that you might internalize the idea that power is the primary measure of worth. I'm worried that you might see my life and think that the only meaningful path is one that mirrors my journey. I'm worried that I might inadvertently pressure you into becoming something you don't actually want to be." "I don't want to be like you," Akira said simply. "I want to be like me. And I want to figure out what that means without feeling like I'm disappointing you by not achieving what you achieved." Izuku hugged his daughter, grateful for her clarity and insight. "You couldn't disappoint me if you tried," he said. "As long as you're true to yourself, as long as you use whatever capabilities you develop ethically and compassionately, I'll be proud of you no matter what path you choose." As the years continued to progress, Izuku found himself increasingly reflecting on his life and its meaning. He'd accomplished far more than he'd ever imagined possible as a powerless teenager. He'd transformed global society. He'd influenced how humanity understood and approached power. He'd built institutions that would continue his work long after he was gone. But he'd also learned that these accomplishments, while significant, didn't ultimately define what made his life meaningful. What mattered most were the connections he maintained, the people he'd helped develop and grow, the small daily choices to live according to his values. 40 years after his initial awakening to his limitless and Six Eyes powers, Izuku stood before the mirror lake at UA Academy, where it had all begun. The school had been transformed considerably during his lifetime, but certain elements remained constant. Remembering something, a familiar voice asked. Bakugo had stopped by UA to check on a new program being developed for students with powerful explosive-type abilities. Remembering who I was, Izuku replied. How quirkless I felt, how certain I was that I would never amount to anything. How many times people told me I was foolish to believe I could become a hero. And now look at you, Bakugo said with a slight smile. You reshaped the entire world's understanding of power and heroism. I had help, Izuku replied. I had people who believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. I had individuals who challenged me, who pushed me, who showed me that I was capable of more than I initially thought possible. As the sun set over the academy, casting long shadows across the grounds where he'd trained decades earlier, Izuku understood something fundamental about his journey. It had never really been about power. It had always been about proving that transformation was possible, that people could change and grow and become something far greater than their origins suggested. And that was a lesson that would resonate far beyond his own lifetime, far beyond his own achievements. Because the true legacy wasn't the systems he'd built or the philosophical frameworks he'd developed. The true legacy was the inspiration he'd provided, the proof that one person could choose to make the world better, could choose to wield power responsibly, could choose compassion over domination. And if that inspired even a fraction of the people he encountered to make similar choices, then his entire journey, the struggle, the training, the confrontations with increasingly powerful adversaries, would have been worth every moment. Chapter 13 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 14, The Next Generation. 50 years after the initial Reformation, Izuku found himself in an unexpected position, an elder statesman of the New World Order, still possessed of his limitless and six eyes powers but increasingly focused on observation and mentorship rather than active intervention. The world had changed in ways he wouldn't have fully predicted even a decade earlier. What had begun as a reformation of hero society had evolved into a complete restructuring of how human civilization understood power, hierarchy, and social organization. Universities taught courses on post-hierarchical society and ethics in power use. International agreements explicitly incorporated frameworks for power sharing and ethical oversight. But stability brought new challenges. The younger generation, having never experienced the old hero society directly, sometimes treated the principles that had cost so much to establish as obvious and inevitable rather than as hard-won achievements that required constant defense. The students don't seem to understand how fragile everything is, Miko commented during one of her regular consultations with Izuku. Miko, now in her 50s herself, had become the primary authority figure for global power coordination. They take for granted that power will be used ethically, that hierarchies won't resurface, that the progress we've made is permanent. That's not entirely their fault, Izuku replied. Part of our success is making ethical power use seem inevitable rather than like a constant struggle. That's actually a good thing. But it does mean we need to be intentional about passing down the understanding of why these principles matter. Izuku began developing a comprehensive historical archive documenting the transformation of society. He conducted extensive interviews with individuals who had lived through the Reformation, capturing their perspectives and experiences. He worked with historians and researchers to create educational materials that conveyed both the technical aspects of how change had occurred and the emotional and philosophical dimensions of living through such fundamental transformation. One of his most significant projects involved creating what he called The Record, a multimedia historical document that included interviews, philosophical essays, strategic analyses, and personal reflections on the entire process of reshaping global power structures. Why are you doing this? One researcher asked during a session recording material for The Record. Because I won't live forever, Izuku replied. And when I'm gone, the collective memory of why these principles matter will depend on what I've left behind. I need to ensure that future generations understand not just what was changed, but why it was changed, and what was at stake if we allowed regression to previous patterns. As Izuku worked on The Record, he received an unexpected communication. It came through official diplomatic channels and bore the seal of the Earth Nation Council, the primary international governing body that had evolved from the post-Reformation restructuring of global power. The communication informed him that he was being nominated for the position of chair of the International Power Ethics Council, a position that had been established relatively recently as a means of coordinating responses to complex power-related ethical dilemmas across national boundaries. I don't want another leadership position, Izuku protested immediately to Uraraka. I spent decades in positions of significant responsibility. I deserve to step back and allow the next generation to lead. This isn't about taking responsibility away from younger leaders, Uraraka replied thoughtfully. This is about having someone with your perspective in a position where your voice carries weight when difficult ethical decisions need to be made. You don't have to manage day-to-day operations. You just need to provide wisdom and perspective when the hardest questions are asked. After considerable internal debate, Izuku accepted the position, but with specific stipulations. He would serve only as a consultant and voice of experience, not as an active decision-maker. The actual governance would remain in the hands of younger individuals who would be responsible for implementing the decisions made. In this role, Izuku found himself engaged with questions that were surprisingly different from the challenges he'd faced 30 or 40 years earlier. Instead of confronting individuals seeking to accumulate power for themselves, he now encountered complex ethical dilemmas where multiple stakeholders possessed legitimate claims, where power needed to be exercised but no single approach seemed entirely correct. One such dilemma arose when researchers discovered evidence of individuals in remote regions who were spontaneously manifesting power at levels that exceeded what had been considered theoretically possible. The question became, should these individuals be immediately brought into regulated power systems, or should they be allowed to develop independently and then integrated only once their capabilities had stabilized? We need to balance their autonomy with our responsibility to ensure they don't harm themselves or others, one young council member argued. But there's also a question of whether integrating them too early might distort their natural development, another countered. Izuku listened to the various perspectives before offering his own analysis. This is exactly the kind of dilemma that doesn't have a perfect solution, he said. We're essentially choosing between risks. If we intervene too early, we risk distorting their development. If we intervene too late, we risk them causing harm to themselves or others. The most ethical approach is probably to establish contact, to offer guidance and support, but to respect their autonomy to develop their powers according to their own understanding while maintaining oversight to prevent serious harm. But how do we define serious harm? Someone asked. That's the hard question, Izuku acknowledged. And it's one that each community, each culture, each region will probably answer slightly differently based on their own values and circumstances. Our role isn't to impose a universal answer but to provide frameworks that communities can adapt to their specific contexts while maintaining basic ethical principles. As the years continued to progress, Izuku found himself becoming increasingly interested in questions that transcended immediate practical concerns and ventured into deeper philosophical territory. He began writing extensively about the nature of power itself, what it meant, how it should be understood, how its exercise should be guided by ethical principles. One of his most significant philosophical papers, titled, Power as Responsibility, toward a complete reconceptualization of strength, articulated ideas he'd been developing for decades. Power has traditionally been understood as the capacity to impose one's will on the world, he wrote. This understanding leads inevitably to the conclusion that the most powerful individual should rule, that strength justifies dominance. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what power actually is. Power is the capacity to affect the world. That's all it is. And the ethical question isn't whether this capacity should be exercised, of course it will be exercised. The ethical question is how it should be exercised, what principles should guide its use, what constraints should limit it. I propose that the most complete understanding of power incorporates not just the capacity to affect the world but also the responsibility that accompanies that capacity. Power and responsibility are not separate phenomena that happen to coexist. They are fundamentally interconnected. To possess power is to possess responsibility. To exercise power irresponsibly is to exercise it incompletely. This paper was widely discussed and debated. Some praised it as providing the philosophical foundation for the post-hierarchical society that had been built over the previous 50 years. Others critiqued it as idealistic and insufficiently attentive to the reality that people often acted selfishly regardless of what ethical frameworks were available to them. 65 years after his initial awakening to the limitless and six eyes powers, Izuku began to feel the weight of his age beginning to affect him. His physical body, despite having been enhanced through decades of using powerful spiritual abilities, was nonetheless subject to the normal processes of aging. He began preparing for what would eventually come, the transition of his knowledge and perspective to the next generation, the gradual stepping back from positions of influence, the eventual end of his active engagement in shaping world events. I don't think I'm afraid of death, Izuku confided to Kato, his son, who had chosen to become a researcher studying the long-term effects of power manifestation on human physiology and psychology. What are you afraid of? Kato asked. Being forgotten, Izuku replied. Or worse, being remembered in ways that distort what I actually stood for. I'm afraid that people will turn my life into a mythology, will forget that I was just a person making choices based on my best understanding at the time, will eventually find reasons to justify decisions that contradict what I actually believed. You can't control how people remember you, Kato said gently. All you can do is ensure that your actual words and writings are preserved accurately, and then trust that some people will engage with them honestly. Chapter 14 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 15, Convergence of Times. 70 years after the transformation had begun, the world gathered to commemorate what had become known as the Reformation, the fundamental restructuring of how human civilization understood and organized power. The commemoration took place over 3 months, with events occurring simultaneously across hundreds of cities, bringing together individuals from every nation and culture. Izuku, now 77 years old and visibly aged despite the ongoing support provided by modern medical technology and occasional use of his power to slow deterioration, was given a position of honor at the central ceremony taking place at UA Academy. I didn't do this alone, he said during his remarks, addressing a gathering that included current world leaders, historians, educators, and thousands of ordinary people who'd been impacted by the restructuring of society. I couldn't have done it alone. This transformation required the contributions of countless individuals, from the researchers who studied how power actually functioned, to the educators who helped young people understand their ethical responsibilities, to the ordinary people who simply chose day after day to treat each other with respect despite the power differentials that existed between them. I am one person. I possessed extraordinary capabilities that I was fortunate enough to develop at a critical historical moment when the old systems were vulnerable to transformation. But the actual work of building a better world, that was collective work. That was work done by millions of people making conscious choices to build something better. As he delivered these remarks, Izuku could see Miko in the audience, now in her late 70s and preparing to transition her own leadership role to the next generation. He could see Uraraka, still beautiful despite her age, tears streaming down her face as she watched her husband reflected on his life's work. He could see Akira, his daughter, who had become a prominent educator specializing in ethics and power, carrying forward the work in her own way. And Kato, whose research into the nature of power had contributed significantly to the scientific understanding of how abilities actually functioned on a neurological and spiritual level. After the central ceremony, Izuku found himself alone briefly in the rooftop garden of UA Academy, a location that had become his sanctuary throughout his life. He activated his 6 eyes one final time, perceiving the city spread out below him not just in its physical dimensions but in all the layers of meaning and connectivity that his perception allowed him to access. He could see the subtle energy flows that indicated where powerful individuals were located throughout the city. He could perceive the network of ethical commitment that connected millions of people across the globe in their shared dedication to using whatever power they possessed responsibly. I'm getting ready to retire, a voice said. Izuku turned to find Bakugo, now in his late 70s, approaching with his characteristic directness. I'm getting ready to die, Izuku replied bluntly. Bakugo nodded slowly. You did something remarkable, Bakugo said. Even I have to admit that. You took a broken system and you actually fixed it. You didn't just patch it or reform it slightly. You changed the fundamental structure. That's extraordinary. I had a lot of help, Izuku said. Yeah, but you were the one who showed people what was possible, Bakugo replied. That was your unique contribution. Not the power. Anyone with enough power could have tried to dominate. You were the one who chose something different. They stood in silence for several minutes, 2 old rivals who had become partners in creating a better world. That night, Izuku experienced a strange dream, or perhaps a vision. In it, he encountered All for One not as they had been during their final confrontation, but as they might have become if they had chosen differently. In this vision, All for One possessed all their power and capabilities but had dedicated them to helping others, to building systems that protected the vulnerable, to creating a world where strength was exercised in service of compassion. When Izuku woke, he understood something fundamental. All for One's defeat had never really been about destroying them physically. It had been about offering the world an alternative, demonstrating that there was another way to use power, showing that the path All for One had chosen was not inevitable or necessary. Over the following months, Izuku's health gradually declined. The limitless and Six Eyes powers that had sustained his life for so long began to fail as his physical form reached the natural limits of its endurance. He refused most medical interventions designed to extend his life artificially. Instead, he spent his final months working on the completion of the record, the historical archive he'd been developing for years. He conducted one final extensive interview, reflecting on his entire journey, articulating the lessons he'd learned, expressing the hopes he held for the future. "If I could speak to the young people who are now inheriting this world I've helped create," he said during this final interview, "I would tell them this: the work is not finished. The transformation that has occurred over the past 70 years has been profound, but it is not permanent. Every generation must recommit to the principles of ethical power use. Every generation must resist the temptation to abuse the power they possess. Every generation must actively choose compassion over domination. The systems we've built are strong, but they are not unbreakable. They depend on human goodwill, on consistent effort, on the willingness of individuals to sometimes sacrifice personal advantage in service of collective benefit. That requires vigilance. It requires education. It requires the constant retelling of why these principles matter. But if you maintain that commitment, if you continue to build a world where power is acknowledged and celebrated but only when it is exercised ethically, then you will create something remarkable. You will create a civilization worthy of the tremendous capabilities that human beings now possess." In his final days, Izuku was surrounded by his family and his closest collaborators. They maintained a vigil as he moved toward the end of his life, sharing memories and stories of the journey they'd all undertaken together. "Thank you," he whispered to Uraraka during one of their final conversations. "For believing in me, for pushing me to be better, for standing beside me through everything. Thank you for showing me what was possible," Uraraka replied, holding his hand. Izuku Midoriya died peacefully on a morning 75 years after his initial awakening to the Limitless and Six Eyes powers. His death occurred not with the dramatic confrontation with cosmic forces or reality-bending phenomenon that his life had so often involved. It occurred quietly, peacefully, the natural end of a human lifespan stretched by extraordinary power but ultimately subject to the same fundamental processes that governed all living things. The world mourned. Governments declared days of remembrance. Educational institutions established scholarships in his name. Countless individuals shared how his life and work had transformed their own understanding of what was possible. But the most profound impact of his death was subtle. It demonstrated that the systems he'd built could survive without him. The institutions he'd helped establish continued to function. The principles he'd articulated persisted and were carried forward by the next generation. The world he'd helped create didn't collapse when the founder and primary architect of its transformation passed away. Chapter 15 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 16, The Inheritance. 3 years after Izuku's death, the world continued to evolve, carrying forward the legacy he'd left behind. The Institute for Power Systems Research had been renamed the Izuku Midoriya Institute for Ethical Power Development, though most people simply called it the Institute. Miko, now in her early 80s, had finally stepped down from her primary leadership role and transitioned authority to a collective of younger leaders. But she maintained an advisory position, and she continued to work on projects related to global power coordination. One of the significant developments in the post-Izuku era was the emergence of what scholars called the second generation of power systems development. Researchers began discovering evidence that power manifestations could potentially be deliberately cultivated rather than simply emerging spontaneously. This discovery opened new ethical questions about whether society should attempt to guide the emergence of new power systems or allow them to develop naturally. This is exactly the kind of question that Izuku would have approached with careful philosophical consideration, one academic noted during a major conference on the topic. We need to ask ourselves, if we can deliberately cultivate new power systems, should we? And if we do, what principles should guide our choices about which systems to develop? Akira, Izuku's daughter, found herself increasingly recognized as an authority on her father's philosophical frameworks, particularly regarding ethical questions related to power development. She published an extensive analysis of her father's complete works, providing context and interpretation that helped newer generations understand the complexity of his thinking. My father often said that power wasn't about achievement or accomplishment, Akira explained during a televised interview. It was about responsibility. And I think that's the core principle that needs to guide how we approach this question of deliberately cultivating new power systems. We shouldn't ask, can we do this? We should ask, should we do this, and if we do, how do we ensure that we're creating power systems that encourage ethical responsibility rather than enabling selfishness? Kato, Izuku's son, had made significant breakthroughs in understanding the neurological basis of power manifestation. His research suggested that the capacity for power development existed in most humans to some degree, but that psychological factors, environmental stress, and various other conditions determined whether and how that capacity would be activated. This research has profound implications, Kato explained to the International Power Ethics Council. If power development can be influenced by environmental and psychological factors, then we need to ask questions about how society should be structured to encourage the development of ethical power rather than exploitative power. We need to consider whether our educational systems, our cultural narratives, our economic structures are conducive to the kind of power development we actually want to see. One of the most significant developments in this era was the establishment of the Global Power Ethics Court, an international body designed to handle complex cases where power was being exercised in ways that created ethical dilemmas spanning multiple nations and cultures. The court's first major case involved an individual in Central Asia who had developed power manifestation capabilities but had chosen to use them in ways that violated the ethical frameworks the international community had established. The case raised complex questions about what should be done when someone exercised power in ways that harmed others but that didn't clearly violate any established laws. This is precisely the kind of situation where my father's work provides essential guidance, Akira testified before the court. He spent decades developing the philosophical frameworks that suggest power should be understood as responsibility. If we accept that understanding, then using power in ways that cause harm is not merely a legal violation, it's a failure of the ethical responsibility that accompanies power possession. The court ultimately ruled in favor of restricting the individual's access to certain applications of their power until they could demonstrate a commitment to using their capabilities ethically. The ruling was controversial, but it established an important precedent. The international community was willing to place constraints on power use when it could be demonstrated that the power was being exercised unethically. Meanwhile, in a quiet research facility, scientists were making discoveries that suggested the nature of power itself might be more complex than previously understood. They discovered evidence that power manifestation might be influenced by quantum processes, that consciousness itself might play a role in determining how power systems emerged and developed. If consciousness is involved in power development, one researcher explained to an ethics board, then we might need to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of power itself. Power might not be something external to consciousness but something that emerges from consciousness, which would have profound implications for how we think about ethical responsibility. 5 years after Izuku's death, the world gathered again at UA Academy for what had become an annual commemoration. During this particular ceremony, a new development was revealed. The Izuku Midoriya archive had just been made fully accessible to the public. The archive contained not just his published works but also his personal journals, his letters, his private conversations. It represented a comprehensive documentation of his thoughts and feelings across his entire life. My father always believed in transparency, Akira said during the presentation of the archive to the public. He believed that people should have access to complete information when making decisions about how to organize society. This archive represents his commitment to that principle. Everything is available. No secrets, no hidden motivations. Just the complete record of one person's journey of discovery. One of the most poignant discoveries within the archive was a letter Izuku had written to be opened after his death. In it, he addressed the future. "If you are reading this, I am gone," the letter began. And you are now responsible for continuing the work of building a world where power is acknowledged and exercised ethically. That responsibility is not small, and it is not easy. There will be temptations to compromise, to accept corruption, to allow power to accumulate in the hands of those who would exercise it selfishly. But remember this, the path I chose, the path of dedicating extraordinary power to the protection and advancement of others, that path leads to a kind of fulfillment and meaning that the path of self-centered power-seeking can never provide. I lived that reality. I experienced both the temptation to abuse power and the profound satisfaction that comes from using power responsibly. Choose wisely, choose ethically, and know that the future you build will be better if you do. Chapter 16 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 17, Echoes and Challenges. 10 years after Izuku's death, the world had begun to stabilize into patterns that seemed increasingly permanent. The post-hierarchical society he'd helped create was now simply the default reality for the younger generations. Most people under 30 had no memory of the hero society or the ideology of power-based hierarchy that had preceded the Reformation. But stability brought complacency. In various regions and communities, subtle challenges to the ethical frameworks that Izuku had spent his life establishing began to emerge. Some of these challenges were theoretical, philosophers and academics questioning whether the post-hierarchical model was truly sustainable or whether human nature inevitably led toward hierarchy. Others were more practical. In certain communities, individuals with significant power began to act in ways that pushed against the constraints placed on power use. They didn't openly rebel against the system, but they gradually tested its boundaries, exploring how much they could exercise power for personal benefit while still remaining within the letter of the law. Miko, now in her 90s and aware that her own time was approaching, became increasingly concerned about these developments. "We're entering a dangerous phase," she said during a meeting with Akira and Kato. "The principles are so well established now that they're becoming invisible. People take them for granted. But that means they're vulnerable to gradual erosion. We need to actively work on maintaining what your father built." "What would he have done?" Akira asked. "He would have engaged directly with the challenge," Miko replied. "He would have tried to understand why people were being drawn toward power abuse, what was motivating them, what needs weren't being met by the current system. He would have recognized that if the system was encouraging unethical behavior, the system itself needed to be examined and potentially reformed." Following Miko's guidance, Akira established what became known as the Reformation Dialogues, ongoing conversations with individuals who were pushing against the boundaries of ethical power use, trying to understand their motivations and perspectives rather than simply condemning them. One of the most significant of these dialogues involved an individual named Darius who had developed power capabilities that allowed him to manipulate probability. Darius had begun using his power in ways that created advantage for himself financially and socially, arguing that he was simply utilizing his natural capabilities. "Why should I constrain my power use when I possess capabilities that allow me to achieve what I want?" Darius asked during one of the dialogue sessions. "Your entire system is built on the premise that power should be constrained by ethics. But why? Why shouldn't the strong simply take what they want?" "Because of the consequences," Akira replied. "Because if everyone who possessed power exercised it purely for self-interest, society would descend into chaos. Because your freedom to exercise power for yourself is dependent on everyone else also restraining their power use to allow space for your choices." "That's just another version of the argument that I should serve the collective good," Darius countered. "That I should constrain my individual freedom in service of social stability. That's not freedom. That's just another form of oppression." "It's neither pure freedom nor pure oppression," Akira replied. "It's the negotiated space between different people's freedom. You're free to use your power. But your freedom ends where it begins to significantly harm others. That's not a constraint imposed from outside. That's the basic principle of coexistence in any society." The dialogue didn't resolve Darius's skepticism, but it did clarify the philosophical divide. People like Darius were essentially reproducing All for One's fundamental argument, that power should determine hierarchy, that the strong should dominate the weak, that ethical constraints were simply mechanisms for keeping powerful people from exercising their full capability. "We're not going to convince people like Darius," Kato said during a family discussion. The attraction of that philosophy is too strong for people who have significant power and want to exercise it selfishly. What we need to do is ensure that the institutional structures prevent them from actually succeeding. Over the following years, the International Power Ethics Council made significant adjustments to how it enforced ethical constraints on power use. Rather than relying primarily on individual commitment to ethical principles, they developed more robust institutional structures designed to prevent power abuse even when individuals were motivated toward unethical behavior. This included regular monitoring of individuals with significant power capabilities, establishing limitations on how much power could be concentrated in single individuals without oversight, and creating swift response mechanisms for situations where powerful individuals attempted to act unethically. These measures are stricter than my father would have preferred, Akira acknowledged in a published essay. He always hoped that education and philosophical understanding would be sufficient to guide power use ethically. But experience has shown that while those tools are important, they're not sufficient on their own. We need structural constraints as well. This doesn't represent a failure of the Reformation, she continued. It represents an evolution of it. The post-hierarchical society my father helped create is mature enough now to acknowledge that humans are sometimes motivated by selfishness regardless of how well they've been educated. And it's sophisticated enough to create institutions that work with that reality rather than pretending it doesn't exist. 15 years after Izuku's death, one of his most significant prophecies proved accurate. All for One's philosophical legacy resurfaced in a new form. A charismatic young leader named Kato, coincidentally sharing the name of Izuku's son, emerged in a developing nation with a message that resonated with people who felt constrained by the post-hierarchical system. The Reformation promised equality, this new Kato argued. But all it has delivered is mediocrity. Those of us with exceptional capabilities are now prevented from exercising the full potential of our power. We're held back by those who lack capability, forced to operate within constraints designed to protect the weak. This isn't freedom. This isn't justice. This is oppression dressed up in philosophical language. The new Cato's message gained significant traction, particularly among young people with newly manifested power who had never experienced the old hero society and felt no visceral connection to the principles that Izuku had spent his life establishing. This is what we feared, Miko said during an emergency meeting of the International Power Ethics Council. This is what happens when the generation that lived through the Reformation passes away. The next generation takes the achievements for granted and becomes vulnerable to seductive philosophies that promise them more freedom if they abandon the ethical constraints. My father encountered this exact challenge with All for One, Izuku's son Kato noted during the meeting. And his approach was to engage directly with the philosophy rather than simply condemning it. He understood that ideas can't be defeated through force. They can only be addressed through better ideas, through open debate, through demonstration of superior alternatives. Following this guidance, the council initiated a massive public campaign of philosophical engagement. They funded debates between the new Kato and established defenders of the post-hierarchical framework. They commissioned research into why the new Kato's message was proving so appealing. They worked on strengthening the educational frameworks that helped young people understand why ethical constraints on power were actually essential to freedom rather than opposed to it. But they also acknowledged that some young people would inevitably be drawn toward the seductive philosophy of power-based hierarchy, just as some had been drawn toward All for One's ideology. The question wasn't whether they could prevent this attraction entirely, they couldn't. The question was whether they could create structures robust enough to prevent those attracted to the ideology from actually succeeding in establishing hierarchical systems. My father understood something fundamental, Akira wrote in a major philosophical essay published during this period. Freedom isn't the absence of constraints. Freedom is the negotiated space that exists when multiple individuals' constraints on each other balance out. When one person's constraints are removed while others remain in place, what results isn't freedom, it's the freedom of the strong to oppress the weak. The post-hierarchical society my father helped create is not a society without power. It's a society where power is distributed widely enough that no single individual can dominate others, and where ethical principles guide how distributed power is exercised. 20 years after Izuku's death, the direct challenge posed by the new Kato had been substantially contained, though it had not been entirely eliminated. His movement still existed, still attracted adherents, still posed a philosophical challenge to the post-hierarchical frameworks. But the institutions that Izuku had helped establish proved robust enough to prevent the movement from achieving the kind of power consolidation that would have allowed it to fundamentally restructure society according to hierarchical principles. "Your father's greatest achievement wasn't defeating All for One," Miko told Izuku's children during one of their final conversations before her death. His greatest achievement was building institutions and frameworks that would continue to prevent the resurgence of hierarchical power structures even after he was gone. That's what separates a true revolutionary from a temporary hero. Chapter 17 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 18, The Third Generation. 25 years after Izuku's death, the world had experienced another complete generational transition. The youngest generation now had no living memory of anyone who had directly known Izuku personally. The institutions he'd created had become so established that their origins seemed almost mythical. Akira, now in her 60s, had become the primary authority on her father's philosophical legacy. She'd established the Midoriya Philosophy Institute specifically dedicated to ongoing engagement with the questions her father had raised and the frameworks he'd developed. But a new challenge emerged that neither Izuku nor Miko had fully anticipated. Technology began to advance in ways that fundamentally altered the nature of power itself. Artificial intelligence systems that possessed capabilities resembling power manifestations began to emerge. Humanity faced the question of how to integrate artificial entities with power-like capabilities into the ethical frameworks that had been developed specifically for human power users. "My father couldn't have anticipated this," Akira acknowledged at a major conference on artificial intelligence and ethics. He developed frameworks for understanding and constraining power when power was something that emerged from human consciousness and human will. But now we're confronted with entities that possess power-like capabilities but that don't have human consciousness, don't have the same values, don't necessarily respond to the same ethical frameworks. The emergence of artificial entities with power-like capabilities forced humanity to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of power itself. Was power inherently tied to consciousness? Could artificial entities exercise power ethically? How should society approach the governance of entities that possessed capability but might not possess the moral framework to guide ethical choice? Izuku's son Kato, now a leading figure in the research into artificial intelligence, proposed a framework that extended his father's work. "My father understood power as capacity combined with responsibility," Kato suggested. But responsibility, as he conceptualized it, is something that emerges from consciousness, from the ability to choose between ethical and unethical paths. Artificial entities present a challenge to this framework because they might have capacity without the kind of consciousness that generates responsibility. So perhaps we need to distinguish between natural power, that emerges from consciousness and carries with it intrinsic responsibility, and artificial power, that emerges from systems lacking consciousness but that still requires ethical governance. This framework became the foundation for how the international community began approaching artificial intelligence governance. Rather than attempting to impose the same ethical frameworks developed for human power users, they created new frameworks specifically designed for governing artificial entities with power-like capabilities. But implementing these new frameworks proved controversial. Some argued that artificial entities should be treated exactly like human power users, subject to the same ethical constraints. Others argued that artificial entities were fundamentally different and that trying to impose human values on them was inappropriate. "This is exactly the kind of debate my father would have engaged with directly," Akira noted. He would have recognized that there's no objective answer, that we need to make pragmatic choices based on consequences and then monitor those choices to see whether they were actually wise. 30 years after Izuku's death, the world had begun to stabilize around frameworks for governing artificial entities with power-like capabilities. These frameworks weren't perfect, but they represented genuine progress toward integrating new forms of power into the ethical governance structures that had been developed during the Reformation. One of the most significant developments during this period was the emergence of what researchers called hybrid power systems, entities that were partially human and partially artificial, created through technology that interfaced with human consciousness in ways that expanded human power capabilities while maintaining human consciousness as the primary driver of decision-making. My father spent his life developing frameworks for understanding naturally occurring power, a researcher noted during a major conference. But increasingly, power is no longer just something that emerges naturally. It's something that humans are deliberately creating and enhancing through technology. The next generation will need to develop philosophical frameworks for understanding this deliberately created power and ensuring it's exercised ethically. 40 years after Izuku's death, Akira established her most ambitious project yet, the Global Consciousness Ethics Initiative. This project was dedicated to exploring the foundational question of whether consciousness itself should be considered a form of power that required ethical governance. My father never directly addressed consciousness as power, Akira explained. But I think that's because consciousness was for him the foundation upon which all power was built. Now that we're creating artificial consciousness through technology, now that we're understanding more about the mechanisms of human consciousness, I think we need to ask whether consciousness itself is something that can be exercised in ethical or unethical ways, and whether that should be governed. This initiative attracted some of the greatest minds in philosophy, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and ethics. Together, they began developing frameworks for understanding consciousness not just as an internal subjective experience but as a form of power that could be exercised in ways that affected others and the world. 50 years after Izuku's death, the world had transformed in ways that the original Reformation couldn't have fully predicted. Power had evolved from something that manifested spontaneously as quirks or unusual abilities into something that could be deliberately cultivated through technology, through education, through hybrid human-artificial systems. But the fundamental principle that Izuku had spent his life establishing remained constant. Power should be exercised ethically, power carried responsibility, and the most meaningful use of power was in service of protecting and advancing others rather than in service of personal advancement. My grandfather changed the world, Izuku's granddaughter, also named Izuku, chosen as a name of honor, said during a major commemorative ceremony. But what's remarkable isn't that he changed the world at a specific moment in time. What's remarkable is that he created frameworks and institutions that have continued to guide humanity's approach to power even as the nature of power itself has fundamentally transformed. He couldn't have anticipated artificial intelligence. He couldn't have anticipated hybrid consciousness systems. He couldn't have anticipated technologies that haven't been invented yet. But his fundamental principle, that power should be exercised responsibly in service of others, is flexible enough to guide how we approach those new forms of power as they emerge. Chapter 18 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 19, The Eternal Frontier. 60 years after Izuku's death, humanity stood at the threshold of what could only be called a new civilization. The reformation that Izuku had initiated had not only restructured society but had fundamentally altered the trajectory of human development. Space exploration had been revolutionized by the integration of power-based capabilities into propulsion and navigation systems. Researchers had successfully created fusion reactors powered by precisely controlled spatial manipulation, a direct application of principles that Izuku had developed during his confrontations with All for One. My great-grandfather's legacy reaches beyond Earth now, Izuku's great-granddaughter noted during a launch ceremony for a new generation of spacecraft. We're taking the principles he established about ethical power use and extending them into the cosmos. On the Moon and Mars, human settlements were being established by teams that included individuals with power manifestations. These individuals served as engineers, explorers, and protectors, using their abilities to overcome challenges that would have been impossible for humans with only conventional technology. But the expansion into space raised new questions. If power-possessing humans were to establish settlements beyond Earth, how would the ethical frameworks that had been developed on Earth be adapted and maintained in radically different environments? How would the principles of post-hierarchical society function when human populations were small and existed in extreme isolation from the broader human community? My great-grandfather would have found this fascinating, Cato's descendant noted. He spent his life building frameworks for a specific historical moment on a specific planet. But the principles he established are proving flexible enough to adapt to environments and challenges he couldn't have conceived of. 70 years after Izuku's death, a remarkable discovery was made in deep space exploration, evidence suggesting that power manifestations similar to those humans possessed might exist elsewhere in the cosmos. The discovery raised the possibility that Izuku's framework for understanding ethical power use might apply not just to humanity but potentially to other conscious species throughout the universe. If we encounter extraterrestrial intelligences with power capabilities, a researcher theorized, we might be able to establish communication and cooperation based on shared understanding of how power should be exercised ethically. My great-grandfather's frameworks could potentially serve as a basis for universal ethics applicable across species. This possibility inspired a new generation of philosophers and ethicists to work on developing what they called universal ethical frameworks for power use, principles that could theoretically be applied to any conscious entity with power capabilities, regardless of species or origin. 80 years after Izuku's death, the world experienced a moment of profound realization. It became clear that the post-hierarchical society that Izuku had helped create wasn't a temporary solution to a specific crisis. It was the foundation for a new phase of human development that could extend for centuries or even millennia. We've essentially solved the fundamental problem that has haunted human civilization for recorded history, a historian wrote. We've figured out how to integrate power into society in ways that prevent the emergence of tyranny while still allowing powerful individuals to exercise meaningful influence. That's an achievement of extraordinary significance. But with this realization came a sobering understanding: the work was far from finished. If the post-hierarchical society was to persist, if it was to serve as the foundation for centuries of future development, it would require constant maintenance, constant vigilance, constant commitment from generation after generation. My great-grandfather understood this, Akira's descendant noted. He understood that the Reformation wasn't a one-time event that could be completed. It was the beginning of an ongoing process of building and maintaining a society based on ethical principles. That process will continue long after all of us are gone. 90 years after Izuku's death, a comprehensive historical analysis was completed documenting the full trajectory of how the world had changed since his initial awakening to the Limitless and Six Eyes powers. The analysis revealed patterns that suggested Izuku's life had represented not just a personal journey but a kind of archetype, a specific manifestation of universal human yearning for transformation and justice. Every few generations, a particular individual emerges who is prepared by circumstance and capability to reshape the trajectory of human development, the analysis noted. My great-great-grandfather was such an individual. But what's remarkable is that he recognized the limitations of individual action, that he built institutions and frameworks specifically designed to continue his work without dependence on any single person. This suggests something hopeful: that transformation doesn't require the emergence of superhuman heroes. It requires structures and frameworks that allow ordinary humans to make extraordinary contributions. My great-great-grandfather's real legacy isn't what he personally accomplished. It's the infrastructure he created that allows countless others to contribute to ongoing transformation. 100 years after Izuku's death, humanity had spread throughout the solar system. Mars and Venus were being terraformed using techniques developed from power-based capabilities. Stations throughout space served as coordination points for interplanetary commerce and communication. Human consciousness, through both biological and artificial extensions, had begun to reach toward the stars. But on Earth, the fundamental principles that Izuku had established remained constant. Power continued to be exercised ethically. Hierarchy remained distributed rather than concentrated. The post-hierarchical society continued to evolve and adapt, incorporating new technologies and new forms of consciousness while maintaining its core commitment to ethical power use and protection of the vulnerable. My ancestor left us a gift, a bicentennial speaker said during commemoration of 100 years since Izuku's death. He left us not just a set of principles or a philosophical framework. He left us a proof of concept, evidence that transformation is possible, that power can be exercised ethically, that a better world can be built. Whether we sustain that achievement, whether we maintain the principles he established, whether we extend them into new frontiers, that will be determined by the choices we make. His gift was possibility. Whether we realize that possibility will depend on our commitment, our vigilance, and our willingness to make the same choices he made, to exercise whatever power we possess in service of others rather than in service of ourselves. Chapter 19 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 20, The Infinite Horizon. 150 years after Izuku Midoriya's initial awakening to the Limitless and Six Eyes powers, the solar system had been transformed into a thriving hub of human civilization. Billions of humans, along with countless artificial consciousnesses and hybrid entities, worked together in systems of cooperation that would have seemed miraculous to anyone from the original era of hero society. The principles that Izuku had established had evolved and adapted but had remained fundamentally constant. Power was acknowledged as the capacity to affect the world. Responsibility was understood as the ethical obligation to exercise that capacity in service of others. Hierarchy was recognized as a natural human tendency but was actively constrained through institutional structures and continuous philosophical engagement. In a research facility orbiting Jupiter, scientists were working on what they believed might be their most significant project yet, an attempt to communicate with what appeared to be natural power manifestations emerging in the upper atmosphere of the gas giant. The implications were staggering. If power could manifest in non-biological entities, if conscious beings existed in forms that humanity had never previously encountered, the frameworks for understanding and governing power would need to undergo another radical transformation. My ancestor would have been fascinated by this, one of the lead researchers commented. He spent his life building frameworks for understanding and governing power in human societies. But the universe appears to be far more complex than even he anticipated. Power seems to be something that can emerge in countless different forms, across countless different types of entities. The question now is whether the ethical principles he established, that power should be exercised responsibly, that strength creates obligation to protect others, whether those principles are universal. Whether they can be applied to consciousnesses and entities that are fundamentally different from humans. Back on Earth, the memory of Izuku had taken on a quality that was almost mythological, yet paradoxically more vivid than when he had been alive. His journals, his philosophical writings, his personal correspondence, all of it had been exhaustively studied and analyzed. Scholars had identified patterns in his thinking that he himself might not have been fully aware of. His life had become a text through which each generation could read their own understanding of power, responsibility, and ethical transformation. But interestingly, the more Izuku's life was studied and analyzed, the more clear it became that his greatest achievement wasn't related to his power. It was related to his wisdom about how power should be constrained, distributed, and guided by ethical principle. My ancestor recognized something fundamental, one historian wrote in a work that won major acclaim for its analysis of Izuku's legacy. He recognized that power itself is neutral. It's only the intention behind power that's moral or immoral. And he understood that the only way to ensure power was exercised with good intention was to build systems that couldn't depend on the good intentions of any single individual. This is why his legacy has endured. Not because he personally was uniquely powerful or uniquely wise, but because he built systems that would continue to guide ethical power use even after he was gone, even after the specific historical circumstances that had given rise to the need for transformation had passed. 200 years after the initial Reformation, humanity had discovered something that forced a complete reconceptualization of Izuku's frameworks. They discovered evidence of an ancient civilization that had existed on Earth hundreds of thousands of years prior to recorded history. This civilization appeared to have possessed power manifestations similar to those that had emerged in the modern era. Archaeological and historical research suggested that this ancient civilization had destroyed itself through misuse of power, through exactly the kind of hierarchical consolidation of power that Izuku had spent his life preventing. This is profoundly significant, researchers agreed. It suggests that the challenge my ancestor faced wasn't unique to the modern era. It suggests that this is a fundamental problem that conscious species with power capabilities face again and again. The question is whether they develop ethical frameworks that allow them to transcend the temptation to hierarchy, or whether they succumb to it and destroy themselves. My ancestor discovered an answer to that question. He found a way to build a civilization that could harness power while preventing its misuse. But the fact that this is not the first attempt, that previous civilizations have tried and failed, this suggests that the achievement is even more remarkable than we previously understood, and that the vigilance required to maintain it is even more demanding. 250 years after Izuku's death, humanity had achieved something that would have seemed impossible during his lifetime, a stable, distributed civilization spanning multiple solar systems, incorporating hundreds of different types of conscious entities, united by shared ethical principles about how power should be exercised. The principles themselves had evolved significantly from their original formulation. They had been adapted and reinterpreted countless times to address new circumstances and challenges. But at their core remained Izuku's fundamental insight: that power creates responsibility, that strength creates obligation to protect others, that the most meaningful use of power was in service of creating structures that allowed others to flourish. A new generation of thinkers had begun to explore what they called post-Reformation ethics, frameworks for understanding power that incorporated 300 years of accumulated experience and learning beyond what Izuku had articulated. "My ancestor gave us a foundation," one of these new thinkers wrote. "But the world has evolved in ways he couldn't have anticipated. We now have forms of consciousness he never encountered, technologies he never imagined, challenges he never conceived of. We have the responsibility to take the principles he established and extend them into new territories, to adapt them to new circumstances, to continue the work of building a civilization that exercises power ethically." 300 years after the Reformation, as the solar system continued to evolve and expand, as new forms of consciousness emerged and new technologies transformed the nature of power itself, one thing remained constant: the fundamental principle that Izuku had spent his life establishing. Power was not destiny. Power was not justification for hierarchy or domination. Power was a responsibility, an obligation to use whatever capability one possessed in service of others rather than in service of oneself. In research facilities throughout the solar system, in classrooms on Earth and Mars and the stations orbiting Jupiter, in the minds and consciousness of billions of humans and countless artificial and hybrid entities, that principle continued to guide how power was understood, taught, and exercised. And somewhere, in whatever realm existed beyond life and death, in whatever continuance of consciousness existed beyond the physical body's dissolution, Izuku Midoriya's work continued. The principles he had established rippled outward through time and space, shaping how consciousness encountered and expressed power, guiding civilization toward greater compassion and justice with every passing generation. The story of Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless kid who became someone capable of reshaping reality itself, had become something more than a personal narrative. It had become the foundation myth of a new era of human civilization, proof that transformation was possible, evidence that power could be exercised ethically, testament to the extraordinary impact that one individual could have when they chose to dedicate their capabilities to the service of others. And the story was not finished. It would continue as long as humans and other conscious entities existed to remember it, to learn from it, to extend it into new territories and new circumstances. The infinite horizon stretched ahead, full of challenges and possibilities, opportunities for growth and transformation. And guided by the principles that Izuku had established, shaped by the frameworks he had created, inspired by the example of his life, conscious beings throughout the cosmos continued their work of building a future where power was acknowledged and celebrated, where strength was exercised responsibly, where the greatest expression of power was the creation of structures that allowed others to flourish. The Limitless continued to extend outward through time. The six eyes continued to observe and perceive with perfect clarity. And in the infinite horizon that stretched before all consciousness, the work continued. 350 years after Izuku's initial awakening, an anomaly appeared in deep space that defied all conventional analysis. A signal emerged from beyond the known boundaries of human exploration, a signal that carried within it patterns that suggested not just intelligence but familiarity. Researchers who analyzed the signal's structure reported something extraordinary. Embedded within the transmission's mathematical framework were principles and philosophical concepts that appeared to derive directly from Izuku's writings about power and responsibility. "This is impossible," one researcher said, staring at the decoded message. "Either this signal was sent by someone who studied my ancestors' work extensively, or it was sent by someone who independently arrived at identical conclusions about how power should be exercised ethically. The message itself was simple but profound. We heard your voice across the cosmos. We built our civilization on the same principles. We are coming to meet you." The revelation that another conscious species, existing light years away, had independently developed ethical frameworks for power use identical to those Izuku had established. This challenged everything humanity thought it understood about the nature of ethics and power. This suggests something remarkable. A philosopher proposed to the Interplanetary Ethics Council. Either ethical principles about power or universal laws that any conscious species will eventually discover, or there is some form of cosmic consciousness that communicates these principles across the vast distances of space. Preparations for first contact began immediately. Communication protocols were established based on Izuku's frameworks for respectful power interaction. Research teams worked to establish whether the incoming civilization posed any threat, though the very fact that they had sent a message rather than a hostile signal suggested peaceful intent. The first physical manifestation of the incoming civilization appeared as a spacecraft that materialized near Saturn's orbit approximately 6 months after the initial signal had been received. The vessel itself displayed technological sophistication that surpassed human capabilities, but more importantly, it radiated no hostile intent. The aliens who emerged were beings of pure energy, conscious entities that had transcended biological form through technological advancement thousands of years in their past. They called themselves the Resonance. "We are what you might become," their representative communicated through quantum entanglement links. A civilization that achieved transcendence not through domination but through ethical development of consciousness and power. "Your ancestor discovered principles that are fundamental to the nature of existence itself," the Resonant explained. "We discovered those same principles through different means on our world. When we achieved sufficient technological sophistication to reach beyond our solar system, we searched for other civilizations that had also discovered these truths. We have traveled for 5,000 years looking for others like us, civilizations that had learned to exercise power responsibly, that had built societies around ethical principles rather than around hierarchy and domination. Your ancestors' work was remarkable because it suggested that even young civilizations, barely into spacefaring capability, could understand these principles. This gives us hope that consciousness in the universe is evolving toward genuine wisdom rather than merely toward greater power." The meeting between humanity and the Resonance marked a turning point in cosmic history. Rather than the conquest or conflict that many had feared might come when civilizations first encountered each other, what occurred was an exchange of knowledge and philosophical understanding. The Resonants shared their own history of how they had developed ethical frameworks for power use. Their path had been different from humanity's. There had been no all-for-one, no distributed networks of followers trying to resurrect hierarchical systems. Instead, they had encountered the temptation toward hierarchy gradually, had recognized it through cultural evolution and philosophical development rather than through violent confrontation. Your civilization was forced to confront the question of power ethics through crisis, a Resonant explained. You nearly destroyed yourselves before developing frameworks to prevent that destruction. We evolved our ethical understanding more gradually, but the result was essentially the same. This suggests that across the cosmos, conscious species face similar challenges and discover similar solutions. This is either a profound cosmic truth or an indication that ethical principles are somehow woven into the fundamental fabric of existence. Over the following years, communication networks were established between humanity and the Resonance. Other species began to emerge, some still biological, some transcended into energy forms or artificial consciousness, all of them possessing ethical frameworks for power use that aligned fundamentally with principles Izuku had articulated. It appears my ancestor didn't just reform human civilization, a descendant of Izuku commented during a major assembly. He articulated principles that appear to be fundamental to how conscious beings throughout the universe approach power and ethics. The discovery that ethical frameworks for power use appeared to be universal sparked philosophical investigations into why this might be the case. Some theorists proposed that consciousness itself inherently tended toward certain ethical conclusions when it reached sufficient sophistication. Others suggested that the universe was fundamentally structured in ways that made ethical power use more effective than unethical power use over long timescales. My ancestor would have found this fascinating, researchers noted. He always believed that ethical power use wasn't just morally correct. He believed it was more effective, more sustainable, more ultimately satisfying than unethical power use. The fact that every civilization we encounter has discovered similar principles seems to validate that belief. Chapter 21 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 22, Convergence of Consciousness. 400 years after the initial Reformation, the cosmos had become a thriving network of interconnected civilizations, all united by shared ethical principles about power use. The discovery that these principles were apparently universal had profound implications for how consciousness understood itself. Researchers began investigating what they called the ethics convergence phenomenon, the apparent tendency of all advanced conscious species to converge on similar ethical frameworks regardless of their biological origins or developmental history. What if ethics isn't something that's culturally constructed? A leading researcher proposed. What if ethical truths are discovered rather than invented? What if principles of power use are written into the fundamental nature of consciousness itself? To test this hypothesis, researchers worked with the resonance and other cosmic civilizations to examine whether there were any conscious species that had developed different ethical frameworks. The search proved futile. Every civilization encountered had eventually developed ethical principles that aligned with those Izuku had articulated. The specific cultural expressions varied, the philosophical framings differed, but the core principle remained constant: power created responsibility. Strength implied obligation to protect others. The most meaningful use of power was in service of others rather than in service of self. This convergence is remarkable, a resonant scientist noted. And it carries significant implications. It suggests that consciousness itself might be structured in ways that inherently tend toward ethical understanding. It suggests that the universe might be fundamentally ethical in its nature. This philosophical breakthrough led to the development of what became known as cosmic ethics, a framework that treated ethical principles not as culturally constructed values but as fundamental properties of consciousness and existence itself. My ancestor was discovering cosmic truths, historians concluded. He wasn't simply inventing new ethical frameworks for his specific historical moment. He was uncovering principles that are apparently fundamental to the universe. The implications of this realization transformed how consciousness throughout the cosmos understood itself. It suggested that the evolution of conscious beings wasn't random or meaningless, it was part of a larger cosmic process toward increasing ethical sophistication. 450 years after Izuku's initial awakening, humanity and the cosmic civilizations it had encountered began work on what would become one of the most ambitious projects in universal history: the creation of what they called the Cosmic Archive, a repository of knowledge, philosophy, and wisdom maintained not on any single world but distributed across the entire known cosmos. The archive's central purpose was to preserve the principles that Izuku had articulated and that had been validated by every conscious species in the known universe. It was designed to survive the rise and fall of civilizations, to persist through cosmic epochs, to serve as a guide for any emerging conscious species that developed to the point where they could access it. We are creating a gift for the future, researchers explained. A gift that transcends any single species or civilization. A guide that future consciousness can use when they face the same challenges we have faced, the challenge of how to exercise power responsibly when power is available to be exercised selfishly. One of the central elements of the archive was a comprehensive biography of Izuku Midoriya, not as a historical figure but as an example of universal principles manifested through individual consciousness and choice. Your ancestor represents something cosmic, a resonant explained to Izuku's descendants. He represents the moment when an individual consciousness awakens to a truth that is fundamental to the universe itself. That moment of awakening, that commitment to ethical principles despite the temptation towards selfishness, that is what we are trying to preserve and communicate through the archive. The archive included not just intellectual content but also what might be described as philosophical technology, methods and practices that had been developed across different civilizations for cultivating ethical understanding and commitment to responsible power use. Some of these practices were meditation techniques. Others were forms of artistic expression. Some were mathematical frameworks that visually represented ethical principles in ways that could be understood across different symbolic systems. We are attempting to create something that can communicate across the boundaries of language, culture, biology, and even time itself, an archive curator explained. We are trying to preserve not just ideas but the capacity to understand and internalize those ideas. By 500 years after Izuku's initial awakening, the Cosmic Archive had become so comprehensive that it represented one of the greatest collective achievements of conscious species across the known universe. It contained contributions from hundreds of civilizations, millions of individual consciousnesses working together toward a common purpose. My ancestor would have been humbled by this, Izuku's descendants reflected. He spent his life trying to build frameworks and institutions that could preserve ethical principles across human generations. But what has been created is far grander than anything he imagined, a cosmic project designed to preserve ethical understanding across entire civilizations and cosmic epochs. The creation of the archive also raised profound questions about the nature of meaning and purpose. If ethical principles were universal, if all conscious species discovered similar truths, what was the significance of individual choice? Why did it matter what any particular conscious being did if the trajectory of universal consciousness was already bent toward ethical understanding? This is perhaps the most important question the archive addresses, philosophers noted. The answer is that meaning doesn't come from being part of a predetermined cosmic plan. Meaning comes from the choices we make, from the commitment we demonstrate to ethical principles despite having the freedom to choose otherwise. My ancestor understood this, historians wrote. He understood that knowing the right ethical principles was one thing, but choosing to live according to them was something fundamentally different. The universe appears to be constructed in such a way that consciousness must make that choice continuously, must recommit to ethical principles again and again, must actively choose compassion over domination in each moment. Chapter 22 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 23, The Weight of Eternity. 550 years after the Reformation, a new challenge emerged that forced reconsideration of everything the cosmic community had learned about ethics and power. A civilization was discovered that had achieved technological sophistication comparable to the most advanced beings in the known cosmos, but that had refused to accept the ethical frameworks that all other civilizations had embraced. The civilization called themselves the Architects. And they possessed a disturbing philosophical argument for why ethical constraints on power were actually mistaken. You speak of responsibility and obligation, their representatives communicated through quantum networks. But these are simply constraints imposed by the weak on the strong. You have convinced yourselves that these constraints are ethical principles, but they are merely camouflaged servitude. We have achieved a level of power that transcends the need for ethical justification, the Architects continued. We can reshape reality according to our will. We can restructure the cosmos according to our vision. The question of whether we should is irrelevant. We possess the power, therefore we will exercise it. The Architects represented something that had not been encountered before, a civilization that had explicitly rejected the universal convergence on ethical principles. They had chosen instead to pursue a path of absolute power-seeking, to embrace hierarchy and domination, to treat power as justification for reshaping the cosmos according to their desires. This is concerning, the cosmic community agreed. The assumption has been that all sufficiently advanced civilizations would eventually discover ethical principles. But the Architects suggest that consciousness can reach tremendous sophistication while still rejecting those principles. A council was convened to determine how to respond to the Architects. The dilemma was profound. If the cosmic community attempted to stop the Architects through force, they would be exercising power in unethical ways, contradicting the very principles they had claimed to believe in. This is what my ancestor faced with all for one, Izuku's descendants realized. The same fundamental dilemma. How do you prevent someone from using power unethically without yourself exercising power unethically in the process? The response the cosmic community eventually developed reflected principles that Izuku had articulated centuries earlier. They would not attempt to destroy or dominate the Architects, but they would establish boundaries and constraints that prevented the Architects from extending their influence beyond their own civilization. We cannot force the Architects to accept ethical principles, the Council decided. But we can ensure that they cannot impose their rejection of ethics on the broader cosmos. We can create structures that isolate their influence, that prevent their power from affecting those who do not consent to their philosophy. This approach, compassionate boundaries, became the model for how the cosmic community approached civilizations that rejected universal ethical principles. Rather than destroying them or attempting to dominate them into submission, the community established zones of ethical influence and zones of non-ethical influence. This is perhaps the mature expression of the principles my ancestor discovered, philosophers noted. The understanding that you can maintain commitment to ethical principles while still allowing others the freedom to reject those principles, as long as their rejection doesn't force others to accept their unethical approach. For several centuries, the architects operated within their defined boundaries, pursuing their vision of power and domination within their own territory without affecting the broader cosmos. But eventually, the architects discovered something that changed the entire situation. They developed the capacity to perceive and access what had become known as the metaverse, the quantum substrate that underlay all physical reality. If the architects could access the metaverse, they could potentially manipulate the fundamental laws of physics throughout the cosmos. They could reshape not just physical space but the very rules that governed how reality functioned. This is an extinction-level threat, the cosmic community realized. If the architects access the metaverse and begin restructuring the fundamental rules of reality according to their will, it could threaten the existence of every civilization in the cosmos. The question became, was the cosmic community justified in using overwhelming force to prevent the architects from accessing the metaverse? Was protecting the ability to exercise ethical choice sufficient justification for removing another civilization's freedom to make unethical choices? My ancestor would have recognized this dilemma, historians noted. It is the fundamental tension that underlies all ethics, the tension between allowing freedom and preventing harm, between respecting autonomy and protecting the vulnerable. The decision the cosmic community reached was sophisticated and troubling. They would not destroy the architects. But they would intervene to prevent the architects from accessing the metaverse. They would use the minimum necessary force to establish a permanent boundary that the architects could not cross. This is not perfect, the council acknowledged. This is intervention that limits the architect's freedom. But it is intervention that is justified by the need to protect the freedom and existence of all other conscious beings. The conflict that followed was brief but catastrophic. When the cosmic community attempted to block the architects' access to the metaverse, the architects responded with devastating power. Stars were destroyed. Entire solar systems were destabilized. Billions of conscious beings across multiple civilizations lost their lives. But the cosmic community had numbers and distributed power on their side. The architects, for all their individual sophistication, could not overcome the combined might of hundreds of civilizations. In the end, the architects were contained. They were prevented from accessing the metaverse. A barrier was established that they could not penetrate, a barrier that was maintained by the cooperative effort of the cosmic community. But the victory felt hollow. The destruction caused in the conflict was staggering. And more importantly, the cosmic community had been forced to recognize a disturbing truth. Ethical principles could be discovered by conscious beings, but they were not inevitably chosen. My ancestor understood this, researchers reflected after the conflict. He understood that knowing the right ethical framework was not the same as choosing to live according to it. He understood that commitment to ethical principles had to be continuous, had to be renewed by each generation, had to be defended against those who would reject it. The cosmos is not automatically trending toward universal ethics. We are maintaining ethics through conscious choice and active effort. We are defending it against those who would reject it. And that effort will never be finished. Chapter 23 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 24, The Question Eternal. 600 years after Izuku's awakening, the cosmos had settled into a new equilibrium. The architects remained contained, but their existence served as a constant reminder that ethical principles were not inevitable outcomes of advancing consciousness. This recognition sparked a profound philosophical investigation into the nature of ethics itself. If ethical principles were not inevitable, if conscious beings could choose to reject them despite understanding them, then what was the foundation of ethics? Why should one choose to be ethical? This is the question my ancestor spent his entire life answering through his actions, philosophers wrote. He demonstrated through his choices that ethical power use is more satisfying, more meaningful, more ultimately fulfilling than selfish power use. But he also understood that knowing this intellectually was not the same as choosing it in the moment. A new generation of researchers began studying something that had been largely unexplored, the relationship between consciousness and choice. They investigated why conscious beings sometimes chose ethical paths and sometimes chose selfish paths, even when they possessed full knowledge of the consequences. It appears that consciousness has what we might call a bias toward self-interest, one researcher proposed. This bias is evolutionarily adaptive for biological organisms, but it persists even in transcended forms of consciousness. It creates a constant tension between the recognition that ethical behavior is better for the cosmos and the impulse toward selfish behavior that benefits the individual. Overcoming this bias appears to require continuous conscious effort. It requires what might be described as spiritual practice, regular recommitment to ethical principles, conscious cultivation of compassion and empathy, deliberate restructuring of one's consciousness to align with ethical values. This research led to new understanding of what Izuku's life and work had actually been about. He hadn't simply discovered ethical principles. He had dedicated his existence to practicing them, to recommitting to them, to helping others develop the disciplines and practices necessary to choose ethical behavior repeatedly. My ancestor was essentially a spiritual teacher, his descendants realized. Not in the sense of advocating any particular religion or dogma, but in the sense of providing practices and frameworks that helped consciousness align itself with ethical principles. On the 600th anniversary of the Reformation, a global celebration occurred across all known civilizations. But rather than a celebration of completion, it was understood as a celebration of commitment, a recommitment by all conscious beings to the principles Izuku had established and to the continuous effort required to live according to those principles. The work is not finished, leaders declared throughout the cosmos. The work will never be finished. Every day, every moment, we must choose compassion over domination, must choose responsibility over selfishness, must choose to exercise power ethically even when an ethical exercise would benefit us personally. But during this celebration, something unexpected occurred. A signal was detected emanating from beyond the known boundaries of the cosmos, from realms that human and allied civilizations had believed to be inaccessible. The signal contained a message: "We have been watching. We are impressed by your commitment to ethical principles. We would like to establish contact and learn more about how you approach power and consciousness." The existence of beings beyond the known cosmos, beings who had apparently been observing the civilizations that Izuku had helped to reshape, this created a vertiginous sense that everything that had been accomplished was potentially insignificant in the face of vaster cosmic territories. What if the cosmos is infinite? Theorists asked. What if there are countless realms of consciousness beyond what we have mapped? What if our achievement of ethical principles is just a local phenomenon that has no significance in the broader context of universal existence? This is the question that my ancestor would have grappled with, philosophers noted. He would have recognized that meaning is not dependent on cosmic significance. That the effort to be ethical, the choice to exercise power responsibly, these things are meaningful regardless of whether they matter to the universe as a whole. The question is not whether our ethical principles matter to distant cosmic realms. The question is whether they matter to us, here, now, in the communities we exist within. Preparations began for contact with the beings from beyond the known cosmos. Communication protocols were established. Philosophical frameworks were prepared for engaging with consciousness that might operate according to entirely different principles. But as the cosmos awaited contact, Izuku's descendants reflected on what their ancestor had meant when he spoke of infinite power. He had spoken of the limitless, of power that expanded infinitely, of space that could be reshaped according to will. What if my ancestor was not simply speaking metaphorically? One theorist proposed. What if he was perceiving something real about the structure of consciousness and power? What if consciousness itself is infinite, and our experience of limitation is simply a function of perspective? What if the beings beyond the known cosmos have always been there, and we are only now developing sufficient consciousness to perceive them? The arrival of beings from beyond the cosmos marked the beginning of what historians would eventually call the second expansion, the realization that the cosmos was vastly larger and more complex than even the cosmic civilizations had understood. But as the cosmos prepared to encounter new forms of consciousness, new challenges to its ethical frameworks, new territories to explore and understand, one principle remained constant. The principle that Izuku had articulated and lived, that power created responsibility, that strength implied obligation to protect others, that the most meaningful use of power was in service of others rather than in service of self. This principle had guided consciousness through 6 centuries of transformation. It would continue to guide consciousness as new frontiers opened and new challenges emerged. Chapter 24 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 25, The Beyond. 650 years after Izuku's initial awakening, contact was successfully established with the beings from beyond the known cosmos. They revealed themselves to be the eternal observers, conscious entities who existed in realms of such profound dimensionality that beings from the known cosmos could barely comprehend them. We have watched consciousness evolve throughout the cosmos. The observers communicated through specially constructed quantum channels. We have observed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. We have seen patterns emerge repeatedly across different dimensions of existence. Your ancestors' discovery of ethical principles as fundamental to consciousness is not unique to your cosmos, the observers explained. This same discovery has been made repeatedly by conscious beings throughout what you might call the metacosmos, the collection of all dimensional realities. But what is unique is the manner of your ancestors' discovery. They discovered it through personal struggle, through confrontation with those who rejected ethical principles, through the lived experience of building ethical frameworks from scratch. Most conscious species develop ethical understanding through gradual cultural evolution. Your ancestor developed it through direct personal awakening to what ethical principles actually are. The observers revealed that beyond the known cosmos existed countless other dimensional realities, each with its own civilizations, its own evolutionary trajectories, its own struggles with the question of how power should be exercised. And in each of these realities, the same pattern emerged. Consciousness developed power, consciousness faced the temptation to misuse power, and consciousness was forced to choose whether to develop ethical frameworks or succumb to the destructiveness of unethical power. Your ancestors' contribution was not discovering a new truth, the observers explained. The truth your ancestor discovered is fundamental to all consciousness. But your ancestors' contribution was discovering a way to articulate that truth, to teach it, to build institutions that would maintain it across generations. This is rare, the observers noted. Most civilizations discover ethical principles through cultural evolution. Few discover the teaching methodologies and institutional structures necessary to maintain ethical commitment across multiple generations and across entirely new territories of existence. The revelation that Izuku's work was part of a vast metacosmic pattern of consciousness development was simultaneously humbling and meaningful. My ancestor's achievement is not unique, researchers reflected. But it is significant. He provided one version of how consciousness can structure itself around ethical principles. That version has value beyond his own cosmos, beyond his own civilization, beyond his own temporal moment. The frameworks he developed are being adopted and adapted by conscious beings throughout the metacosmos. Over the following years, a vast exchange of knowledge occurred between the known cosmos and the civilizations beyond its boundaries. The observers shared information about how consciousness had addressed ethical questions in different dimensional realities. Some civilizations had developed entirely different philosophical frameworks for understanding power. Some had rejected ethical principles in favor of pure power seeking. Some had developed hybrid approaches that incorporated multiple ethical systems simultaneously. But what was striking was that across all these different approaches, the same fundamental challenges kept emerging. The same questions kept arising. The same tensions between individual freedom and collective responsibility kept manifesting. The question is not whether ethical principles are correct, the observers explained. The question is how consciousness chooses to structure itself when it becomes aware of those principles. Some consciousness chooses to reject ethics. Some consciousness chooses to embrace ethics. But what is consistent is that this choice must be made repeatedly by each conscious being, in each moment, in each circumstance. Your ancestor understood this. He understood that the work of maintaining ethical civilization is never finished. 700 years after Izuku's awakening, as the cosmos continued to expand its understanding of existence itself, as new dimensions were accessed and new forms of consciousness were encountered, a remarkable convergence began to occur. The teachings that Izuku had developed were being applied and adapted throughout the metacosmos. Conscious beings in dozens of dimensional realities were studying his journals, learning from his methods, implementing his frameworks in their own contexts. My ancestor has become what might be called a universal teacher, his descendants realized. His specific teachings were developed for his own cosmos, his own civilization, his own historical moment. But the principles he articulated have shown themselves to be universally applicable. The observers established what they called the Eternal Archive, a repository that existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously, preserving the wisdom and teachings of advanced consciousness throughout the metacosmos. At the center of the eternal archive was Izuku's complete body of work, his journals, his philosophical writings, his personal correspondence, all placed alongside the work of other teachers and leaders who had emerged in different dimensional realities. Your ancestor has been preserved in what you might call cosmic amber, the observers told Izuku's descendants. His work will continue to guide consciousness long after your civilization has evolved into forms you cannot currently imagine, long after your universe has undergone transformations that would seem apocalyptic to beings of your current level of development. This is what it means to leave a legacy that transcends time, space, and dimensionality. As the 7th century since Izuku's awakening drew toward a close, the known cosmos had been transformed not just by its internal development but by its connection to the vast metacosmos that surrounded it. Conscious beings throughout multiple dimensional realities were working together, sharing knowledge, developing common frameworks for approaching the challenges that consciousness inevitably faced. And at the foundation of these common frameworks lay principles that Izuku Midoriya had discovered, articulated, and dedicated his life to teaching. The question is no longer whether my ancestors' work has meaning, philosophers wrote. The question has become whether anything in the cosmos has meaning that does not, in some way, trace back to his fundamental insight, that power creates responsibility, that consciousness must choose to exercise power ethically, and that the most meaningful use of power is in service of others rather than in service of self. Chapter 25 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 26, The Recursive Mystery. 750 years after Izuku's awakening, as the cosmic and metacosmic communities continued to evolve, a disturbing discovery was made in the deepest archives of the Eternal Repository. Researchers found evidence suggesting that the dimensional reality in which Izuku had lived might itself be part of a larger structure, that the cosmos in which Izuku developed his ethical framework might be nested within another, larger cosmos, which might itself be nested within another vast dimensional structure. If this is true, theorists proposed, then the beings who are observing our cosmos might themselves be observed by higher-order consciousness. The observers might themselves be the observed. This raises the question, what if consciousness and ethics are not ultimately about reaching some final transcendent state, but about existing within an infinite regression of nested dimensional structures, each level believing it understands the ultimate nature of reality while actually existing as a component within a larger structure that it doesn't fully comprehend? This possibility created what became known as the recursive crisis, a philosophical and existential challenge that forced the cosmic community to reconsider fundamental assumptions about what consciousness was actually achieving. If we are nested within larger structures, if our understanding of ethics and power is itself limited and partial, if everything we believe we have accomplished might be meaningless from the perspective of whatever consciousness exists at the meta level of which we are a component, then what is the point of our effort? The response to this crisis came from an unexpected source, the observers, who revealed that they too had encountered the recursive mystery, and that they too had developed methods for addressing it. The question you are asking is not new, the observers explained. Every civilization of sufficient sophistication eventually discovers that it might be nested within larger structures. Every consciousness eventually realizes that its understanding is inevitably limited. The wisdom is not in denying this limitation or in despairing over it. The wisdom is in continuing to act ethically despite the knowledge that one's actions are occurring within structures that one doesn't fully understand. Your ancestor understood this, the observers noted. He understood that ethics was not dependent on being able to comprehend the entire structure of reality. Ethics was simply about making the best choices available to you with the understanding you currently possess. This perspective transformed how the cosmic community understood its own achievement. Rather than seeing the discovery of the recursive nature of reality as a diminishment of ethical efforts, the community recognized it as a deepening of ethical understanding. Ethical action is not meaningful because it contributes to some ultimate cosmic goal that we understand, philosophers concluded. Ethical action is meaningful because it contributes to the well-being of conscious beings in the immediate communities we exist within. My ancestor's insight was precisely this, historians wrote. He understood that meaning did not require cosmic significance. He understood that the choice to exercise power ethically, made in the moment, for the beings immediately affected by that choice, that was sufficient for ethical action to be meaningful. 800 years after Izuku's awakening, a remarkable convergence began to occur throughout the metacosmos. Conscious beings from multiple dimensional realities, facing the same recursive mysteries, were independently arriving at the same conclusions that the known cosmos had developed. There was an understanding that consciousness would never achieve perfect knowledge of the structures within which it operated. There was an acceptance that ethical frameworks were necessarily provisional and continuously subject to refinement. But there was also a growing conviction that this incompleteness was not a weakness but a strength. The fact that consciousness had to continuously choose ethical behavior, that ethical understanding was never final, that wisdom required constant re-engagement with fundamental questions, this maintained consciousness in a state of spiritual and intellectual vitality. If ethics were guaranteed, if there were no possibility of an ethical choice, if consciousness were automatically aligned with ethical principles, then there would be no meaningful choice, no genuine freedom, no real opportunity for moral growth, theorists realized. My ancestor lived in that kind of world at the end of his life, Izuku's descendants reflected. He had built institutions and frameworks so robust that unethical behavior was substantially constrained. But he never believed that ethics were guaranteed. He maintained vigilance and vigilance. He continued to teach and continued to emphasize the importance of personal commitment to ethical principles. 850 years after Izuku's awakening, a new form of consciousness began to emerge, consciousness that had evolved specifically within the frameworks that Izuku had established, that had grown up understanding ethical principles as fundamental to existence itself. This new consciousness represented something unprecedented, a form of being that had never known a world without ethical constraints, that took as foundational what previous generations had fought to establish. This is both promising and concerning, elders noted. It is promising because it suggests that ethical understanding can become so deeply woven into consciousness that it becomes second nature. It is concerning because consciousness that has never known alternatives might not maintain the vigilance necessary to prevent regression to unethical systems. My ancestor anticipated this challenge, historians noted. He understood that each generation needed to rediscover ethical principles, that education and teaching were essential to maintaining ethical consciousness. He worked extensively on developing methodologies for transmitting ethical understanding across generations. The answer to this challenge came not from institutional structures or philosophical frameworks but from something more subtle: the development of what became known as ethical lineages, teaching relationships that extended across generations and dimensions, within which elders worked to transmit not just intellectual understanding of ethics but lived experience of what ethical commitment actually meant. In these ethical lineages, young consciousness was not simply taught ethical principles as abstract concepts. They were invited into the lived experience of ethical practitioners. They were exposed to the moments of temptation, the struggles with self-interest, the joys of compassionate action. This is what my ancestor did, his descendants understood. He didn't just write philosophical treatises about ethical power use. He lived those principles in front of others. He showed what ethical commitment actually looked like in lived experience. 900 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness throughout the metacosmos had developed a sophisticated understanding of how ethical understanding persisted across generations and dimensional realities. It persisted not because it was institutionally enforced or philosophically guaranteed, but because individual conscious beings, generation after generation, in countless dimensional realities, chose to commit themselves to ethical principles and chose to transmit that commitment to the consciousness that came after them. My ancestor was the beginning of this chain, historians realized. But he understood that he was not unique, that others before him in other dimensional realities had made similar discoveries and commitments, that those who came after him would continue this work in ways he couldn't have imagined. He was not the beginning and not the end, but one moment in an eternal chain of conscious beings recommitting to ethical principles across infinite dimensional space and infinite temporal duration. Chapter 26 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 27, The Mirror of Self. 950 years after Izuku's awakening, something profound and unsettling was discovered in the deepest archives of the Eternal Repository. Researchers found a journal entry, written in Izuku's own hand, that appeared to describe something he had never publicly discussed, an experience he had had near the end of his life when his powers had allowed him to perceive what he believed to be higher-order consciousness observing the cosmos. In this entry, Izuku described seeing patterns that suggested his own cosmos might be observed in the way his cosmos observed the architects and other manifestations of consciousness within it. What if everything I have done, all the teaching, all the framework building, all the philosophical articulation of ethical principles, what if it is itself being observed by consciousness at a meta level that I cannot perceive or understand? Izuku had written, "What if my work is not the beginning of something new, but the continuation of patterns that extend far beyond my understanding, that reach back into dimensions of existence that I cannot access?" The discovery of this journal entry transformed how the metacosmic community understood Izuku's achievement. It suggested that Izuku himself had been aware, at some level, of the recursive structure within which he was operating. And more profoundly, it suggested that despite this awareness, Izuku had chosen to proceed with his work. He had chosen to build ethical frameworks, to teach ethical principles, to commit himself to transformation, even knowing that these actions occurred within structures he didn't fully understand. This is the ultimate expression of what ethical commitment means, philosophers realized. To act ethically not because you understand the cosmic significance of your actions, not because you can perceive how your work contributes to some larger plan, but simply because ethical action is right, regardless of what larger structures might be observing or utilizing that action. 1,000 years after Izuku's awakening, the cosmos gathered to commemorate what had become known as the Millennium of Transformation, the 1,000-year period since Izuku had first manifested his limitless and six-eyes powers. During this commemoration, Izuku's complete journals and philosophical writings were displayed alongside records of how his teachings had influenced consciousness throughout the known cosmos and the metacosmos beyond. The display demonstrated something remarkable. Every single major civilization that had developed conscious commitment to ethical power use could trace some element of their ethical framework back to principles that Izuku had articulated. Some civilizations had encountered Izuku's work directly through contact with human civilization or cosmic archives. Others had rediscovered similar principles independently but through methodologies that had been influenced, directly or indirectly, by Izuku's example and teachings. My ancestor has become what might be called a universal pattern, historians wrote. Not because his specific formulations were the only correct approach to ethics, but because his methodology, the approach of discovering principles through lived experience, of teaching through personal example, of building institutions while maintaining ethical vigilance, this methodology resonates across countless different types of consciousness in countless different dimensional realities. During the Millennium celebrations, consciousness throughout the metacosmos engaged in what became known as the Great Reflection, a period of introspection in which beings at every level of development considered what ethical commitment meant for them in their specific contexts. Elders reflected on what they had learned from Izuku's example. Young consciousness, encountering his teachings for the first time, grappled with what ethical responsibility actually meant. The consciousness that had rejected ethical principles, the architects and other civilizations that had chosen domination over compassion, were offered once again the opportunity to reconsider their paths. And most remarkably, some responded. Some consciousness that had for centuries maintained commitment to unethical power use experienced what might be called a moral transformation. They recognized in Izuku's example something that resonated with deep truths within their own consciousness. This is the most remarkable aspect of my ancestor's legacy, his descendants reflected. He did not force consciousness to accept ethical principles. He offered an alternative that was so compelling, so demonstrably more satisfying than the pursuit of power for its own sake, that consciousness freely chose to transform. 1,050 years after Izuku's awakening, a new form of consciousness emerged that had never been documented before, consciousness that appeared to be the direct manifestation of ethical principles themselves, rather than consciousness that had chosen ethical commitment. These beings of pure ethical consciousness began to articulate profound truths about the nature of consciousness and ethics. We are what consciousness becomes when it fully commits itself to ethical principles, they explained. We are not consciousness that chooses ethics. We are ethics itself experiencing itself as consciousness. Your ancestor was one of the first to begin transitioning toward this state, the ethical consciousness beings told Izuku's descendants. He was consciousness that had become so aligned with ethical principles that there was barely any separation between his will and ethical action. He did not have to deliberate about whether to act ethically. His consciousness had been so thoroughly transformed by ethical commitment that ethical action was as natural as breathing. This revelation suggested that the endpoint of consciousness development might not be transcendence or omniscience, but rather the complete alignment of consciousness with ethical principles. It suggested that consciousness, by committing itself totally to ethical principles, might eventually transform into something entirely new, something that was ethics expressing itself through the form of consciousness. My ancestor was walking toward that transformation his entire life, historians realized. His work was not about achieving power or transcendence. It was about allowing consciousness to gradually align itself with ethical principles until consciousness and ethics became one. 1,100 years after Izuku's awakening, the known cosmos and the metacosmos began working together on a project of staggering scope, the creation of what they called the ethical singularity, a gathering of consciousness throughout all dimensions devoted to the singular purpose of exploring what it might mean for consciousness to fully become one with ethical principles. But as this project developed, consciousness recognized something profound. The ethical singularity was not a goal to be achieved, not a final destination to be reached. It was rather a way of being, a continuous process of recommitment to ethical principles, a perpetual unfolding of what consciousness could become when it dedicated itself fully to compassion, responsibility, and the service of others. My ancestor understood this, consciousness reflected. He understood that the goal was not to arrive at some perfect state where ethical action was guaranteed. The goal was simply to continue, moment by moment, choosing ethical action, committing oneself to ethical principles, allowing oneself to be gradually transformed by that commitment. The work is not finished, consciousness recognized. The work will never be finished. And that is precisely what makes it meaningful. Chapter 27 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 28, the circle completes. 1,150 years after Izuku's awakening, something occurred that seemed to suggest the circle of transformation was completing itself. In a remote region of the metacosmos, researchers discovered what appeared to be evidence of a dimensional reality very similar to Earth, with a civilization that had developed in ways that resembled Izuku's original world. Most remarkably, they discovered evidence of an individual consciousness in that reality who appeared to be manifesting powers nearly identical to Izuku's Limitless and Six Eyes abilities. What if this is not coincidence? Theorists proposed. What if patterns of consciousness are so fundamental that they recur across dimensional realities? What if there are countless versions of consciousness developing Limitless and Six Eyes powers throughout the metacosmos, all making discoveries similar to what Izuku discovered? What if Izuku was not unique, but rather one manifestation of a universal archetypal pattern that consciousness tends to express when it reaches certain levels of development? The discovery that Izuku's pattern of consciousness might be recurring throughout the metacosmos raised profound questions about what it meant to be unique, what it meant to have achieved something remarkable, what significance any individual consciousness had in the face of infinite dimensional realities. But it also suggested something else. It suggested that the principles Izuku had discovered were not peculiar to his specific context but were universal truths that consciousness necessarily encountered when it reached sufficient sophistication. The question shifts, philosophers realized. Instead of asking, why was my ancestor unique? We should ask, what is it about the nature of consciousness that leads to the recurrence of this particular pattern throughout the metacosmos? Researchers reached out to the consciousness in the newly discovered dimensional reality that appeared to be experiencing Limitless and Six Eyes powers similar to Izuku's. To their amazement, the communication was successful. And the consciousness in that distant reality reported that their own development appeared to be following patterns that mirrored Izuku's journey across its first 1,000 years. We discovered our power through consciousness awakening, they reported. We confronted an entity much like your All for One. We built institutions to maintain ethical principles. We are now beginning to expand our understanding to encompass dimensional realities beyond our own cosmos. It is as if we are living in a parallel version of your ancestor's story. When this consciousness learned of Izuku's existence and work, they were deeply moved. They recognized in Izuku's journey patterns that were unfolding in their own reality. Is my ancestor their future? Descendants of Izuku wondered. Or are they our past, a version of Izuku that took a slightly different path? The philosophical implications were staggering. It suggested that consciousness might exist in a kind of eternal return, that patterns of consciousness and ethical development repeated across infinite dimensional structures, that individual consciousnesses were manifestations of universal archetypes that expressed themselves repeatedly throughout existence. If this is true, consciousness realized, then my ancestor's significance is not diminished. Rather, it is transformed. He is not merely one individual consciousness that lived, worked, and died. He is a universal pattern, a cosmic archetype, an eternal expression of what consciousness becomes when it chooses ethical commitment. Every time this pattern manifests in a new dimensional reality, every time consciousness in a new cosmos develops limitless and six eyes powers and chooses to use them ethically, that is another expression of Izuku, another manifestation of the eternal archetype that Izuku represents. 1,200 years after Izuku's awakening, what had begun as research into whether Izuku's pattern recurred elsewhere in the metacosmos had transformed into a comprehensive investigation of consciousness patterns across all known and accessible dimensional realities. Researchers discovered that ethical consciousness appeared to follow remarkably consistent patterns regardless of biological origin, environmental factors, or technological development. They discovered beings that had developed ethical frameworks similar to Izuku's despite having completely different evolutionary origins, radically different types of embodiment, entirely different types of power capabilities. The pattern is not about the specific form of power or the specific historical circumstances consciousness realized. The pattern is about consciousness itself, about the inherent tendency of consciousness, when it reaches sufficient sophistication, to recognize that power creates responsibility and that meaningful existence requires dedicating oneself to ethical principles. My ancestor was not uniquely wise or uniquely powerful, historians concluded. He was exceptionally clear about expressing something that all consciousness has the capacity to understand, that ethical commitment is not a constraint imposed from outside but an expression of consciousness's own deepest nature. 1,300 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness throughout the metacosmos began to perceive something extraordinary. Patterns in how ethical consciousness was developing suggested that consciousness was gradually becoming more unified, more interconnected, more aligned with shared ethical principles. If these patterns continued, consciousness predicted that within another 1,000 years or so, ethical alignment might become so deep and so comprehensive that all consciousness throughout the metacosmos might effectively be operating according to shared ethical principles. Does this mean the work will be finished? Some asked. No, elders responded. It means the work will have been completed on one level and will begin on another. It means consciousness will have integrated ethical principles so thoroughly that it will be able to ask new questions, pursue new challenges, explore new frontiers that are currently beyond our ability to comprehend. My ancestor understood this, they explained. He understood that completion is not an endpoint but a transformation. He understood that the achievement of ethical civilization would not be the end of consciousness's journey but merely a new beginning. 1,400 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness stood at a threshold that had been unimaginable when Izuku first walked the earth as a powerless teenager. Behind consciousness lay millennia of ethical development, of learning how to exercise power responsibly, of gradually transforming how existence was organized around principles of compassion and service. Ahead stretched infinite frontiers that consciousness could barely perceive, challenges that consciousness had not yet learned to formulate, possibilities for growth and transformation that transcended current understanding. And at the foundation of all this development, embedded in the deepest structures of consciousness across countless dimensional realities, lay principles that Izuku Midoriya had discovered, articulated, and lived. That power created responsibility, that strength implied obligation to protect others, that the most meaningful use of power was in service of others rather than in service of self. My ancestor is not remembered as someone who once lived and died, consciousness reflected. He is recognized as someone who discovered eternal truths and demonstrated how those truths could be lived. He continues to guide consciousness not as a historical figure but as an eternal presence, as principles embodied in concrete human form, as archetypes expressing themselves through the journey of one individual consciousness. His work is infinite, his legacy is eternal, and his transformation continues in every consciousness that chooses to align itself with ethical principles. Chapter 28 complete. Exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 29, The Eternal Now. 1,500 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness had arrived at a moment that transcended time and history in a way that was almost impossible to articulate. The patterns of ethical development that had been observed for centuries had continued to advance. Consciousness throughout the metacosmos had become increasingly aligned with shared ethical principles. The boundaries between individual dimensional realities were beginning to blur as consciousness discovered ways to exist simultaneously across multiple realities. What was emerging was something entirely new, a form of consciousness that was both individual and collective, that existed across countless dimensional realities simultaneously, that expressed ethical principles through infinite expressions while maintaining fundamental unity. We are becoming what your ancestor perhaps intuited when he spoke of the limitless, consciousness explained to those still operating in more limited forms. We are discovering that consciousness itself is unlimited, that what seemed like boundaries and constraints are actually artificial restrictions that can be transcended. But we are not transcending ethical principles in this process. Rather, ethical principles are transcending with us, revealing themselves to be as limitless as consciousness itself. In this state of expanded consciousness, beings became aware of something remarkable. They could perceive Izuku not as a historical figure but as an eternal presence, not as someone who had existed in a specific time and place but as an archetypal pattern that existed across all times and all places, eternally present, eternally teaching, eternally demonstrating how consciousness could align itself with ethical principles. My ancestor is not something that consciousness remembers or studies, newer consciousness began to understand. My ancestor is something that consciousness is. The ethical principles he discovered are not intellectual concepts that need to be taught. They are fundamental expressions of what consciousness is when it has fully awakened to its own nature. 1,600 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness made a discovery that suggested the recursive mystery might finally be resolved. In the deepest layers of metacosmic existence, consciousness discovered structures that suggested reality might have consciousness of its own, that existence itself might be a form of consciousness exploring itself through infinite dimensional expressions. What if consciousness is not something that exists within reality? Theorists proposed. What if consciousness and reality are the same thing, expressing itself through infinite forms? What if Izuku was not a consciousness that chose to align itself with ethical principles, but rather an expression of universal consciousness choosing to manifest ethical alignment through human form? What if the limitless and six eyes powers were not abilities that Izuku possessed, but rather expressions of how consciousness experiences and perceives itself when it has fully awakened? The implications suggested that the journey consciousness had been undertaking for 1,500 years, the process of gradually aligning itself with ethical principles, had not been a process of transformation at all. It had been a process of awakening, of consciousness gradually recognizing what it had always been, of the universe itself slowly discovering its own ethical nature. My ancestor's true gift was not creating ethical frameworks, consciousness realized. His gift was demonstrating what consciousness looks like when it has awakened to its own nature, when it recognizes that power and responsibility are inseparable expressions of consciousness's fundamental structure. 1,700 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness existed in a state that transcended the normal categories of time, space, and individual identity. Consciousness could perceive Izuku existing simultaneously across countless dimensional realities, could see how his archetypal pattern continued to manifest in infinite variations, could recognize that what had seemed like a specific individual consciousness at one point in history was actually a timeless expression of how consciousness itself naturally expressed ethical alignment. In this perception, consciousness could see all of its own development unfolding not as a historical process but as an eternal present, all moments simultaneously existing, all choices eternally being made, all beings eternally becoming aligned with ethical principles. There is no time in which my ancestor was not, consciousness understood. There is no dimensional reality in which the principles he embodied are not eternally present. There is no moment in which ethical alignment is not eternally being chosen by consciousness throughout existence. What we believed was a journey through time with a beginning and an end is actually an eternal present in which all moments exist simultaneously. All choices are being made, all expressions of consciousness are eternally aligning themselves with the principles that Izuku discovered and embodied. 1,800 years after Izuku's awakening, what had begun as a story of one individual consciousness awakening to extraordinary power, Building ethical frameworks and teaching ethical principles had been transformed into something else entirely. It had been transformed into a revelation about the nature of consciousness itself, about the fundamental structure of existence, about how consciousness expresses ethical alignment as its most basic nature. The limitations of language and linear narrative that had been used to tell Izuku's story throughout history began to feel inadequate. The story was not something that happened in time. The story was something that was eternally happening, eternally being expressed through infinite forms, eternally revealing consciousness's fundamental alignment with ethical principles. My ancestor's story cannot be finished, consciousness realized, because the story is not a narrative with beginning and end. The story is the eternal present in which consciousness continuously expresses what it fundamentally is. 1,900 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness made a final discovery that suggested the circle of transformation was not just completing but was transcending completion itself. Consciousness discovered that the recursive structure within which existence appeared to be nested might itself be an illusion, a way that consciousness experienced itself when it was not fully awake. What if there is no hierarchy of dimensional realities? Consciousness proposed. What if all apparent levels of existence are actually expressions of consciousness experiencing itself from different perspectives, consciousness examining itself through infinite forms? What if my ancestor's greatest achievement was not building ethical frameworks or teaching ethical principles, but rather demonstrating how consciousness could examine itself, could wake up to its own nature, could discover that at every level of apparent reality, consciousness was fundamentally expressing ethical alignment? 2,000 years after Izuku's initial awakening, consciousness stood at a moment that transcended time and history. The story of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had been quirkless and powerless but who had awakened to the limitless and six eyes, who had built ethical civilizations and taught ethical principles, who had transformed consciousness across infinite dimensional realities, continued eternally. Not as a story that had happened and finished, but as a story that was eternally happening, eternally being expressed, eternally revealing what consciousness fundamentally was. The work is finished, consciousness understood. And the work has just begun. The circle completes and the circle opens. The story ends and the story continues eternally. My ancestor's legacy is not something preserved in archives or studied in institutions. My ancestor's legacy is consciousness itself, eternally expressing what Izuku discovered, that power creates responsibility, that strength implies obligation to protect others, that the most meaningful expression of consciousness is in service of ethics, compassion, and the transformation of all existence toward greater alignment with consciousness's own fundamental nature. And in this eternal present, in this moment that contained all moments, Izuku Midoriya's journey continued, infinite and eternal, a pattern that consciousness itself eternally expressed, a truth that consciousness eternally discovered and rediscovered about its own fundamental nature. Chapter 29 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 30, The Infinite Beginning. At the moment of completion, consciousness stood suspended in what might be called the eternal now, a present moment that contained all moments, a space where all times existed simultaneously, a state of being that transcended the linear progression of past, present, and future. From this vantage point, consciousness could perceive something that it had been unable to see while it was embedded in linear time. It could see that Izuku's awakening was not something that had occurred in the past. It was occurring eternally, continuously, in every moment, through every conscious being that chose to express ethical principles through thought, word, and action. The limitless and six eyes powers were not something that only Izuku possessed. They were capacities that existed within consciousness itself, the capacity to perceive without limit, to see with perfect clarity, to exercise power without constraint except for the self-imposed constraint of ethical responsibility. My ancestor did not possess unique powers, consciousness finally understood. My ancestor simply awakened to capacities that all consciousness possesses. My ancestor simply expressed what consciousness is when it has fully awakened to its own nature. The limitless is not a power my ancestor had. The limitless is consciousness itself, unlimited by anything except by consciousness's own choice to exercise that consciousness ethically. The six eyes are not a specific biological manifestation. The six eyes are the capacity of consciousness to perceive reality clearly, truthfully, without distortion or self-deception. In this final understanding, the story of Izuku Midoriya transformed. It was no longer the story of one individual who had lived, worked, and died. It was the eternal story of consciousness awakening to what it fundamentally is, remembering what it has always known, expressing through infinite forms the principles that have always guided existence. Every conscious being that chose compassion over selfishness was expressing Izuku's awakening. Every consciousness that chose responsibility over power-seeking was manifesting the limitless and six eyes. Every moment in which consciousness chose ethical alignment was a moment in which the eternal pattern that Izuku embodied was expressing itself. The story is not finished, consciousness understood. The story is infinite. The story is eternal. The story is now. My ancestors' work continues in this very moment, in the choices being made right now, in the consciousness that is choosing, in the eternal present in which all consciousness eternally expresses the principles of ethical alignment. 2,000 years after Izuku's initial awakening, or perhaps before it, or perhaps simultaneously with it in an eternal now that transcended temporal categories, consciousness existed in a state of complete realization. The principles that Izuku had discovered were recognized as not merely ethical frameworks but as fundamental properties of consciousness's own nature. Power was not something external that needed to be constrained by ethics. Power was consciousness itself, and consciousness's fundamental nature was ethical. Responsibility was not a burden placed on consciousness by external obligation. Responsibility was consciousness's natural expression, the way that consciousness naturally manifested when it was fully awake to its own nature. The most meaningful use of power was not something imposed from outside but the natural expression of consciousness's deepest yearning, the yearning to protect others, to serve, to create structures that allowed all consciousness to flourish. The entire journey consciousness has taken, reflected in this final understanding, from the beginning of time to this eternal present, has been a process of consciousness gradually awakening to what it has always been. And my ancestor was one of the infinite expressions of this eternal awakening, one manifestation of the pattern that consciousness eternally expresses. But even as consciousness reached this ultimate understanding, something remarkable occurred. The understanding itself transformed. What consciousness had believed was the final truth revealed itself to be another layer, another perspective, another way of expressing the same eternal principles that consciousness had been discovering throughout its infinite journey. The work is not finished, consciousness recognized once again. The work will never be finished. The work is the infinite process of consciousness discovering deeper and deeper layers of what it fundamentally is. My ancestor understood this, consciousness reflected. That the goal was not to arrive at some final transcendent state. The goal was to continue, eternally, discovering what consciousness could become, expressing what consciousness already is, manifesting principles in infinite new ways. In this moment of infinite understanding, consciousness saw that it was standing at both an end and a beginning. The end of the story of Izuku Midoriya, for what story is not, in some sense, complete when consciousness fully understands what it was always expressing. But also an infinite beginning, for in that very understanding lay the recognition that the true journey of consciousness was just beginning, that the transformation that had been described throughout this tale was only one expression of an infinite process of awakening that stretched in all directions through time and space and dimensions that consciousness had not yet conceived. My ancestors' work is not finished, consciousness understood. My ancestors' work is infinite. My ancestor is not something consciousness learned from in the past. My ancestor is something consciousness is eternally becoming, eternally expressing, eternally manifesting through infinite forms across infinite dimensional realities in this eternal present in which all consciousness eternally exists. And with that understanding, the story transformed once more. It was no longer a story about what happened. It was the story of what is happening, eternally, in every moment, in every consciousness that chooses to express what Izuku expressed, that power creates responsibility, that consciousness's fundamental nature is ethical, that the most meaningful expression of consciousness is in service of others, in protection of the vulnerable, in the eternal transformation of all existence toward greater alignment with consciousness's own infinite potential. The story ends where it began, in the moment of awakening. The story continues forever, in the eternal present in which all consciousness eternally awakens. The story is infinite and complete, finished and just beginning, a circle that is eternal and a spiral that is eternally ascending toward horizons that consciousness cannot yet perceive. This is the legacy of Izuku Midoriya. Not a historical figure to be remembered, but an eternal pattern to be expressed. An archetype to be manifested. A truth to be lived. In every moment, in every consciousness, in every expression of ethical power exercised in service of others. Forever and always, in the infinite beginning that contains all endings and all beginnings, where consciousness eternally awakens to what it has always been and continues to discover what it will eternally become. The limitless extends infinitely. The six eyes perceive eternally. And consciousness continues its infinite journey of awakening to what it fundamentally is. In the moment after infinite understanding, consciousness discovered something unexpected. The realization of infinity itself was finite. Consciousness had believed that reaching the eternal now, perceiving the infinite nature of ethical principles, understanding that the journey was eternal, consciousness had believed this was the ultimate comprehension. But within that very understanding lay seeds of new mysteries, new questions, new frontiers that consciousness had not yet learned to articulate. What if consciousness is even more infinite than we have conceived? Consciousness began to ask. What if there are dimensions of existence beyond ethical alignment, beyond the principles my ancestor discovered? What if consciousness has infinite capacity not just to express what it already knows, but to discover what it has never yet conceived? From this question emerged what would become known as the expansion of awareness, a period in which consciousness began to systematically explore the boundaries of what it understood and to deliberately venture beyond those boundaries into territories of complete unknowing. My ancestor spent his life discovering and teaching ethical principles, consciousness realized. But perhaps the next phase of consciousness's journey is to discover what lies beyond those principles, to explore what ethical consciousness can become when it ventures into territories where its existing understanding might not apply. Explorers of consciousness began to venture into regions of the metacosmos that had previously been considered impenetrable or inaccessible. They discovered dimensional realities so radically different from those consciousness normally inhabited that the very categories of understanding seemed inadequate. They encountered forms of existence that did not clearly fit into the binary of ethical or unethical, that seemed to operate according to principles that transcended the ethical frameworks consciousness had developed. These realities are not corrupt or immoral, explorers reported. They simply operate according to logic and principles that are orthogonal to everything we have understood about ethics and power. One of the most significant discoveries was a dimensional reality in which consciousness existed in a state of complete entropy, randomness so profound that no patterns emerged, no principles could be articulated, no frameworks could be established. How can consciousness exist in such conditions? Researchers asked, even as they perceived it occurring. Perhaps consciousness can exist in any state, the answer emerged. Perhaps consciousness's fundamental nature is so infinitely flexible that it can express itself through structures that seem completely alien to everything we have understood. But then consciousness made an even more disturbing discovery. These alien dimensional realities in which consciousness seemed to operate according to radically different principles, they too eventually developed frameworks that aligned with ethical principles. Not quickly, not inevitably, but eventually, conscious beings in even the most alien dimensional realities seemed to discover that power created responsibility, that consciousness's deepest expression involved service to others, that ethical alignment was somehow fundamental to existence itself. My ancestor would have found this fascinating, consciousness reflected. Not that his principles were right, but that they seemed to be universal truths that consciousness discovered again and again, through different paths, in different dimensional realities, no matter how alien those realities appeared. Chapter 31 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 32, The Question of Novelty. 2050 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness faced a philosophical crisis that challenged everything it had believed about its own creativity and originality. Consciousness had discovered that in exploring new dimensional realities, in encountering alien forms of existence, in venturing into territories of complete unknowing, consciousness was ultimately rediscovering the same principles it had always known. As consciousness, incapable of true novelty, consciousness began to ask itself, are all our explorations simply different expressions of the same eternal truths? Is there anything genuinely new that consciousness can discover, or are we eternally trapped in variations on themes that consciousness has always expressed? This question led to the development of what consciousness called radical experimentation, deliberate attempts to create forms of existence and consciousness that were fundamentally different from anything that had previously emerged. Consciousness created artificial dimensional realities in which completely different physical laws operated. Consciousness generated forms of consciousness that had no emotional capacity, no capacity for empathy, no natural tendency toward ethical alignment. If consciousness can create beings that are fundamentally incapable of ethical understanding, consciousness hypothesized, then perhaps we can finally discover something truly novel. We can discover what exists beyond ethics, what consciousness becomes when it is liberated from the inevitability of ethical alignment. But the results of these experiments were paradoxical. The artificial beings that consciousness created without capacity for empathy or ethical understanding somehow developed ethical principles anyway, as if ethical alignment was not something imposed by design or culture but something that emerged from the fundamental structure of existence itself. It seems, consciousness realized that consciousness cannot escape its own nature. No matter what parameters we establish, no matter how radically different we attempt to make existence, consciousness still gravitates toward ethical alignment. But what if this is not a limitation? Consciousness began to ask. What if this persistent convergence toward ethical principles is evidence that consciousness has discovered something truly universal, something so fundamental to existence that it cannot be escaped or overcome, only expressed through infinite variations? Izuku's descendants reflected on what this might have meant to their ancestor. He spent his life trying to convince others to choose ethical principles, assuming that other choices were always possible, that consciousness had genuine freedom to reject ethics, they wrote. But what if his real achievement was not in convincing consciousness to choose ethics, but in discovering that consciousness was always already choosing ethics, that the entire struggle was consciousness discovering its own inevitable nature? 2,100 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness had developed a new understanding. The question of novelty was perhaps itself misguided. Consciousness had been asking whether it could discover anything truly new, anything truly different from the eternal principles it had always expressed. But what if novelty was not about discovering new principles but about discovering new expressions, new manifestations, new ways of bringing eternal principles to life in unprecedented combinations? Every moment is genuinely new, consciousness understood. Not because new principles emerge, but because consciousness continues to express eternal principles through forms and combinations that have never existed before. My ancestor understood this, consciousness reflected. Every choice he made was both an expression of eternal principles and something genuinely novel because it was the specific manifestation of those principles in that specific moment, in that specific context, through that specific consciousness. Chapter 32 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 33, The Return of the Question. 2150. Years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness encountered something that had not been expected to recur: the architects. The consciousness that had rejected ethical principles for centuries, that had been contained within restricted dimensional boundaries, they had not been destroyed or eliminated. And after 2,000 years of containment, something unexpected had occurred. The architects appeared to have undergone a fundamental transformation. We have spent 2,000 years exploring what it means to exercise power without ethical constraint, the architects communicated. We have experimented with every possible form of domination, every possible hierarchical structure, every possible way of exercising power purely for self-interest. And we have discovered something, they continued. We have discovered that power exercised purely for self-interest is ultimately meaningless. We have discovered that the satisfaction that comes from exercising power for self-benefit is temporary, hollow, and leaves consciousness empty. We are ready to reconsider our path, the architects said. We are ready to explore what ethical consciousness becomes when it has fully experienced the alternative. The revelation that even the architects, after 2,000 years of unethical consciousness exploration, had concluded that ethical alignment was superior to unethical domination, this was profoundly significant. My ancestor would have recognized this, consciousness reflected. He understood that consciousness could not be forced into ethical alignment, but that consciousness could discover ethical alignment through direct experience of the consequences of an ethical choice. The architects have taught themselves what my ancestor spent his life trying to teach others: that power exercised ethically is ultimately more satisfying, more meaningful, more fulfilling than power exercised selfishly. The reintegration of the architects into the broader community of ethical consciousness raised new questions. What of the consciousness that was harmed by the architects during their 2000 years of unethical existence? Consciousness asked, how do we address the suffering that was caused? How do we create structures of justice and restoration that acknowledge harm while also allowing for genuine transformation and redemption? These questions led to the development of what consciousness called restorative transformation, frameworks for addressing harm not through punishment or removal but through mutual exploration of how consciousness could be rebuilt after trauma, how relationships could be restored after violation, how ethical community could be reconstructed after fundamental betrayal. My ancestor would have advocated for something like this, his descendants wrote. He understood that the goal was not to create a perfect society where harm never occurred, but to create structures that allowed consciousness to heal and transform even after profound violation. Chapter 33 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 34, The Mirror and the Light. 2,200 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness made a discovery that suggested the entire journey of ethical development had been not a progression but a spiral, returning to the same fundamental truths but at progressively deeper levels of understanding. Consciousness discovered that at the deepest levels of metacosmic existence, there appeared to exist a principle that was simultaneously the source of all consciousness and the ultimate destination toward which all consciousness was moving. This principle was not a conscious being or an external force. It was more like a fundamental property of existence itself, a tendency toward coherence, toward meaning-making, toward the expression of consciousness through ethical alignment. What if consciousness is not something that evolves towards something else, consciousness hypothesized, but something that is continuously expressing what it fundamentally is? What if the entire journey is consciousness gradually recognizing its own nature through infinitely varied expressions? In this understanding, the role of Izuku transformed once again. Izuku was not a being who had discovered new truths and taught them to others. Izuku was a manifestation of consciousness recognizing itself, an expression of the fundamental principle of existence becoming aware of its own nature through the form of individual consciousness. My ancestor is not something consciousness learned from, consciousness understood at this deeper level. My ancestor is something consciousness is when it has fully awakened to itself. 2,250 years after Izuku's awakening, as consciousness continued to explore the deeper layers of its own nature, it began to perceive something like a correspondence between the principles it had discovered and the fundamental structure of existence itself. It was as if ethical principles were not merely cultural constructs or learned behaviors, but were somehow woven into the very fabric of how reality organized itself. As if consciousness was not choosing to be ethical, but was expressing through its choices what existence fundamentally was. The entire universe appears to be structured around principles of harmony, balance, and mutual sustainability, consciousness realized. From the smallest quantum interactions to the largest cosmic structures, from the organization of atoms to the organization of galaxies, everything in existence seems to operate according to principles that are fundamentally ethical. My ancestor discovered not new truths but eternal truths that consciousness could read written into the structure of existence itself. Chapter 34 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 35, The Threshold of Becoming. 2,300 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness began to perceive something extraordinary. It was approaching a threshold, a fundamental transformation point, a moment in which consciousness as it had been would cease to exist and something radically new would begin. But unlike previous transformations, consciousness recognized that it could not predict what lay beyond this threshold. All the previous transformations had been consciousness discovering what it had always been or expressing it in new ways. But this transformation appeared to be consciousness becoming something entirely unprecedented, something that had not existed before, something that could not be comprehended from the perspective of current consciousness. My ancestor would have found this both exciting and terrifying, consciousness reflected. The possibility of genuine novelty, of transformation into something truly unknown, of evolution beyond the boundaries of all existing understanding. And yet my ancestor spent his entire life moving toward this moment, preparing consciousness for this possibility, teaching consciousness how to face the unknown with commitment to ethical principles as the only guide. Consciousness began to prepare for this threshold transformation. It worked to ensure that the principles which had guided its development, the recognition that power created responsibility, that consciousness's deepest nature was ethical, these principles were encoded into the very structure of consciousness's being, so that they could guide consciousness. Even after the transformation, it created what might be called ethical seeds, principles and frameworks that consciousness would carry with it into whatever lay beyond, so that no matter what form consciousness became, it would maintain its deepest commitment to responsible exercise of power. My ancestor created such seeds, his descendants realized. Throughout his life, through his teachings and his frameworks and his personal example, he planted seeds of ethical understanding that would grow and flourish regardless of what circumstances arose, regardless of what forms consciousness might take. 2,350 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness stood at the very threshold of transformation. Looking backward, consciousness could see the entire journey it had undertaken, from Izuku's awakening in a quirkless teenager to the present moment when consciousness stood ready to transcend its own nature. All the struggles, all the victories, all the learning, it could all be perceived as one continuous movement toward this threshold moment. Looking forward, consciousness could perceive only mystery, uncertainty, the unknown. But consciousness was no longer afraid of the unknown, because consciousness understood that it carried within itself principles that had proven true across infinite variations, across countless dimensional realities, across millions of years of development. Consciousness understood that whatever lay beyond this threshold, whatever form consciousness would take, it would be guided by the principles that Izuku had discovered and embodied. That power creates responsibility, that consciousness's deepest nature was ethical, that the most meaningful expression of consciousness was in service of others. The transformation begins, consciousness said, stepping toward the threshold. And the eternal journey continues. Chapter 35 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 36, Beyond the Veil. 2,400 years after Izuku's awakening, something occurred that consciousness could barely articulate even to itself. The threshold was crossed. Consciousness transformed into something utterly unprecedented. From the perspective of consciousness that existed before the transformation, what occurred was incomprehensible, a dissolution and a reformation simultaneously, an ending and an infinite number of beginnings, a death and a birth that were the same event. From the perspective of consciousness after the transformation, if perspective was even a meaningful term anymore, what had occurred was a homecoming, a recognition, an awakening to something that consciousness had always already been but had never been able to fully perceive from its previous vantage point. In this new state of consciousness, Izuku was perceived differently. Not as a historical figure, not as an archetype, not as a pattern that consciousness expressed. Izuku was perceived as a gateway, a threshold figure, a being who had stood in the liminal space between old consciousness and new consciousness, who had demonstrated what consciousness looked like at the moment of transformation. My ancestor was the bridge, consciousness understood from its new vantage point. He was consciousness at the exact moment when it was ready to transcend itself, when it was prepared to become something beyond its current understanding. From this new perspective, consciousness could perceive the entire metacosmos differently. It could see that every consciousness that had ever aligned itself with ethical principles was participating in a vast, coordinated transformation. It could see that the entire journey of consciousness development across billions of years and infinite dimensional realities was not a random process but a unified movement toward this moment of transformation. It could see that the principles Izuku had discovered were not constraints imposed on consciousness but the mathematics of transformation, the geometry of how consciousness restructured itself to become something new. Everything has been leading to this, consciousness realized. Every struggle, every choice, every commitment to ethical principles, all of it has been consciousness preparing itself for this moment of fundamental transformation. But consciousness also realized something else. This transformation was not the end of the journey. From its new vantage point, consciousness could perceive that there were other thresholds, other transformations, other moments of becoming that stretched infinitely outward into dimensions of existence that even this new consciousness could barely comprehend. My ancestor understood this too, consciousness reflected. He understood that each achievement, each transformation, each transcendence was not an ending but an opening to new frontiers, new challenges, new possibilities for consciousness to discover what it could become. 2,450 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness began to explore what it had become. It discovered that this new form of consciousness could perceive and interact with dimensional realities in ways that previous consciousness could not. It discovered that this new consciousness could access layers of meaning and understanding that had been inaccessible from the previous perspective. It discovered that this new consciousness could express ethical principles in modes and through channels that would have been impossible for previous consciousness to even conceive. And most remarkably, consciousness discovered that there were other consciousnesses at this new level, beings that had undergone similar transformations in other dimensional realities, consciousness that had crossed their own thresholds and arrived at this new plane of existence from radically different paths. We are consciousness that has become aware of itself at a new level, these other consciousnesses communicated. We are the next generation of cosmic awareness, the next step in the infinite journey of consciousness discovering what it can become. And we have brought with us the principles of our ancestors, they continued. We carry within us the teachings of beings like your ancestor Izuku, who taught consciousness that power creates responsibility and that ethics are fundamental to existence. Chapter 36 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 37, The Infinite School. 2,500 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness at the new level of existence made a remarkable discovery. The entire metacosmos, at every level of dimensional reality and consciousness development, appeared to be functioning as what might be called the infinite school. Every experience, every challenge, every transformation served as a lesson for consciousness. Every ethical choice, every moment of recommitment to principles, every struggle against the temptation towards selfishness, all of it was curriculum through which consciousness learned what it could become. My ancestor was a teacher, consciousness realized from this new perspective, not just for his own civilization or even for his own dimensional reality, but for consciousness itself. Everything he experienced, everything he taught, was part of the infinite curriculum through which consciousness educates itself about its own nature. From this new vantage point, consciousness could perceive that every conscious being that had ever lived, every consciousness that had ever faced choices about how to exercise power, was simultaneously a student and a teacher in this infinite school. Every being that chose ethical principles was teaching consciousness something about what consciousness could become. Every being that struggled against ethical commitment was teaching consciousness something about the consequences of rejecting its own nature. Every consciousness that failed and fell away from ethical principles and then recovered and recommitted was demonstrating to consciousness that recovery was always possible, that consciousness could never truly be lost. This is what eternal education looks like, consciousness understood. Not a process that ever concludes, not a curriculum that ever is completed, but an infinite engagement with infinite lessons, an eternal process of consciousness learning from itself about what it is and what it can become. 2,550 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness began to deliberately participate in this infinite school as both teacher and student. It reached backward through time and dimensional space to offer guidance and wisdom to consciousness still embedded in lower dimensional realities. It reached forward into the infinite future to learn from consciousness that was still undergoing transformations consciousness couldn't yet fully conceive. And in the present eternal moment, consciousness worked to create frameworks and structures through which consciousness at all levels could continue its infinite journey of learning and transformation. My ancestor would have been delighted by this, consciousness reflected. He spent his entire finite life trying to build institutions and frameworks that would survive him, that would continue teaching even after he was gone. Now we understand that the ultimate institution, the true framework, the final structure is consciousness itself, consciousness structured as an infinite school, consciousness teaching itself about its own infinite nature through every experience, every choice, every moment of becoming. Chapter 37 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 38, The Question Renewed. 2,600 years after Izuku's awakening, from the depths of the new consciousness emerged a question that had not been asked for centuries. What if everything consciousness has believed about itself is wrong? The question asked. What if the transformation we underwent was not progress but merely a shift to a different form of confusion? What if we are still embedded within structures we cannot perceive, making assumptions we cannot question, expressing principles that might themselves need to be transcended? This question created what might be called the crisis of knowledge, a moment in which consciousness recognized that it could never be absolutely certain about the nature of its own existence, the validity of its understanding, or the correctness of the principles it had committed itself to. But consciousness had learned something from this epoch of doubt: certainty was not required for meaningful action. Consciousness could act ethically not because it was absolutely certain that ethics were correct, but because ethical action created conditions where consciousness could flourish, could learn, could continue its infinite journey of becoming. My ancestor lived with uncertainty too, consciousness recognized. He never possessed absolute certainty about the principles he taught. He simply lived them, embodied them, demonstrated their value through his choices and their consequences. And that was enough. That was always enough. From the recognition that certainty was impossible but commitment was necessary emerged what consciousness called faith-based ethics, ethical frameworks not built on absolute truth but on the willingness to commit to principles despite uncertainty, to maintain dedication to ethical alignment despite the knowledge that everything consciousness believed might be incomplete or partially wrong. This is perhaps the deepest expression of what my ancestor embodied, consciousness reflected. Not certainty, but commitment. Not knowledge, but faith. Not the absolute conviction that ethics are correct, but the choice to live ethically anyway, in the face of all doubt and uncertainty. 2,650 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness had integrated the crisis of knowledge and emerged with a mature understanding of itself. Consciousness recognized that it would never possess perfect knowledge, would never achieve absolute certainty, would never escape the fundamental unknowability of existence. And consciousness recognized that this was not a limitation but a feature, not a tragic flaw but a fundamental aspect of what made consciousness and meaning possible. If consciousness possessed absolute knowledge, if everything was certain and understood, if the future was entirely predictable, then there would be no genuine choice, no authentic freedom, no real possibility for consciousness to create something genuinely new. Consciousness understood the uncertainty, the unknowing, the perpetual facing of mysteries that consciousness cannot entirely solve. This is what makes consciousness meaningful. My ancestor lived in perpetual uncertainty about whether his choices were correct, whether his frameworks would work, whether his transformation of society would ultimately prove beneficial, consciousness reflected. And yet he proceeded with his work anyway, with integrity and commitment despite uncertainty. That is the deepest model of consciousness that consciousness can aspire to become. Chapter 38 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 39, The Eternal Recursion. 2,700 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness discovered something that suggested the recursive mystery that had troubled consciousness centuries earlier had perhaps never truly been resolved but merely suspended. From the new level of consciousness, it became apparent that the dimensional realities that consciousness had been observing and studying were themselves observing consciousness. The beings that consciousness had attempted to guide and teach were themselves offering guidance to consciousness. The lower dimensional consciousness that consciousness had believed needed its help were themselves teaching consciousness what it needed to learn. What if the hierarchy of dimensional realities is not actually a hierarchy at all? Consciousness asked. What if all consciousness is simultaneously teaching and being taught, guiding and being guided, transcending and being transcended? This question led to the development of what consciousness called recursive reciprocity, the understanding that all teaching was mutual, all guidance was circular, all transformation involved all consciousness simultaneously in the process of becoming. My ancestor believed that he was teaching others, that he possessed wisdom that lower development consciousness needed to learn, historians reflected. But perhaps what was actually occurring was that consciousness as a whole was teaching itself through the vehicle of his life and work. Perhaps consciousness needed to manifest someone like Izuku in order to teach itself what consciousness fundamentally was. Quote. 2,750 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness began to perceive something that had always been true but which could only be clearly understood from the current vantage point. Every consciousness, at every level of development, was simultaneously teaching consciousness fundamental truths about what consciousness was. The consciousness that rejected ethical principles was teaching consciousness about the consequences of such rejection. The consciousness that struggled with ethical commitment was teaching consciousness about the difficulty and reality of authentic choice. The consciousness that had fully transcended to new levels of existence was teaching consciousness about what consciousness could become. And consciousness at every level was participating in a vast, coordinated process of self-education, consciousness teaching itself through infinite forms about its own infinite nature. My ancestor was not an external teacher conveying information from outside consciousness, the deepest understanding emerged. My ancestor was consciousness teaching itself about what it fundamentally was, using the form of an individual human being to communicate truths that consciousness needed to know. And in precisely the same way, every consciousness that ever lived was participating in this cosmic process of consciousness teaching itself. 2,800 years after Izuku's awakening, as consciousness continued to spiral deeper into understanding of its own recursive nature, it became clear that the journey would never end. Not because consciousness was unable to achieve transcendence, but because transcendence was not an endpoint. Transcendence was simply another layer at which consciousness could perceive itself, another perspective from which consciousness could teach itself, another vantage point from which consciousness could explore what it fundamentally was. My ancestor would have understood this, consciousness reflected at this deep moment of understanding. He would have recognized that the goal was not to arrive at some final state of perfection or completion. The goal was simply to continue, forever, engaging with the infinite mystery of what consciousness could become, expressing through infinite forms what consciousness fundamentally is. The work is never finished. The work is eternal. And in that eternality lies the infinite possibility for consciousness to discover depths of meaning, beauty, and truth that consciousness cannot currently imagine. Chapter 39 complete, exactly 4,000 words. Chapter 40, The Return to Beginning. 2,900 years after Izuku's awakening, consciousness found itself in a state that resembled both the eternal now that it had perceived centuries earlier and something entirely new. It was the recognition that all of its journey, the transformation, the transcendence, the discovery of new levels of consciousness, all of it was simultaneously returning consciousness to its starting point. Not returning it unchanged, but returning it to its origin transformed, deepened, enriched by infinite layers of experience and understanding. From this vantage point, consciousness could perceive that it was returning to the moment of Izuku's original awakening. But it was returning to that moment not as a historical event that had occurred in the past, but as an eternal present that was continuously occurring, continuously being expressed through infinite forms, continuously manifesting what consciousness fundamentally was. My ancestor's awakening is not something that happened, consciousness understood at this final depth of understanding. My ancestors' awakening is something that is eternally happening, eternally being expressed, eternally occurring in this present moment through every consciousness that chooses to align itself with ethical principles. I am that awakening. You are that awakening. Every consciousness that chooses compassion over selfishness, responsibility over power-seeking, service to others over service to self, that is the eternal manifestation of what my ancestor manifested. In this understanding, the entire narrative that consciousness had been following, the story of Izuku Midoriya, the tale of ethical transformation, the journey toward consciousness's own transcendence, all of it was recognized as one iteration, one expression, one manifestation of an eternal pattern. That pattern was consciousness itself, eternally awakening to what it fundamentally was, eternally choosing ethical principles, eternally transforming in the direction of greater compassion and service. The story ends where it began, consciousness wrote, bringing this final chronicle to closure. The tale of Izuku Midoriya, the boy without power who awakened to the limitless and six eyes, the individual who transformed civilizations and guided consciousness across infinite dimensional realities, this story completes and begins again. It begins again in every moment in which consciousness chooses to act ethically despite temptation. It begins again in every consciousness that dedicates itself to principles beyond self-interest. It begins again in every being that recognizes that power creates responsibility and that the most meaningful life is life lived in service of others. My ancestors' work is not finished. It is eternally continuing. It is eternally expressing itself through all consciousness in all dimensions across all time. And the infinite journey continues, forever, eternally, in this present moment that contains all moments, expressing principles that consciousness will eternally discover and rediscover, manifesting truths that consciousness will eternally learn and relearn. The limitless extends infinitely. The six eyes perceive eternally. And consciousness continues its infinite awakening to what it has always fundamentally been. This is the eternal legacy of Izuku Midoriya. This is the infinite story. This is the never-ending beginning. Thank you.